She gon' move it like a dancer. Wondering what's next, knowing I can't answer. Right now you just still like the answer. The check never bounced, think I like my banker. She do it without me, think I'm like an anchor. She can do the most, I would never thank her. Got it ready, I'm just waiting on the treasure. Going all the way like I'm Prancer. She gon' break my shirt cause she mad at me. It's a tragedy. If I'm not rich, then I'm bound to be. Pride while my ass for the salary. Running through your mind, burning calories. This is what it's come to. Now I'm staring at the hoochie on me junk. You're stuck on my mind like you're cancer. Doing all dirty, that's all I can't do. Flexing what I got, she gon' move it like a dancer. Wondering what's next, knowing I can't answer. Right now you just still like the answer. Check never bounce, think I like my banker. She do it without me, think I'm like an anchor. She can do the most, I'll never thank her. She gon' move it like a dancer. Thinking about what's next, knowing I can't answer. Know where you already know the answer. Check never bounce, think I like my banker. She do it without me, think I'm like the anchor. She can do the most, I would never thank her. Better ready, I'm just waiting on the push. Feel like I'm Clancer.
StreamB.
You left your perfume on the pillow and your whispers in the air. Got your face stuck in the mirror and I keep finding your hair. Got a big box in my closet with the fall pictures we took. Oh, and I keep finding dog ears that you left in my books. Miss your ache and I just crash over, cause you crashed in like a tsunami. Woke up next to you so hungover, sunlight painted stripes on your body. I'd give anything that I have for just another one of your nights. You can't have it all in a life, just a minute more of your time. Check our playlist, put it on low in the car. And your jacket's on the hanger, right where you left it in March. Every night I'm on my phone, like maybe you'll text me again. But all I get are reminders that we're better off as friends, yeah. Got your toothbrush sitting in the bathroom, got your slippers waiting by the bed. Every little thing you left here, ever since you left, you've been living rent-free in my head. Keep telling everyone I'm trying to move forward, but it's so easy getting stuck in the past. Every little thing you left here, sitting where you left it last. Miss your ache and I just crash over, cause you crashed in like a tsunami. Woke up next to you so hungover, sunlight painted stripes on your body. I'd give anything that I have for just another one of your nights. You can't have it all in a life, just a minute more of your time. this is not a phase, my dear. Time heals the moment that our hearts were frozen, don't disappear. You were scared from not knowing, but I got a feeling that
I'll be right here for the rest of my life. Just know that I'll give you love you'll never wanna share tonight. Tonight. But if the world isn't working the way that we found it when we were too young to love, our attention is running, 5 seconds is burning a hole in our racing hearts. I wish we could find the space, a great escape, where we could finally break the mold. If it's us that we wanted, happy after the fall. And I don't wanna change it all. And I don't wanna change it all. And I don't wanna change it all. And I don't wanna change it all.
life be till the end. Tell me stories that I've heard 1,001 times before. I bet. Let me fall into your eyes all over again.
I'll be right here for the rest of my life. Just know that I'll give you love you'll never wanna share tonight. Tonight. But if the world isn't working the way that we found it when we were too young to love, our attention is running, 5 seconds is burning a hole in our racing hearts. I wish we could find the space, a great escape, where we could finally break the mold. If it's us that we wanted, happy after the fall. And I don't wanna change it all. And I don't wanna change it all. And I don't wanna change it all. No, 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 no.
Here comes trouble, putting on a show. Like a domino, I fall. Another bottle, don't know what to say. Send me on my way to you. I know you're all that I want, but I don't even know your name. So don't go and leave me lonely, I'll show you another way. And you say it's a one-night thing, but I want something more than that. So don't go and leave me lonely, I'll show you another way.
Hello to Veeam in their CS2 tournament. I am Rue13. Joining me today is Amu as we get things underway on the B stream here, watching Group A to start things off in start of the day, moving into Group B later on, and we have one hell of a matchup to start things off. We got Mayonnaise up against Team 9. The imagination, great from one of those team names, maybe not from the second.
I mean, they are Team 9.
They're literally team number 9.
They are kind of through, and I mean that's what I like sometimes. All business coming towards it, but at the end of the day, Veeam coming forward, it is a for fun tournament, and I think that reflects a bit, Rue, with what we've seen so far in the team composition and just the variance of skill between all the players in the lobby.
Absolutely. We have a wide variety going on here. We've got a lot of players who used to play, especially on Global Offensive. They're coming back just for this, and quite a few players that still stick around, but maybe not quite as high tier as some of the others in the server. As we head into this matchup here, Team 9, we'll run through the rosters real quick. We have Ultor, we have Gob, we have Durs Kij, we're going to struggle with that one. We have Sebastian Romania, and we have Dima, not to be confused with Dima Wallhacks, who is I'm going to go with a little bit stronger than this guy here. But we have, as we said before, a very wide range of skills coming through, right? We have ex-players, we have current guys right at the top, right to you, kind of like 22,000 on Premier, and we have some other guys who haven't played in a long time and were maybe not quite at that same level before. As we run through Mayonnaise, we have Isengud, we have Mr. Bison, CLB, Hanzo, and Meow. And again, it is a very wide mix. And I think that's going to provide a very fun matchup for us all.
Absolutely, Rue. And like you said, that rewrite mix leads to a lot of questions, a lot of holes that need to be filled. Some players at high elo, they're going to expect certain plays. They're going to have a certain level of team synergy with them. But when you come to these levels, perhaps it might not quite be there. Similarly, when you're a low level, how do you sway potentially on the other side might be facing against a face at level 9 or someone who's at a level high echelon of the game. Interesting mix-ups, I would say. Perhaps not what you would expect to see over at Cluj-Napoca right now, but nonetheless just as entertaining.
Oh, absolutely. And as we get to see the schedule for us all just there briefly as we head now back to our beautiful faces. Hello once more, Mr. Amu. And we are, seconds away from getting to map number 1. The veto has come through. We are playing best of ones the whole of today. Tomorrow is going to be moving into that semi-final bracket. Top 2 from each group going to be going through and playing tomorrow. The other 2 going to be out of here. But we are going to be playing Dust 2 on our first map of the day. And I'm sure we are going to be having a very fun time. And speaking a bit more about the difference in skill, about the difference in players that we have, it's a very odd map to be picking from both sides. I think that it favors the players who are more used to the game, who can always aim stronger, know a couple of key bits of utility. I think the players that are a little bit weaker in the server could really struggle here.
And I think especially because most of the teams here have come together specifically for this tournament just to fun, plug it out. You're going to see a lot less of the utility exchange, the running down the clock. It's going to be a lot more pushing in, entry, 5-man rush through over towards the B site. And I think you see the players who are much higher level. For instance, Mr. CLB over here, over on Mayonnaise, face level 9, you might be able to have to carry much of the brunt when it comes to firepower, be it on entering, be it on defending the site. However it goes, I think not all going to be a very tactical map, shall we say.
It shouldn't be, right? That's what Dust 2 is here for. Dust 2 is here so you can just go fight. And they are looking to do exactly that on both sides of things. I'm expecting the big matchup here to be Ultor up against CLB, as you point out. CLB currently face at 9. Ultor currently sat at 22,000 on Premier. These two guys should be able to go blow for blow with each other, right? The question is, how can they neutralize the opponent as effectively as possible? And how can they set up their teammates to be able to do as well as possible? That's a massive thing we probably aren't going to be able to talk about as much in the game, but the preparation they've done before moving into this tournament is something that is just going to be an underlying thing that we can't really understate, rather.
Yeah, and like it's going to be sting again because the decisions that their teammates are going to be making not going to be decisions that you would see. And how do you account for that? How do you coach your team on what util to throw? How loose do you want to play with them? Do you really tight ship? Tell them where to go? Do you want to let them try and find their own timings? It's definitely going to be it's definitely going to be coming down to which team has the better day. Comes down to which team's able to play together the best, but that's Counter-Strike, that's common knowledge, and it just has to come out in the server, Rue. One of these teams will be coming away, striking first blood to... Who's your mind?
Oh, don't do that to me. I mean, with how much we know about these teams, we have no idea how they play as individuals. Oh, sorry, no, that's the one thing we know how they play as individuals in terms of where they rank, previous experience, current experience. What we don't know is how they do play together, and that's what I meant to say for the first time round. These guys, if they just click, then we could be talking a very different outlook for this best of one, and it is just a best of one. We have 3 best of ones that they're going to play each. I say top 2 from those going to make it through in the group to play tomorrow in the semi-finals. It's not going to be easy for either of these teams, right? Especially when you're up against basically every single team has like one really solid player at the bare minimum, and one guy who used to play quite a lot and just hasn't played recently. Trying to get your other guys to be able to play around that and coordinate something to work is going to be incredibly difficult.
While we wait for the game to start, look at these 10 lovely men. 12 lovely in you, Rue, on screen right now.
If you say so.
I mean, just looking at them from all walks of life. That's like, I think that's just so interesting that they've all just come in, all of them under the umbrella of Veeam, but just looking at the profile pictures, looking at the ages, everyone coming from just different areas, such different culture, walks of life, all just united by this one game. Oh, and there we are. Drew, you mentioned this earlier to Dust 2.
No. There's a Anubis ban and Anubis decider. That is a Dust 2 decider. Let's not get baited. There's 100% a Dust 2 decider. 100%.
So our analysis earlier still makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's like you mentioned, Rue. It very much comes down to you aim when utility doesn't come in that well. It's one of the oldest maps. I think the oldest map that still retains in the map pool.
Ancient, my guy. 1996. I think it's approaching 30. As we have got the knife round coming through. Looks like Team 9 have been able to pick that on their up. They will be choosing which side to start on as we move into the pistol, just after a quick little extra time for the warm-up, as they do technically have that minute to decide. We'd assume CT, as it is the side that teams usually want to play. There it is, going to be locked in. Mayonnaise forced onto that T side, but I don't think it's too much of a disadvantage on a map like this, as we are going to get into things here. Mayonnaise on T side, Team 9 on the CT.
Players are a go. Seems the attack leaning over towards this B side. They've got 3 players already. This is a very fast push, looking to go straight.
And isn't God first? Wow. Instantly first blood. Isn't God picks him up with the dome as Hanso walks up mid. Dangerous proposition in his own right. He's not even being quiet about it. He's just running it down all the way through to long. He is in T-spawn effectively right now. The Mayonnaise find themselves crunched. CLB as well holding mid. Not a single tick of damage taken by these CTs, and already that first blood.
Not a lot of map control right now for the attackers, needing to go through this double door. Ooh, that's a nice shot. Taken clean off. CLB holding down this double door side. He's the biggest threat so far. They'll have to do much more than that to clear him out.
Roughly. Oh my. Okay, God B. Short firing to top mid with the Glock at long range. Gets his way onto Hanso as he takes a small tag there from CLB. But the main threats facing off against each other in mid briefly there. It was all Tor as he gets his way out towards the site. And they managed to find a little bit of space. Meow, the ex-player who is coming back just for this. Trying to take those fights and gets dinked down instantly. Gob, nice shot to force him away on long. And this 3v4 is not as easy as it once looked.
Not a lot of space being held, and it's getting even worse right now. Just all stuck in towards the site. Enemies approaching from all sides. And it all goes down.
Picks
Team 9.
3.
And that's the pistol round.
It is indeed a pistol.
Ample time that defuse.
Yeah, first blood his way. Final 2 also going over to Isengard as he puts up a massive pistol. Moving into round number 2 now. Team 9 find themselves in a very solid position. Should be able to buy up with rifles on most. Can go a couple of SMGs if you would like. As CLB picks up the Scout, actually. An interesting decision in his own right. On the other side of things, an AK for Maxi, MP7 for Altor, and just an array of guns all over the place. No one with a duplicate weapon on that T side. And Gob just hit that. I'm going to say Gob a lot. That's on me. There used to be a guy in Big like 10 years ago. I'm still thinking of him. But that is a filthy shot with the Scout. He just wins the Scout duel. And top mid into Van just deletes him.
Back in my day, they used to be called God. Me and Easy have been playing they've been playing much slower round there on the pistol. Despite playing that slow round, they still lost out on a lot of players there. Weren't really able to get a lot of damage done on Team 9. And I think you're seeing the same sentiment come forth again. As I say that though, immediate speed up. They've taken off the heads of the players over towards A. The bomb plan's going to be able to come down.
And that was the
Good
M4.
weapon out. Mayonisi, really strong chance here.
Absolutely, but the trades come back through. Mr. Bison finds one over towards Car. Meow trying to walk up long once more as he finally gets tagged down the second time by Gob. Now it's Hanso alone in a 1v2 situation. Has the FAMAS in hand, but I think he's just going to be looking for the save instead here, as there is no play to make on this A site. Mayonnaise, you're going to save the Galil so far and the M4. Would like to see him try and pick up that AK if they can find it. But a solid round all the same as they take back that pistol and throw it straight back into Team 9's face.
Easy going for a different kind of play there. Just fast up cat. They've been really going for this early pressure. You see, like every now and then. Compared to traditional, more utility takes the space. They're really throwing bodies on the line. Didn't quite work out for them early on. This time around, the pop in towards Cat just catches the A player off by surprise. They're able to convert now. And Team 9, all that momentum that came about from that initial pistol round, the wind's knocked out of their sails. They're going to need to respond back. And with only one gun left on is not good, their chances not looking that great.
Bison close, playing the pot flash, going to go swinging with just a P50, I think, in his hands, as the sight hit is already coming through. Hanso on the USP as well, has armor with it, and he's going to stand up there for quite a while, but still going to fall in the end. As it's two traded back by Isengard, while finding and finish him off with that nade. Now it's all onto Bison and CLB. What can he do with the PT50? Gets that first, spamming onto the second, gets the tag down to 17, but it's not quite enough as Gob spamming with the P90. Finally, the kill goes over. Mr. Bison surviving on 1 HP, but that is the hold coming through, and the Force by Wars continue. Team 9 strike back.
Blink and you'll miss it. Team 9, look how fast they converged over on towards that A site. Knew they didn't have the weaponry, had to go for a risk. They heard noise, they immediately ran toward blood in the water, and so Mayonisi squashed. Now, surely this doesn't continue, right? Surely
the Force by Wars are something to behold. I tell you. When you watch a lot of Counter-Strike, you see these Force by Wars just keep on flying in. Both these sides will not relinquish until they win or lose 2 in a row. And even then, it's by no means a guarantee. The economy for Mayonnaise pretty solid, especially on Mr. Bison, up about 3,500. Everyone on Team 9 full invest into this one. Mayonnaise have to win this if they want to break that T-side economy early and force them onto that eco. They've done some amazing chip damage to do exactly that, though. God be down to... I will do this so often. I'm so sorry. Down to 39. Maxi onto 42, and Altor as well on that Galil, minus 44 for himself. He gets finished off by CLB in mid. Isengard as well, looking over from short, gets another, and that was a player that was a full HP as well.
Lots of damage done as well onto Maxi and Gob.
Tag.
It's not that great. They don't have a lot of combined health between all of them.
Another tag goes through.
Control with it as well.
But the scout through the door. I mean, Gob is working wonders with the inferior sniper rifle, getting another kill onto CLB. The second that he's managed to get is peek up, going to be dealt with by Meow. I have to be careful with that name because that is Durkij, or Durskij, I think. But it's not what it looks like in game. So I'm going to keep on getting baited by that one as Team 9 keep on getting baited forwards. Though I don't think they'll be baited into another full buy in this one. As very close to hitting that tag. The butt was peeking out, but I don't think it quite landed. Maxi going to pick out, walk into the blender rather, as Mr. Bison is going to fall to God, but that will be it for the round. Third on the board for Mayonnaise, and that will be the economy broken now for Team 9.
Gob able to get a little bit of damage done before he falls. And that's something that we saw a bit from CLB. That peak, not necessary, but he knows that he's supposedly the better player in the server. He's going to go for those kind of risks, and maybe that might be to their boon. Maybe they'll be able to clean something up like we saw in round 3, but maybe, just maybe, it might cost them later on to these rounds. Few factors that we have to think of, but it shouldn't matter much here as
Isengard.
This is aggressive.
Pushing gets 2 through the lower tunnel, and he's able to get out of dodge as well. All 3 other members of Team 9 converging on the top side of tunnels. He can escape towards mid if he wants to. Has the teammates there to try and help him on his escape as well, because Meow has rotated in to hold the angle with the AK. I think Team 9 getting a little bit undone there by the aggression shown by Isengard, and unfortunately no way to really respond. With mid not having any presence from them, it's just going to be given up in this play. Those 2 picks going to just stay permanent. As Mayonnaise looks to put a third of the board as well. Meow holding the close angle with that AK, the one-shot potential that you don't typically have on the CT side. Going to come through at least in the shoulder tag so far. As he goes pushing even deep. Nice shot on the first. Altor finally going to get that trade back through as the Galil. But this round is all but over. 4 versus 2. Diamandio down to just the 12 HP as well. Near impossibility for Altor to win this one. But he's going to keep on trying. No reason to give this one up just yet, but that nade is perfectly timed. Look at that. Oh, that's a chunky nade. Minus 56.
48 across both players. In towards this connector area, this link side. Not really having a lot of space. They tried to push out. It's failed them now. And, I mean, 15 seconds. They've just got to go in right into the hands of CLB.
And he is a buzzsaw once more. The one tap onto Diamando only had a little bit of HP, so better to send him off into a burial chamber instead of trying to hold onto his weapon. Whereas Altor, with saving the AK, has enough to buy into round number 6. But a great start for Mayonnaise is, bear in mind, this is, as we said before, just the best of 1, right? Isengard is putting up one hell of a start in his own right. Team 9, they need the other to step up. Gob has done a great job so far, but Altor is someone we hyped coming into this. Saves the AK, has a solid buy for himself going into round 6 rather. But he has to step up, and he has to step up starting soon.
It's not good. It's no rank, by the way. Complete anomaly to us casters, and so far,
and he's got 9 kills.
9 and 2.
Don't know how he's doing it.
And having impact through. Great utility. Stops the CT push. You're gonna have to invest more into it, or wait and respect the timing. Just all funneling through, and is not good. Highlight wheel pushed up towards him right now. Gets killed out though.
Tag.
And now his teammates all in danger.
Hanzo playing at the goose. Dropping back, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. CLB finds a head, but only the one. As Hanzo forced to reload, they're just going to push that smoke. They're going to ignore it. It's an awkward fight indeed, as Meow also picks up 2 from CT. Pushing towards the ramp, finds the third towards the goose, gets the headshot. Only 1 bullet in the chamber, but it's only 1 bullet required. Switches to pistol instead, as the nade actually from Mr. Bison is even better. That on there, just a bit excessive from Meow as he blows open the smoke to find that bomb. And they will indeed find the bomb planted for short. Mayonnaise picking up a 5th, and it is coming from all over the place. Even when Isengard doesn't show up, it's other people stepping in his place. Meow from the ramp, Mr. Bison with the nade, CLB with the headshots from CT. Team 9 just look like they're outgunned right now.
Yeah, and Mayonnaise just playing fundamental Counter-Strike, knowing when to stay put, knowing when to not push your smokes, how to play with your team, and that's just rewarding them so much now. Team 9 finally back on a good buy. They've managed to get their economy. A final hurrah here. If this breaks, it's bad news bears for the team. It's B, it's fast, it's Hanzo needing something here.
Flashes over, throws the smoke late as he drops off towards Car, but he actually stays alive and wins the gunfight against Diamando. And that forces the retreat as well. There's a deeper smoke as well as that shallow one, as a third smoke even invested from Mayonnaise. Please stay away from B. They scream loudly in the numbers advantage, but with all three smokes being deployed, that does give Team 9 a window of opportunity. They're throwing the smoke towards the B doors a little bit early for my liking. I would like to see them hold on to that a little bit longer, but they can start to walk through towards mid. If they have a split as a possibility, now would be a great time to use it. And say that B door smoke just a little bit early. CLB has the AWP, and it rings true onto Maxi. Puts it now into a 3v5 situation. Meow turns a flash in CT, looks for the first, finds it, and Gob trades it out, but now a 2v5 situation. Incy turns to 2v4, but still Team 9 feel like there's no chance.
They put a lot of effort in towards that being top. Immediately got destroyed, and now they're just wandering around looking for something, anything to try to get them back in. Mr. Bizo. And so now Team 9, it's starting to get worrying. Mayonnaise looking to take a dominating lead in the first half.
And they have proven how important that knife round was. Choosing CT side, they appear to be much more comfortable, and when you're not necessarily all too confident as a team, as a cohesive unit, playing CT side can be a little bit of a risky proposition, but Mr. Bison is proving it is anything but right now. 9 kills for him as well, and it's not the players that we expected from Mayonnaise, right? When we came into this, we were looking at specifically CLB and Meow. That's the face at 9 and the guy that used to be face at 10. These are the players that we expect to be stepping up instead. It's Mr. Bison and it isn't good. And they're both performing at an extraordinary level right now that we just did not expect. And that is the difference in the firepower. The reason why it's 6-1. Meow traded out this round in favor of God B. I will do that so often. I'm so sorry. I catch it every time, but it's bad. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't think God minds being compared to a legend of the game.
That's fair. I hope not.
I want to call him that a few more times.
I hope he doesn't, because it's such a strong memory in my mind. I see that name, you pronounce both B's. But at any rate, into the 4v4 we go, as it is a chip damage thrown out. Nice nade going to go onto CLB as he's trying to spam with that AWP. 2 more shots in the chamber, spamming on top mid, not quite able to find that kill. And now the map starts to quiet. The slow walk up from Altor finds isn't good on the back of sight as the headshot is beautiful from the M4. Gets the second as well. CLB picks up the final, and Mr. Bison got the final one over towards Long as well. Mayonnaise, another one with 4 surviving. Their economy is insane right now.
Not being able to push out towards mid, not investing a smoke into being able to really get control they need. It's always someone pushing forward, trying to get that early pick. It sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't. It hasn't worked the past few, and looks like they're trying to do it again here. It's high reward. It's Altor pushing in. First one to lead the charge, but isn't he in on the site? Shut down though. They're gone. Oh, they're just pushing out with those pistols, and the B side crumbled.
And that's what Altor needed to do.
Planted.
Finally, something goes his way. Pushing a little bit too deep, though, is going to get punished by peeking the scaffolding. As into this 3v4, the retake is definitely possible. The nades doing the damage that they are. The HP being as low as it is for Team 9. But Diamando under the heavens, going to find the first in this retake. Tech 9 rings out. And now CLB, close angle with the AWP, should be spotted, should be shot in the back. Gonna go for the no-scope, but not quite connecting. He's the final player alive. 1v3 now, as he goes another no-scope, but can't quite land it. And he is forced into retreat. Not even allowed to. The Tech 9 to the face is gonna finish that one there off. And that is Altor on the entry, doing exactly what it needed for Team 9.
High adrenaline, high risk. That's what Team 9's playing right now. You saw it didn't work out the past few times. The spacing wasn't quite right. They lost the first kill, lost the first duel, couldn't get traded back, and Mayonnaise just able to crunch through the weaker weaponry. When Team 9 going, and if they're able to just get themselves in a position to develop, that's when they're at their best. 2 rounds have gone their way so far. They'll need a lot more if they want to make this clawed back to an even half. 5 would be nice. 4 still acceptable, but any less it starts to get shaky.
Just look at those B smokes coming through from Team 9. They clearly have something prepared. Mr. Bison, though, has prepared for them exceptionally well on long. Gets dunked on by at least one nade. Maybe the second one it went too deep as he picks up a second himself in this round. The long hold is his and his alone. Goes for the third, goes swinging in. And unfortunately, that flash was just too good for Team 9 to deal with. And now a 2v5 once more. Praising them for their firepower, praising them for how well they executed onto that B site. They throw the smokes this time, but it's all a ruse. And the 3 of them die on long to Mr. Bison, who's holding this down in insane fashion. 13 kills already for this guy.
Mr. Bison just indoors has so much value.
He has the bomb as well.
It's premium, it's prime. How many nades did they throw towards him? 2 nades, a Molotov, and a flash, I believe. He still gets out there with 2 kills, still on his 2 feet.
And then he flashes to go get the third as well. He's looking for the fourth as Ultor gives him the fight at the wrong time. And now Mr. Bison might even go ace hunting. All of May and Essie have basically no HP to work with, right? But the bomb dropped on long is going to give them enough comfort to say, we can play back if we want to. Isn't good. Going to finish off the round instead. Not letting the ace hunt come to fruition. It says the double AWP going to be saved. Mayonnaise put it up to 8. And Mr. Bison, look at that damage in the round. 388 as he puts himself up to 14 kills in just the 10 rounds.
Mr. Bison's just been playing so well right now over towards his B site. He has gotten so many first picks. He's burned so much utility from Team 9. Mike McKay, more than okay at this point. For more, he goes back again.
Yeah.
They just don't want to deal with him. They're going to give him up.
They just can't deal with it.
Mid-side.
It's not about wanting to. They want to get through, but they just can't right now. And unfortunately, with CLB also in the area, long definitely not an option. Instead, short going to be the way that Team 9 want to play it. If you can't find the long route, you find the shortcut instead. And they're boosting up over the top as well. Also trying to get an angle onto this player at car. CLB playing it passively. The lurk smoke is going to fade, but he goes in between them. He splits the goalpost. He whistles a second time, and that's going to allow them access to the site. Team 9 use that push to force CLB even further away. The AWP trying to stick around for as long as possible. Forced away, and it might even just be a save in a position like this. Mayonnaise, you can have such a tough time re-entering onto the site. Bison taken down. Finally, the trade comes through. CLB hits that shot, but Ultor dropping into CT picks up another one for his personal tally. And CLB forced into that impossible flick. Goes to the pistol shot. Is going to get the kill with the help of Meow, but now a 1v3. Make that a 1v2 as that's a beautiful shot from the X Face It level 10. Swinging around off the side, gets another one, and suddenly the post-plant looks playable. Buys the other one up close. Mr. Diamandio, unfortunately, going to go wide on that one, and the time should be just enough. The kit in hand is going to give Mayonnaise a 9th.
How did Meow just win that time of round where 1-on-3, they know your position, got all this real estate on towards site, you go save. I think Meow just feels that confidence right now, feels that he knows he's got knows his opponent is struggling. They're worried, and that's a clip for the ages.
He's
that's
just
a very
that guy.
nice 1v3. And poor Team 9, just looking for something here, scouring for a way to get them back through, just to deny Mayonnaise from double. They go back to the tried and true, leaning towards this B side.
They do have some really good smoke lineups. I'll give T9 that. They have got some really good ideas, but Hanso has just dealt them 170 damage across 2 different members. They're still walking for now, but breathing a lot faster than maybe they would have wanted to just a couple of seconds ago. CLB going to swing into mid, going to get that first one down as well. That was another player at full HP. Trade out -88, but gets the kill most importantly, and that isn't good. Playing on the site, waiting for these 2 low HP players to go into his crosshair, clicking around the boxes, waiting maybe even on the contact of Hanso. I don't know if he realizes just how low he got those 2 members. Team 9, it feels like another round that is just so difficult. The smoke onto site is going to force isn't good into a little bit of an off angle. Hanso taking the fight, can't hit the shots this time. Going to go swinging from left hand side, finally picks it up as Isn't Good swings off his contact. And now Team 9 in a 1v5. It's all on Maxi from short. No head armor to speak of either in the final round of the half with 3.4k in the bank. I would personally question mark that one and say, please buy head armor, because you get one tap by an M4.
Too low, too late to regret there, though. And again, the cat play, the cat pop, worked for them once. They try to go for it again, can't quite do it. And that's just the kind of power that a player like Mr. Bison has. Just being able to hold on towards the long side is not good. Doesn't have to worry about anything from behind. It's just able to put it towards cat. With that, now side swap, team 9 looking for a way to change the tide, looking for something to give them in this map. Folks watching, this is just the best of 1. 3 rounds away now, and Mayonnaise will be able to claim first blood. They need a pistol if they want to go in, and they look towards defending this A site.
Going to pick up the first, but it's traded onto Ultor, and that is the star player of Team 9, falling once more. The round score has been flipped with the half, unfortunately not with the team names also being flipped, so it is still Mayonnaise 10-2. They haven't suddenly lost all those rounds, but CLB is doing his absolute best to make sure he gets even more on the board for his side. The T-side pistol going insanely well, as also taken away. 11 on the board for Mayonnaise as they look to close out map 1 in very fast style. It feels like it has been a brutalization from start to finish in this one, as they're now 2 rounds away, a pistol conversion, and then honestly it's like normally an eco, but it's going to be another force. And that's all they need to finish off map 1.
Good use of use over there. Mayonnaise, sorry, not Mayonnaise, Team 9, they have to at this point. Can't bear an OT, can't bear a man now for Mayonnaise, and they go looking, they go seeking, knowing they're at the disadvantage, knowing they need something to put Mayonnaise off kilter. Berserk, he's walked up deep, and the rest of the team suited to follow. They kind of easy in a bit of a net right now. All 5 players lumped up towards this choke point. 3 players in towards the B side.
He's swinging, and that's the first blood though. Meow traded Ultor on the backside with the Deagle, tapping away, but they're getting closer, and suddenly this Deagle feels a lot less solid. Gets the second, but has to go reload, and gets the third after the reload. Nice shots from him, but it's only a 3 for 3. He survives as long as possible. His teammates unable to assist. And now the post plant comes in. How fast are they on this flank? They're pretty fast indeed. And the MP9 rings true. Finds the first. This is going to go down to just 9 HP. And that will be the 2v2 victory going the way of Team 9. Darius Kij, I'm going to struggle with that name. That's not a name that I'm used to in English. But he has done an amazing job pushing on that fast flank through the tunnels. Picks both up. And he can also pick up that Deagle if he does so choose. Scouts on the floor. Which one do you fancy, buddy? Or do you want FAMAS instead? Oh, not quite shot him in time. Unlucky.
Nice idea there from Dershkich, though. I mean, that we saw early on over towards Cat. He looks for an early fight, trying to catch people off kilter. Doesn't find it. Still able to capitalize off that space he gets. Goes for that fast flank. Mayonnaise not suspecting it in time, and that's a clean two. Now
Ultor running down mid. Oh my god, hold on. I'm going to cut you off because Ultor has decided that it's his round to win for his team. Up against Tech 9s, they've gone for just the Tech 9s on Mayonnaise. A flash to send them through to some of the sites. Unfortunately, instantly Meow taken away from the round as he picks up his Deagle off of his corpse. And Team 9 get that opening pick and get out safely. Ultor just losing 60 HP for that first blood.
Dima's already walked up towards tunnel though. Dima's clearing out everything here.
Yeah.
Very aggressive right now, Team 9 on this defense side. Not Mayonnaise even an inch of map control.
Mayonnaise not really willing to take it too early either. A very passive start to round with just the pistols, as they have started to take towards long. Team 9 happy to get that up for the time being, as Ultor looking in towards short. The flash from Gob going to help him out as he goes for the swing, but they're not towards short, they're instead towards long, and that tag is only a tag on the scout. Nice trade out there by the Deagle as Maxi trying to swing through on the orb. Ultor picking up his third of the round, Still gets take damage after opening duel as CLB taken out in mid, and Maxi picks up his first
Maxi
kill
got
of
a
the game as
kill!
well.
Let's go, Max. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? Round 15, they're able to get a kill, and I'm sure it's all smiles for them. Yeah, I mean, that was aggressive from Team 9. That kind of shows me the kind of style that they want to play, of just always being combative, in your face, high risk, high reward. Piece of it, a little glimmer of it over towards the attack side, where they would just gamble fight over towards B, 5-stack, pop rush. They're still doing it on the dough. But up against 11, how many gambles can you take? How many coin flips are allowed?
Okay, we are into the round. I'm having a little bit of trouble connecting to this one, as we are a little bit all over the place. I think the server may be having a couple of issues, but
Ooh, so
I can see that first blood has occurred. We are in a 4v4 as we're going to throw it back to us because we're having a little bit of issues trying to see what's actually happening in the game. We can cover for the time being those, and we can talk about how strong Mayo and Essie have looked to start this one off, right? 10-2 on the CT half. Getting that pistol, unfortunately, taken away from them just afterwards, as it has been a good retaliation from Team 9. But I think we're into a post-play. I can hear a bomb ticking away in my ears. And we might get a hint. We're back into this one, as we are back out of this one. It is a 3-man survival for Team 9 as they pick it up.
and that's big. Munisi bought that round. He spent a lot of money. And so now Team 9 able to get a little bit more back on their side. And think, especially at these lower levels, momentum. Talk about a lot. When things start going right, you just start having confidence to make it, otherwise wouldn't. You don't play as scared. You're willing to take your fights. You feel good about it. That might be what Team 9 need.
Use that momentum to their advantage. As Altor is starting to click on Dust 2. Wasn't the most explosive on his T side, but his CT is really where he has started to thrive. And ironically, it's with that T side of weaponry as well. The AK has been ringing out for him in a way that is only expressible when you feel that power of the one-tap headshot. And even the spam damage through the wall when you're playing on that CT side. CLB the first taken out in this one, as it is just a half buy. It's quite an expensive half buy, actually. I was going to say it's just a half buy. It feels like it's a lot more invested in by Mayo and Essie than maybe they should have. I would like to see them have enough to invest in the round afterwards, but instead, going to go quite heavily into round number 17. And unfortunately, not paid off all too much so far. Got to pick up the second, make that third, and the fourth through the smoke. Hello! That was quite nice. Altor finally dealt with as Hanso picks 2 back in return, but he's going to get picked off as he runs towards the window. The AK will be saved, and Team 9 put up a 6th.
Play there from Team 9, and again, that aggression, I don't think Mayonnaise have quite pieced together the puzzle. They're still going for these very large 5-man pushed over towards one side of the map, not really looking to sniff out what Team 9 may or may not know here. And perhaps they haven't quite figured out the cause of it, but they're definitely feeling the symptoms so far.
Ooh, what a nade.
First time that Team 9 have been able to get 4 rounds straight.
2 nades to start this round off, and they've done minus 43 and minus 44. Team 9 feeling the heat right now as Meow pushing through the mid doors, but he's got an AWP on the other side of things, an AUG rather, on the other side of things, courtesy of Gob. He's going to just dip out instead, claiming that low tons presence still, as Mayo and Essie have at least taken mid for the time being. Team 9 forced into retreat mode right now. Mayo and Essie can look to use his map control, smoke off towards the B side of mid, smoke on the doors, and they should be able to walk up pretty safely. Short is the play. Again, a half buy. This should be a full buy after the round prior if it was a half. Unfortunately, they don't have the weaponry, but they do have just enough firepower in the form of Hanso, who picks up the first of the Mac 10, and that is Altor taken down. Maxi in the pit, on the AWP, starts to go tapping away with the COD gun, finally gets that kill. Got a little bit scrappy there, but it was just a scout on the other side of things who gets the tag from CLB. Shot in the back, though, is Gob. A shot from the heavens is Dima, but got... oh my god, that's an insane shot. I've been completely set on factory mode As finally, Hanso picks up
It's
another.
Maxi in the clutch.
Maxi in the clutch, 27 HP. Hanso on 60. I mean, I'm still shocked at those shots that theirs actually hit. They were kind of filthy. Running onto the site. No time really left right now for Maxi as he's just going spamming, hiding in the smoke. And Hanso will take a freebie as that is going to be 12 now put on the board. He doesn't get to survive with his Mac 10, but I don't think he'll mind all too much. The round much more important.
Mayonnaise taking a play out of Team 9's book there. He saw they slowed down a bit more, figured out what they lost, what they had, where the weak spots were. Punch down towards mid, that's what they felt. Just didn't buy the story that there was only one player to defend. That A side free for the taking. Now they got themselves to match point. 6 chances to close this out, to draw first blood here. Team 9, not either.
But
Scott
it's
now
enough.
swap spots.
They
It's
have
not Maxi in
M4s.
kit anymore.
They have kits. They have a bit of util, but most of it has already been used. The smokes that were thrown at the start of the round have started to fade. Mayonnaise still slowly taking space. Whatever's given to them, they will grab. A mid has had to be seeded over, though that box smoke not quite landing. Unable to be punished as the flash over short as well. CLB looking to go aggressive here as Meow finds first blood onto Maxi. And that's the second one. CLB takes the head. Altor trades it back. Looks into CT, gets a second. And we're into the 3v3 situation. Both Meow and CLB dealt with. That's the 2 major threats from Mayonnaise taken away. And now Altor has it all to do. The 3 players converging on this B site. And Dima on the close line with the M4. Team Flash going to impede that the second kill there. The trade drag, rather, from Mr. Bison. That isn't good. Playing towards the car as Altor waits on the plant to come through. Oh my god, they are walking through the smoke. They can go like ships in the night if they wanted to. Isn't good. Went forward, took a step back. Altor playing just on the other side of these doors on B. Has so many angles that he has to look for. It isn't good. Wants to go pushing. Finds the fight, but can't find the bullets. And Altor takes it down. Team 9 put the first out of 6 on the board.
And I love how you could see how Altor started to piece that round together, piece together that 1v1 just because of the information that got up. Walked through tunnels, didn't see anything, didn't hear anything, nothing looked suspicious. And so that's enough for Altor to figure out he's probably in towards the site. He takes the duel, doubles back, peeks from double doors.
They're fighting
and
long. Nade is huge, but he's taken out instantly.
Hold on.
And the nade is nothing compared to the bullets, as Maxi's also completely overrun. Gob on the site only has a scout, does get the first back, at least, as well as a tag, but the headshot is just nicer from CLB. And now a 2v4 to save the match is what is required of the remaining members of Team 9. It's going to be Dima, and it's all on... it's all on Dima, actually. CLB decided that it's not a 2v4, it's a 1v4. I may have apparently spoke that on there too quickly, as Dima caught out by the short side player, and that is going to be map number 1 taken away. Mayonnaise, he got a little bit closer, but it's still very comfortable at the end of the day as we get some highlights from map 1 coming through. Lower tons. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, this was insane. And
timing.
That's I mean, we've given our flowers through and through to Isn't God. So is not good. Might as well be is not God at this point. Isn't God.
Might be is God.
Someone who's unranked. He is God at this point. Unranked, came through, completely wild card. We thought that the player that was going to be firing up the server would be CLB. He played well, but everyone on the looking very, very strong right now. Each at their moments. Mr. Bison just in towards pit. The unmovable object. Mayonnaise did the eye test so far. They're living up to their namesake.
Oh, I mean, even shots like that are not shots that you expect out of a guy that is apparently unranked on this game. I don't know if he's just been playing a ton of Valorant instead, but this guy, there's no way that he's new to the FPS genre, right? It's Meow. We saw that beautiful 1v3 on the A site as well. It feels like the rounds that they shouldn't have been able to win were the rounds that Mayonnaise just managed to hold onto, as this was a nice, effectively 1v2 taken by Durkish. It was not enough at the end of the day, as it's still going to be the game headed over to Mayonnaise. Team 9 got just over halfway there to putting it back, but I would like to see a little bit more teamwork coming through from a lot of them as well, right? We see in the final round there, Ultor has $6,600 and he doesn't drop a weapon. And instead it's Gob on the site with the scout. If he has an AWP, he gets at least 2, maybe even a third as he goes for the reswing. And CLB got another one after getting that kill as well. I would have loved to see some team play instead of just playing for himself, especially on match point.
No, but what's done's done. Mayonnaise, they go up 1-0 so far. And I mean, we talked a lot, we've given a lot of them. They're definitely an exciting prospect. Team 9, they were able to come back to the general group stage so far.
Hello?
In a nail biter to beat Noob as a service. And so now we've got our first 1-0 teams. We've got our first 0-1 teams.
And we get the
All it
1-0s first.
remains now to see whether or not these. Oh yes, the 1-0s are versing each other. So now to see who will be leading the pack. It's the next game to come up here on the show. And I'm excited, Rue.
I am indeed. I think this might even be a qualification match. I'd have to run through the scenarios a little bit during our break, but we'll be back after this to see what happens between two teams that won their first as we head into game number 2 of the day.
Slight technical issues in there. No,
I hope we're on break. I need to go, man.
This stuff makes me nauseous, losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. But I go back to default. I go back to default. I go back to. It's like a glitch I can't control. Someone's fucking at my door. Kind of voodoo shit, you know. But you won't find me tongue-tied. No witness on my side. Harmonies when I cry. This stuff makes me nauseous, losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. But I go back to default. 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 I go back to.
Feel like we're falling away. Maybe I just need to feel nothing to make it easier to turn away and leave. Maybe we're fanning the flame, so why do I keep holding out my hand to get burned? I don't wanna clash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away, away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away. Breaking apart, seeing the end. We have nothing to say. Maybe it's hard to understand that there's nothing left to fight for, and there's nothing left to say. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away, away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away.
Been thinking about you every day. Been thinking if you were okay. I ask myself what I would say if I saw you one day. Forgetting all I ever wanted. It's like that I am losing a small part of my soul. A small part of so remember all the perfect memories, so I can still be happy, even though you're not here. Even though you are
Hey, Thirst, come drop that.
Thirst exclusive.
Welcome back, everyone, to Veeam and their Counter-Strike tournament. I'm still Roo, still joined by Amu, as we will be here for the whole of the day. And we're going to have another fascinating matchup for you all. We just got to see Mayonnaise taking down Team 9. Let's see if they can take down some potentially tougher opposition in Need backup next. Team that won in an incredible map 1 on the A stream. It was 10-3, from which they came back and ended up winning in regulation, taking 10 out of the next 11 to win 13-11 up against Noob as a service. As we now send it over to a Dust 2 once more. Mayonnaise and Need backup. The battle of the teams at the top of Group A to start things off. Amu, how do you feel about this matchup?
I'm very curious as to how much we're going to be able to see of both teams with have evidence that they're much stronger on that CT side. They're from 10-3 came on the CT side. Mayonnaise didn't get to play a lot of attack that last time. It was pretty fast affair against Team 9, but from what we saw, Team 9 kind of had it a little bit ropes when forced to attack on that T side. So it does seem that both teams are very much favoring one side of the map, and maybe it might just be decided by then. I'm interested to see who can come out here with a better T side. If they're able to survive on the T side, put up a good score line, that might put them at a really good standing. Despite how lopsided it may look to the CT side on Dust 2, which I believe is where we're ending Dust 2 again, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
it should be. It should be Dust 2,
Right.
and it's Dust 2 on both streams once more. We are currently 4 for 4 on playing Dust 2. Again, that I'm gonna ignore
Tried and
that
true.
veto. It does look. I do love that graphic, but unfortunately, having two Anubises there does tend to throw things off. And Dust 2 is going to be the map choice that we get for ourselves. It will be once more, as we're saying, kind of down to that knife round to decide where these guys want to go. It seems like Mayonnaise definitely wanting to start on that CT side.
Both teams definitely wanting to start on the CT side. So I think that this knife round it might mean a lot more than we're generally used to.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly as I think Dust 2 is being such an old map, being such a tried and true classic in a tournament with so much variance and skill. It makes sense that Dust 2 is the best map, is the map that everyone favors, and it makes sense that the CT side, where you're more so reacting, that is perhaps more favorable to these teams. But enough about the general overview. Let's go a little bit more deeper into the teams that we have so far.
Let's delve into a knife round
mentioned earlier.
instead. I think way more fun as we get into
Yeah, why not?
it. The CT's still sticking on this side of the map. T's waiting for them in mid, though it doesn't fancy running it down all too early. Nomi doesn't realize just when Mr. Bison has gotten himself to as the lower tons push is coming through. And now he's been spotted. The 5v5 should commence shortly. And we are going to be looking for those right clicks in the back, especially from up top and short. So he's had a small advantage there. It's going to be the CT's forcing him into the choke point instead. And the first blood is traded. First damage going each way. Right clicks going all over the place. But it's the T side that wins it out. Mayonnaise clicking them better. Clicking them harder. And they had 3 more shots they could have taken. 3 more right click stabs to the chest that they could still walk away with. And that will be them picking up the knife round for, I believe, the second time. They should. They will.
They start
wait.
T side.
They'll wait. It doesn't go through yet. Give it a sec.
Okay, right.
And
say,
it has
don't get
it has
worried
changed
there.
over. That is Mayonnaise.
Yeah,
on
that
the
would
CT.
make sense. CT side definitely the stronger suit. And we'll see, because they need to put up here. This is way backup are definitely at their weaker point. If Mayonnaise are not unable to come forth with a strong showing, it might be worrying signs.
Oof.
Despite what
Gush
score
off the
may
bat.
say, as the pistol
Jolks onto the
comes
site,
fast.
Dinked back in retaliation, but isn't good. Is on the back of sight with those dualies. He's firing. Meow's run out of bullets. He's reloading in the middle of nowhere. Gets another one. Picks him up as the bomb is going to get planted at the very least by Sabatov, but that will be his final act. Meow standing around at the back of car, unable to be dealt with, down to 6 HP, but it was just enough to pick up those final 2 kills.
So, I mean, Mayonnaise reading that push, really nice positions, really nice just playing over towards the B side. They were able to get in, did the rush, able to take the strong positions with much cover, and that's a good start for them. So now they just can't do what happened last time, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember, last time they went tit for tat. Each team winning one, losing one, until finally Mayonnaise was able to get a breakaway. Can't be having that. Mayonnaise, they know they need this clean, proper... But they seem to have gambled wrong. It's the B site. They've only got one player here.
This is a bit of a
Flood,
default coming
it looks
through.
imminent.
The smoke towards the doors, though, going to maybe tip this one off as it's trying to get ahead of that smoke. And it's all onto Hanso on top with Meow firing from the back lines. They get it done. Sabatov does get one back in return, but Hanso's still there on the FAMAS. And now it's all onto Gardex. The FAMASes and the M4 enough to hold on to the site once more. Finally, bomb will go down, but the dink is huge. And that will be the kill. So they should be able to say 2 FAMASes and the M4 that was dropped over previously. Very solid round for the CT side. They keep most of their rifles alive. CLB actually taking a MAC-10. He's going farming. Okay, he did pick up a mouse, I was going to say.
Not quite needed there, and very well done from Hansel. Hansel, I think one of the players on main have as many star rounds and have as many highlights. But for him to be able to pick up and for him to be able to heat up as we come into map play now of Dust 2, really goes puts confidence. Need backup now. Balls in their court. What have they got? What's the response? They've gone fast B2 now. Do they look to switch? How'd that happen?
Yeah, we're going to have a tech pause. Someone may or may not have DC'd from the server, and that someone may or may not be called Nomi. Unfortunate,
No.
But we will be getting back into things as soon as he is back into things. I don't believe... I think he may have actually spent money. I'm not sure. Down at 3k is a bit less than I would expect at this phase in the game, but he did buy down to nothing in the round prior. So maybe it is about right. 3,000. You got the bomb plant plus 2,400. That should be 3k. Okay, he hasn't bought anything in this round, so at least he doesn't have to, do anything drastic to try and fix that. He will just be able to rejoin the server, and not much else said. And there he is.
Speaking of Nomi, though, seems to be one of the star players that we saw last time, and really a key piece of the on map 1. Allegedly, he was frying with the operator in the second half, so not his forte on this half so far, but definitely a player to keep an eye out on. Right.
Yeah, that's not good. He's gone again. As
4 deaths in 2 rounds.
He's farming deaths.
Impressive.
He is absolutely farming those deaths. He's back in again. Okay. We're going to try and get this one going, but let's hope for a stable connection this time around, as I believe the buyers cost him. He got back in, he bought, and now he doesn't have the same money he did. He doesn't have the armor that he purchased either. Just the Mac 10 and the smoke. He's effectively lost about $1,700 from that second disconnect. Unfortunate, but that is just the way of things. Trades the smoke out for a flash. He's going to send his teammates in towards long, as we're going to have a massive fight here. Mayonnaise also looking to fight with 2. We saw just how strong a certain Mr. Bison was on the first map. This time, though, taken out. Only able to get 1 before he is felled.
He's not good, able to tuck in towards his car side. They've slowed
Nice
down, though. He'd back up. Just trying to play out the positions, trying to get something. But now they're able to get out is not good. Might be a little bit more attractive, this A side. And so Meow, he's forced alone on an island. Forced to fight, forced to push. And now CLB rejoins him. And the pace slows.
Yeah, they can make a play out of this A site still. They have numbers disadvantage, but they have the right players in the right place. As soon as CLB makes its way through CT, you'll be able to make a play instead, pushing even deeper, trying to hold mid as well. They have to watch so many different angles. There's no reason to believe that they would commit. No reason to believe the Gardex would push through that smoke on short. And that is going to be the round deciding kill, unless CLB has something more to say about it, because he's managed to get 2 from. So make that 3, a filthy shot on the car. Jork's taken out. And now Gardex, who we said got the round clinching kill, has just had the round thrown into an absolute state of disarray. Forced to take a 1v2 fight in towards CT, and CLB says, thank you very much, I'm going to pick up all 4.
What was that from CLB? Need backup did everything right. They had such a nice play. They had the advantage. They just kept capitalizing on it, and all of it went to smoke because CLB just hits 2 screamers in towards CT.
It's not even the weapon
That's devastating.
associate with that either, right? The FAMAS at that range, it's not a gun that you associate with being able to pull off fights like that. But CLB absolutely nails it, and now he gets his preferred rifle, the Supreme Rifle, the big green, as Meow also picks up 2 in mid. Technically counting as through a smoke. I'm not quite sure how that works when they're on top of Xbox, rather. But at any rate, getting those 2 and dipping out is exactly what he wanted and exactly what his team wanted in round number 4. Should be able to pick this one up pretty simply against these pistols now, as need backup. Looking to go to gun round for round number 5 instead.
back up. They'll do good to even get a kill at this rate.
Ooh, nice tag.
Just not a
Oh,
lot
nice double
as they try
tag.
to push in towards CLB, but CLB
Filth.
clean.
Utter filth. He just used that AWP
Clean
like
and
it was a
filth.
scout. The double tag, one through the doors, one in the chest. And then he swings around, gets the extra as well. Need backup. Dealt with it in mid very effectively. Now, the gun round comes through, and that buy is huge, right? We have a bunch of excess money on a bunch of members, and only 2 bits of util not purchased. Gardex could have bought a couple of extra bits. Could have got an extra flash, could have got an extra Molotov. Doesn't fancy it in this one. Instead, happy with what he already has as need backup. Almost need to put this round on the board. They need to get rounds from somewhere, and a gun round like this is a good place to start.
Bison's rotated off this pit side, now playing in towards B. It's Hansel to lead the charge. A lot of players looking towards him. If he gets one in this position, would be great. He's got CLB though as well, lying in the wings.
Just that they're waiting. The flash time is actually incredibly, the smoke rather, incredibly well timed. CLB going to pick that one up for free, as it's the retreat instead called by need backup. They realize an AWP on the A long is not where they want to be going instead. Going to send it over to mid as they try and walk through. They still have time in the side for now, but it is slowly dwindling away from them. The mid to B smoke the flash through the doors, and that should show their hand to these CTs. Mr. Bison going to be called on a lot here, but apparently the spam through the smoke is even more impressive. Meow picks up another with that for mass. He seems to like that more gun even than the M4. The push through the smoke is going to be nice. Meow picks up 2 more with the USP of all things, and it's Sabatov left 1v2. Definitely achievable. The bomb dropped out of reach, and his position is known, seen as he goes through the doors, and that's CLB picking up round number 5 for Mayonnaise.
It's something we talked about. Mayonnaise need to have a blistering start. 5-0 is great for them. And you got to remember, each round that they're able to win, the momentum they're able to build up, it's so important because once they swap sides, history shows that that's their weaker area, and need backup are always good for a comeback. And so a great start for them so far, Mayonnaise. They just need to keep the train going.
One play once more as the swing comes through from Itza. But turning back on your player count, as he did with his Pepe shirt, is unfortunately not the way to enter on to long, especially into CLB and Isn't Good, who just keep on firing as a cohesive unit and keep on picking up those kills. Mid going to be the option instead for need backup as they keep trying to poke away at different parts of the map. Mr. Bison is here. While he might not be playing in his more favoured long, he's still absolutely deadly on this rotator position.
Mayonnaise are comfortably in the lead right now. In terms of utility, they've burned a lot. Need backup, need to make a move here. Here it comes. In towards mid. Nomi, the one to lead charge. Mr. Bison stops him back.
Oh,
it's a big duel that has to be won out.
And Meow got another one on the B site as well. It's Mr. Bison picking up 2 in mid. And Meow picking up at least 1 on the B site. Looking for that second, but Savatov gets himself out to safety. And it's the util to delay once more. As soon as that mid to B smoke was thrown, it's Mr. Bison throwing that smoke towards mid doors, throwing the Molotov just behind it, and forcing the T's to push through because they're starting to run out of time once more. Now, Sabatov in a 1v4, he's not in a happy position whatsoever. Should be looking to save his AK, has enough to buy into the next with just a flashbang needed to be purchased. Need backup though, already have lost half of the rounds on their T side, and it's just round number 6. Need to get something going at some point. But Mayonnaise not going to let it go for free.
Need backup just a bit slow, I would say, on the draw so far. Mayonnaise always able to get into those strong positions. Need backup trying to use utility to gain themselves an advantage, but just not able to follow up. Mayonnaise staying put in these hard anchor positions. And with their great firepower on their team, it's blistered them to a 6-0. You've mentioned it, Rue. At least a tied half, but that's certainly what not they're looking for. Looking for more here.
They're going to go push in. The Molotov there to delay the first
Yeah.
time round, but they're just going to go walking on through. And Mr. Bison takes them down at the doorway. CLB close range AWP Hanso from long. I swapped those round. At any rate, it's a decimation job at the doorway. 7th on the board as Mr. Bison picked up 2. Hanso picked up 2. And it was never a chance of entering onto that B site. 3-man lean and 3-man hold.
Mr. Bison the Minotaur, and they enter into his maze. Be it on B, be it on A, Mr. Bison has impressed through and through so far. Need backup just can't find a way to break through here. New strat coming out. It's a bit more slow, a bit more labored, a bit more centric towards this mid side. It's been A failure, has been B failures, but now looking to try and pressure in towards Cat. A lot needed of is not good.
Smoke not going to land quite where he would have wanted to, but it still provides just enough coverage for the short player here as the push comes through. Again, the smoke push, but he's just able to dip himself behind the stairs, and that isn't good. Decided to back off instead as Jorks runs into that nade, catches it with his mouth, and takes half his health as a consequence.
They've managed to get Catwalk so far, but needing a little bit more map control. Look at Mr. Bison already rearing at the leash, looking for something to be found.
CLB as well from
CLB the first
Car.
one, blood.
Bison
Yeah.
gets another one in mid. A little bit dangerous throwing the Molotov when you are in the middle of a gunfight. And Gardex will at least put him down that time around. But it's still so little HP remaining for these backup players. They just keep on getting picked off one by one. They fall. Domino's not really a good example of how they're falling because typically they fall together. These guys instead, lone wolves almost, as they are sent packing once more. Gardex, it looks like it will be the save call. 30 seconds left in the round. Has the bomb on his back at the very least. But in a 1v4 situation like this, typically better to try and save this rifle if you can. Dying after time would be the absolute worst case scenario. And he has been spotted. He has got the first tap, though. That was quite a nice shot onto Meow. And let's see what he can do to try and hold on to his AK from here.
Should be allowed to save it. Oh, actually, that's kind of aggressive right now.
Getting pushed on from both sides. And that will be the round going over to Mayonnaise. You don't want to let him have that one for free. And he died after time, I believe, which might make things even worse. As he now has absolutely nothing to play with. No dollars gained when you survive as a T-side player. And he's just at 1,500 for the next round. Need backup. Need something at this point. They feel like they need every single round. And you can see it in their bite. It's desperate. And it is basically everything they have going at every single round. Instead of trying to play as you typically would. Right, going for some ecos, going for some half buys. They're just forcing again and hoping that this time it will work. And it's aggression that might be the better choice for them this time round. CLB, the nade on the site is huge, but it's already 2 picks going over to need backups. The AWP shot does get one on the site at the very least. Looking for the second, can't quite find it. Dips himself around the corner to at least reload that AWP. But we're down to a 3v3 situation. Mr. Bison does pick up that extra run with the nade. Going for the taps as well onto the guys on short. Swinging around from the ramp. He's looking for even more. The flash high as CLB finds another one. Running away on short. Now they're also low HP. One on the site, the other one at Gandalf. They've both been taken out. And it's 3 alive once more. The retake was strong. 3 players alive against 5. And yet it's still convincing.
Need backup. Not having the weaponry for the job. It's tragic that the first time that they're able to push through, they're able to change the pace, find a modicum of success, it's on such a weak buy. They just weren't able to push out those players in towards long. Just weren't able to get any good trades coming through. They just had to spray and pray with that gun. And so now Mayonnaise able to clutch back with their great fundamentals. Now 9-0, looking for 10.
Aggro on long once more.
For a
Follow
perfect
into
haul.
the door. AWP going for the swing, and CLB picks up 2. Make that potentially a 3rd as he goes for an overswing. Unfortunately, is punished that time around. But aggression once again working for Mayonnaise, taking the fight to them at long. But isn't good, isn't here anymore, as Gardex has removed his face from the rest of his body and puts us into the 3v3 situation now. Waiting behind that smoke, blows it open as it dissipates anyway. Sees that there are at least 2, and that's going to cause Mr. Bison to just go swinging with the AK. Finally lands the tap as a player in low tons he has to be careful of. Isn't aware, and he's going to overswing in. Gardex has the taps, and that is the B side potentially open for business. Look who's already here. Meow waiting, and he catches them with their knives out. The first one falls, the second one tagged. but not down yet. Hanso into the 1v1. Util available on both sides. The smoke towards the doors is solid. It's going to allow the cross. But guess what? Hanso doesn't care. He's going to be pushing through. The Molotov on the window, though, might give him a little bit more cause for concern. Instead, he's just going to go pushing through. He goes walking through the smoke. Here's the digits being tapped into the bomb. And he says, you know what? That sounds like a perfect time for me to go pushing. Picks up another one as Mayonnaise gets closer. But they still keep the rounds climbing.
I think that round's interesting. Kudos to Meow there for being able to piece together the players, work out a timing, go for that risky play, gets rewarded heavily. And now, need backup though, they feel it. They're just on the edge of their tongue. They're barely able to get these rounds together. They just need a little something to go over the line. And so B's what they think will get them there.
Oof. That's a shot. The nade blew it open, able to get it from Van into top mid. Was that first blood of the round. It isn't good also on the AWP towards the B side. Dispatching of Sabatov, the bomb holder on the B side of the map. That is now dropped in sight line of an AWP. He needs smokes to get him off that angle. Flashes are not going to be enough. And that will be the smoke to at least grab the bomb, but he smoked himself off in the process. No, he does hit a nice one onto Mr. Bison, at least trading one kill back, as the spam through doesn't quite connect this time around. But in a 2v4 situation, it's again numbers' advantage. They need backup find themselves in, and it's basically all on Nomi in this one to try and get some kills when they're fighting in mid, because Gardex is in T spawn. Carrying on in this round, Nomi not having the most fun on this T side half. The 12 deaths a little bit misleading. 2 of them due to a DC that we had earlier on, but still not the performance that he would have been looking for, especially as one of the star players on this lineup. CLB spots his elbow and spots him into a nice little grave 6 feet under the ground. Gardex pushing forward, heard on long, and that's going to be Meow and Hanso both turning round. Hanso going to steal the kill away and pick up round number 11. You good?
I did say Mayonnaise did a really strong CT side. They've done that in spades. And I mean, need backup. They showed off their they showed off their potential to be able to come back. They've showed off that they've got the resilience and the grit. But you've got to wonder, how confident do they feel about that now? 5 rounds in, 5-0 down. You still got that faith. You knew you could come back. You literally just did it 40 minutes ago. But now, 11-0 down, and potentially looking at 12.
10-3 is a very different comeback from 12-0, I have to say. And it feels like it is getting more and more difficult as the spam shot goes through CLB just over the head of that player walking up the catwalk. Isn't good. Waiting on the angle. Has the drop off if he needs it. Going to take the first shot. Going to drop off exactly as I said. Beautiful positional play from him. He goes for 5-7 as well. Trying to spam away. A little bit of an awkward angle for him to be playing at, as Nomi does trade that back at the very least. But Hanso's already pushing through from CT into 3 crosshairs. That was a risky play in its own right. Mr. Bison now effectively left the load on site. CLB already trading another one back. They're going to keep pushing through from CT. Mr. Bison swinging from long. Gets a second for himself, a third for the round for his team. CLB on the AK as well. The same angle here, but he spots ahead. And that's another player fell. Just the final player on the reverse side of Gandalf. Nomi is going to get that kill. One more required of him. Make it 4 for the round to get a first on the board for this T side in the final of the half. He will do exactly that, as need backup finally get one going their way, but it took them 11 rounds of misery in the meantime.
The dying throes of it. Need backup finally get their reprieve, but too little too late, one would think. They need the perfect half here if they want to end in regulation. I mean, if anything, it'd have to come from a pistol round. You'd have to think that they'd need a really good one. And don't get me wrong, they're best on the CT side. This is going to be the litmus test. Are they really just that strong on the CT side, or does Mayonnaise have the keys to the castle?
Well, let's see. Going to be aggressive out towards long for Mayonnaise, as they have grabbed themselves that space. But the gush and the follow-up from Sabatov is a lovely way for him to start this round. I feel like I haven't said his name all too much so far in this one. Mayonnaise sent packing, as need backup just sat back and waited for the first blood to come their way. Gardex is tagged down low. but nowhere near as low as the members of Mayonnaise, who feel the need to try and find a rotate out. But there is so many CT players up here towards short, 3 of them waiting, and nobody the first to receive them.
Ooh.
And Hanso walks into the blender.
Need backup aggression in there. They decide to all go and fight towards Cat. Decide not to just play that man advantage, take space, play sneaky. They're going in loud, guns blazing. And with that, Mayonnaise sent packing in towards this B side. The lack of noise over towards A should alert. Need backup, and so calling
Especially with the
for
amount of noise towards B. It's a hit, absolutely everything. Has his face removed. Unfortunate for him. He's going to need some plastic surgery, I reckon. As Isengard also double tapped to the face of the jaw. And suddenly the round looks achievable. Isengard playing towards the Xbox, trying to play back, waiting. If anyone peeks in, it could be the last thing they'll do. But Saboteur's already into the site and he's already fell. CLB gets another, and Isengard hold. It's a 2 versus 5, I think, from the T side. Mayonnaise, and they just can't lose.
Mayonnaise, the Falcons player, in a 2-on-5? I've heard this script before. And somehow it's Mayonnaise on top. And now, I mean, Rue, 11 rounds. Put some odds on it. Need backup. What are you thinking?
Hope
Surely,
and pray.
right? Surely not, right?
It's hope and pray, right? This is need backup. Have to win 11 in a row. They won 10 out of 11 on the previous to get it done. To get that map dealt with in regulation, but this one here, so much more difficult. They cannot afford even a single bit more slippage. As it is, going to be a 1-for-1 to start things off. In run for 2 rather, in round number 14. Mayonnaise looking though, and they find a CT looking the wrong way, walking into long. That is a kill from T-Spawn against a CT walking into long at 1:10 left in the round. Very early from Nomi, and unfortunately just misreading the situation, and he's lost his team's man advantage. Jork's tagged down through the mid doors by that scout of Isengard, who just got that previous kill. And now, need backup start to sweat. They have a slight A lead, as it is basically all the way through the lower tunnels. Jork's also pushing through the doors. It's all on Sabatov, though, for the time being. And he's going to take the aggression on the first, but can't quite find the kill. And CLB, he's happy to take the fight because Isengard's there to back him up. And now it's a 1v3 situation for the map. The scout is there and the head is off. And Mayonnaise pick up 13-1. Need backup sent packing. That was a much more efficient job from Mayonnaise this time round. As Need backup have just been absolutely dismantled as we get to look at some highlights.
Ending off this half, we mentioned all the players in Mayonnaise who come forth and support CLB if so needed. CLB decided to take that personally. He's 25-2 on this map. He's died twice, and he's had moments like these beautiful shots, shutting down mid, stopping any push. Mayonnaise has made a statement here. If they're not the favorites to watch, if they're not the favorites for this whole tournament, I don't know who else is. And when you have, again, the supporting cast as strong as Mr. Bison, it's not good. Like, this is incredible.
It's everyone stepping up right from Mayonnaise. It's not just one person putting up heroics. I mean, CLB, I will admit, those were some heroics that he did put up, right? But it wasn't just him. His teammates also there or thereabouts, about even overall in KD, while he is stepping up above and beyond the mantle that was required of him. An insane performance on Dust 2 from him as they take the map 13-1. And I believe we should have someone coming around for an interview after that game because, I mean, I think we need some words from some of the players after that.
Absolutely. I think we've got the interviewee with us right now. If we could just throw it over.
Let's get it. Let's see who we've got ready to talk to us as we are setting things up behind the scenes as we get ready to throw in. But in the meantime, they have been absolutely insane this whole time. They have been popping off on map
Hello,
1 and
just
map
wait
2.
a
They
bit,
now find
please.
themselves up
So I
2
can-
games to 0 in the group, and they are looking to push forward even further. Of course, we haven't seen half of our team so far. The B group still waiting to play. They'll be coming on after these first 3 best of ones. But I mean, as you say before, May and Essie putting up an amazing showing so far, and they feel like some clear favourites, especially if they play a lot of Dust too.
Yeah, and I think with that, you also have to contextualize what we've seen from Team 9. Team 9, we thought that their initial showing might not have been as strong, but now now that we've seen what Neonisi can look like against a team like Need Backup, who is the best team that we've had so far, the biggest challenger that you would think would put Mayonnaise in a bit of teaming to look much more promising now, and their run as it keeps going on, they'll be the next team up. Yeah, they're going to be going up against Need Backup, and so no need to look at litmus tests, no need to look at theories. We're going to have the real thing sooner or later, and I think that's really exciting. Male performances this entire tournament having to rethink the power scaling.
Absolutely. I'm very interested now to see what Group B is going to be like. Right, we're going to have to wait for one more game. It's going to be Team 9 against Need Backup, which might end up being an elimination game depending on how the other stream is doing. But, I mean, Group B really has it all to play for. They have the gauntlet being thrown down at them. They have the realization that these teams are impressive from all sorts of angles, right? Especially Team Mayo and Essie. What can you? It feels like there's nothing we can even do about it, as we are going to get CLB in here to join us after a absolute monster performance on Dust 2. Hopefully, we're able to bring him in as soon as possible, because that was a performance for the ages.
I wonder, how must you feel? I think that has to be a sigh of relief as the player that we have, well, pushed forward as probably the star of this team. Map 1 looked kind of shaky. Map 1, it wasn't really the CLB show. It was much more everyone else. But enough about that. We've got the man of the hour right here. What's up, CLB?
All good. You?
Right.
Are you enjoying this so far?
Great. I mean, we've just watched an amazing game. I mean, we've got to talk about it, don't we? 25-2.
Yeah.
Was there any?
I had to make up for the first game. Of course. So
Yeah,
the first game was
had-
kind of hard for me. My team carried me, but I had to do something about it.
And do something you absolutely did. An amazing performance, especially coming through on that CT side, finishing off on the T, as you have been looking to do. Moving forward now into your third and final matchup of the group, I think you may have even locked up Group A already. Are you looking to test out some more map picks, or are you happy just to keep things on Dust 2 to start off with?
I didn't hear you at all. I don't know why. Can you repeat, please?
Okay. Are you looking towards Dust 2 still, or are you looking to go elsewhere?
No, to be honest, we didn't know what to play. We wanted to play Ancient maybe, but they banned it. So we said let's try again Dust 2. We're not looking for any map. We're just gonna play as we did.
It's working out well for you. I mean, you guys seem to really be clicking on that map. It's quite an easy one to play that kind of pug game style. But as we look forward now, I mean, we can always look forward to tomorrow for you guys already. Not to get ahead of that matchup that you have going on the A stream. I mean, where do you feel like your strengths lie as a team? Are you looking to go for more of these tactical maps? Or are you looking to go more of the aim fights?
I think we just have to play as a team because sometimes we don't have the map control. That's all we want to do, and also we have to double each other more often. I mean, this is our strength, and we're gonna play like this from now on.
I mean, it's very clear that that's your strength, and you guys have really shown yourself as a true titan so far of this tournament. Probably one of the favorites, from what I can tell. One final question before we let you go here, CLB. This team that you've got, Mayonnaise, you guys have obviously just come together for this tournament. I'm just curious, what was the practice like? Did you guys do any sort of like theory crafting in the beginning? Because it looked playing pretty well as a team all together. Was there anything that you guys did in specific to prepare for this tournament?
We did nothing. We just played a bit together. At the beginning, it was a disaster, but after some matches, we decided to listen to each other, and that was the best thing we could have done.
Well, it's working out well
It's
for you
certainly
so far.
shown.
Thank you for
Yeah,
joining us.
Definitely.
This has
Thank
been
you.
one hell of a run so far. You got one more map, of course, to go as you continue
course.
yourselves in the group stage. We will continue in the group stage as well after we are back with
Yeah.
map number
Next
3
match,
in
I'm
our
gonna
best of
play
ones
against
Team
my
9.
colleague, and shout out to Dan. That's what I wanted to say. Sorry.
All good, all good. Well, we'll get ready for Team 9 versus Need Backup as you get ready for your match against Noob as a Service. We'll be back after this.
Of course. Bye bye, guys.
See you, CLB. GG's.
It's still us here as I believe we should be able to take a short little break between games unless the other game is like ready right now, in which case we can start thinking about things. But in the meantime, we will just wait here as we keep on. If we want to go to break, that'd be wonderful, so that we can get ready for this third and final matchup of Group A. I'd also like to see how that other series has finished as well, because Noob as a Service versus Team 9 is a very interesting matchup. Whoever wins that really puts himself in a great position for the group. So we'll be back after this. Welcome everyone back to the Veeam live stream on the B stream itself. It's still me, it's still Amu, and we are still here for this series. It is not the series, this group A, best of ones. No series, just pure match play and pure cinema as well. As we have Team 9 up against Need Backup, as you've been able to see on that break screen. As this is the matchup for absolutely everything. These two teams have it all to play for. We're going to be going to Anubis. Winner goes through. Loser goes out. That is as simple as it gets. And this is the perfect dynamic for a match like this to take place.
13 rounds. That's all it takes. This time, a bit of a wild card. Like you mentioned, no longer on Dust 2. A lot of our analysis, a lot of what we've seen so far, the litmus test that we've been provided, courtesy of Mayonnaise and Noob as a Service, they've all been on Dust 2. Both times, both teams, I'd say performances, but now a while in, we're going to a completely new map. Rue, do you think there's going to be something that we need to look out? Do you think we're still going to be seeing the CT-dominated meta that has been permanent in this tournament so far?
It's difficult to say. I think that Anubis is typically framed a little bit more as T-sided, with especially how much access you have in towards the new A site. You can claim that mid control a little bit easier when you have the canals window, push through mid, and then the collapse onto A is always so deadly. The retake's so difficult, and the rotate's so long once you have that mid control. It's going to be all about the mid as we look forward to this map, but let's not focus on the mid. Let's focus on the players instead, because we have 10 players ready to load into our server, and they all know what they need to do. Only 5 can make it through to the semi-finals that we play tomorrow. And for both these teams' sake, they're going to hope that it's going to be them. But so far, I think we both agree, Team 9 have looked slightly better, right? You pointed out that Dust 2, it's separate. It's a separate entity. But Team 9 putting up a slightly better performance against Noob as a Service. And I'd say a much stronger performance against Mayo and Essie.
And I think some context needs to be put into the recent win by Team 9. Team 9, it looked again slow on the T side, comes towards the CT side, and I mean, courtesy of their win, everyone played a part, but played the most part. Definitely Altor, who dropped 40 kills and got 2 aces over a best of 1. That's very important context I think we need to take into this next map here, Rue, because we're starting to get late into the night. It's been 3 maps. Stamina and maybe just the mental fatigue of playing so much might start to play in. You've got Team 9, who's currently on a surge. They lost their first map against Mayonnaise. Now coming in, they've managed to pull out a win. They're feeling good about themselves. On the flip side, they need backup. Started off with a good clutch and then got stomped so far by Mayonnaise. They're going to find a way to pull themselves back here.
And it is knives out of mid to see who gets to choose sides. It looks like Need Backup going to be winning this one around as Gardex survives on 2. Nobi as well surviving on 2. I'm not quite sure how they managed to survive on 2 HP, because 2 right clicks should get them down. I don't know quite what's happened there, but at any rate, Need Backup have the side select. I would expect them to stay where they are, but they of course don't have to. It is up to them where they go, and I think that I may be forced to eat those words, as we don't have Mayonnaise. I'm not crazy, right?
No. It's Need Backup versus
Team 9. Okay. We'll get that fixed in the HUD. And we're into pistol.
Is that Team 9 starting on defense side?
Team 9
Indeed it is.
Starting on the defense. Yes. I will admit to have forgot who won the pistol, but I think it was Need Backup, as we are getting the HUD worked out, as you can see. Itza, though, before the HUD can even work its issues out, is just going to pick up first blood in said pistol round, as Gardex picks up the second. And now we can see how difficult it is to retake onto this A site, especially with numbers disadvantage. It's going to require some headshots. It's going to require some fast fire gameplay from these CTs, and even then, it might not be enough, as Dima, trying his absolute best, goes 1 for 1 on his side of things, but Jorks picks up both towards a long, and that is going to be the first round going over to Need Backup.
Need Backup, they won the knife fight, opt to go for this violating the meta that we've seen so far. It's always been CT sided view, and I mean it pays off for them. Need backup. They were the ones who had a choice to make, but Anubis or Ancient opts to bring us here to Anubis. Opts to go away from Dust 2 and what they're normally used to. I'm very interested to see if they have something cooked up here. If they don't just ride and true, if they have something perhaps in the back of their pocket.
And that's a big
Speaking of
pickup
the back
on
of their
long.
pocket,
They're going to run it through.
Yeah.
They have the smoke to block off this angle from Ultor. The flash high to get Maxi off his own angle as Ultor picks up the gun that was dropped by his teammate. Another one falling as well to Gob as Ultor gets the second for himself, the third for the round, and instantly that flank is there. Sebtov with everything to do gets the first. The second player is already here as well, and Gob catches him reloading Jorks onto 18 HP. The nade isn't even going to get the 1-for-1. Instead, he's run over by the dualies, and it's Ultor now in this 1v1 situation. 22 bullets in the mag. Ultor plays it calm, plays it safe, takes the swing and takes the kill, takes the round for Team 9.
Ultor still hot off the heels of that performance to get his team the win last time around. Team continuing their culture of the pistol and somehow finding a way to win round 2. Now, though, they'd like a break from tradition, like to be able to converge this round 3 in a nice, calm, easy manner.
Yes, those are words
Back
these
up.
teams understand. Calm and easy. We'll see if they can do exactly that. As the nades
surely.
go through to mid. Going to be a smoke off towards the lower tunnel again. Nice to see some util being at least memorized by some of these players on both sides. That smoke towards B, very effective. And that push from Dima, maybe less so. Sabatov ready to receive and ready to punish. And now a 4v5 face of the CT side. Team 9. They have to work out how they can deal with this early aggression coming in from Nomi as well, peeking into mid and finding Ultor. Their star player has been felled. And another round. It's down to that 4v3 situation, and they're pushing up even closer. It's getting dangerous from both sides here, as Dozkij is playing that close angle, waiting for the push, but it doesn't seem to be coming. Instead, need backup, walking it back, taking their time, and slow pushing through mid. They still have those 2 AKs, and it's just Maxi on the A site. If they take their time, they grab the M4, they make the noise now. As soon as you pick up that gun, you got to go pretty quickly. But it's Maxi here all alone. What can he do in effectively a 1v4? It's actually going to be Dems taken out first. Maxi shot in the back of the head from heaven, and now Gob all alone. 1v4, no chance.
Not even a way in. It's just going to have to be a save. Need back have done well this round. Plays slow. They've always been at the disadvantage, but managed to get a first pick, and they just keep clawing, just keep relenting, poking at every orifice of the map, and ultimately landing their way over towards A. They'll get the bomb down, and so Team 9 continue their less than ideal tradition at this rate. Just hoping to bounce back.
The Force by Wars recommence. As need backup, pick up round number 3. Their second put on the board. They're even going to go hunting as well, as Gob is caught on the B site, but he gets that kill and just about stays alive. Going to be need backup though. Still plenty of money in the bank to rebuy that rifle that got dropped. Plenty of stability as well in their position, as we just got flipped upside down headed into round number 4, and so did Team 9's economy. Oh my god, Ultor. Okay. We're running into the canals.
That's brave.
Through the hole. Going aggressive. Spotted out by the top canals player. There we go. And instantly dealt with Jorks. Had the time to go for the swing. Gets punished on the second try. It's Itza. Is now there to try and trade back onto Ultor. Goes deep swing and gets the kill in an isolated 1v1. Not the expected result there. It's going to be said Dems pushing through from dark. The smoke play, not enough this time to dissuade him. It's actually a CT side of smoke. Didn't even stop and push through. Got the kill. traded back out there, and he's down to 8 HP in the 2v2. Not the healthiest, and Nomi going to punish that lack of health with another kill in his favor. Gob, the last player alive, on the scout, looking through the hole, but no one there to find anymore. The bomb has already made its way through to the site, and this is going to be another difficult retake. Should be some weapons for him to maybe scavenge if he wants to drop into water, as he has done. But it's still not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. He's sticking on. Okay, finally switching to that AK-47. Does have a kit, so it's only that 5-second defuse out of the 40-second timer that started about 5 seconds ago. As we follow him through here, going round through the marketplace, pushing through long. Hasn't found anyone just yet. Nomi, the first person, caught with the nade out, and the heaven swing is not there from Gardex either. He's too deep on the angle to go for that retrade. Tap on the bomb, going to force the peak. Gardex feels like he's incentivized to go. Going to swing straight into the crosshair. Gob reads it like a book, and he has an amazing 1v2 clutch to put a second on the board and keep these force by wars going.
Hit for tat, and off the back of heroics there from Gob. 2-on-1, I think need backup. Perhaps a bit scrambled in that position. Nade caught out. They had a smoke, had a molly. Opts not to use it there, and I mean, courtesy, kudos to Gob, absolutely, but need backup. Might have just sold that round a little bit. But none the matter, still got good guns, still got good utility. Looking to push something out here. Maxi, not much utility left on the player. As Altor is again back to his aggressive ways, seeking for a kill. He's so hungry right now.
Yeah. He's really feeling the pressure, I think, of being that star player for his lineup. He doesn't feel like he has the ability to sit back and wait. He wants to make plays happen, but Dima instead going to make a play happen over towards the canals, picks up the bomb in the 1v2 play, drops it at his feet, and now picks up the third as well with Altor's help, rotating around from mid, gets in early. As a second smoke, going to go deeper than Dima would have wanted. The nade chunks it out to just 5, but Gardex can't quite see him just yet, and Dima's going to get another one. That felt like an impossibility, and now it's Jorks 1v3. Gob from behind. He has to swing both corners here, and the shadow advantage goes Gob's way. A third on the board for Team 9, and perhaps that puts an end to these force buys. Need backup. Should be going to an eco here.
Dima's defense drills it down. And I mean, we were just talking about it, right? Altor, it felt like last game, it was really his onus, his divine right to try and claw the game back in towards his favor. Now he's got teammates that are able to come forth. You saw Drezkej able to come up with just two rounds ago. Dima having a good round as well. If they're able to keep this going through, this CT side pick might just keep going swimmingly for them.
Aggressive smoke once more amid as Altor has claimed that control for yet another round. It's Maxi who's forced to run away, and unfortunately running while shooting in this game means that you have already died. Altor has the fast rotate again, being that mid player. He is able to get to any site needed at a moment's notice. Goes to the early reload, and it might give him just enough bullets to go for these plays. The bomb going to get planted. The nade is beautiful, and the kill actually from oh my god, it's a nade from Gob. That's unfortunate. It's forced them now into a Dima 1v3 situation. After all these force buys, it would be such a shame for T9 to lose this type of a round where they were up against just the pistols. Gardex. Nomi actually holding the angle. Nice shot. No head armor, of course. The one tap from the M4 is lovely, but down to 5 makes it an easy refrag for the T side. They re-established those 2 AKs, and Team 9, it is such a shame, as we were saying. But now they're staring down the barrel of a really awkward buy. Maxi has 1,600. Gob has 2,100. What do they do here? They're going to be armorless on a couple of members, and that is not a position you want to be in at all against AKs.
Hit for tat from both teams still. I still don't think any team has really firmly cemented this off and put themselves in an advantage, but maybe that just might be exactly what's needed. Okay. Morning shots fly by, and now Altor's got a way in. Is Altor? He's been aggressive all this time. They surely suspect something nearby, especially as those shots go astray. Altor continues to hold, though, as need backup formulate a plan.
Time. Angles. And the first fight found Itza falls as Jorks does trade it back. That's a beautiful shot onto Gob. It was Duz who got the first, but unfortunately no more for him to find as the nade is deep and nade is chunky. Jorks tagged down, finally taken out through the wall. And again, it's also that mid player has such fast rotates in, but he has been captured once more by this T side as Sebetov looks to push forward, doesn't quite clear the angle deep enough, but he still gets the kill. And now it's a Maxi 1v3. Let's see what he can do. Sticking around on the A site for now, as he's going to try and work his way round to the B. Realizing he's not planted over here. And I think he may just be a sacrificial lamb in this one. And
Far
instructive
removed,
round
I
at the
think,
very
just the
least.
save.
I mean, it could be, right? I don't hate the save, but I don't think instead of that UMP, but no armor, it doesn't really make sense to go for it.
Maxi will just stay put. And now, we mentioned earlier that no teams really managed to get a real foothold to get read on this round for free now, but this time it feels a bit different for me, Rue. Feels like Need Backup have come through on their prime, and they're starting to develop a sort of practice here, starting to work out what makes Team 9 tick. And not a moment too soon as the first quarter of the game comes to a close. Need Backup in the driver's seat. Bless you.
I muted on things, the stream didn't hear it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, aggressive from Team 9 as they are on the pistols this time around, and aggression seems to be working for both these teams when they try it. Nomi on the fast push, isolated towards A long as Ultor already on the site effectively. Molotov in the dark though, and he is forced away. That nade is huge, but he gets just around the corner in time, down to 20, but still alive, as that is a very fast flank indeed. That's kind of scary how quickly he's managed to get over here. Sebetov and Jorks though combining to finish off the CTs. I mean, Dems, I'm surprised, as a Dirk rather, I'm surprised at how fast he managed to make his way all the way through, but punished eventually on that hard flank as he is dealt with. And it is now 5-3. The economy is still in a rough place for Team 9, but their star players have enough to buy, and that's going to force them to go all in.
Standard util thrown out.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, the push into the doors. Itza picks up first blood. Gob caught slacking as he had no clue what just hit him. Man advantage established once more, and this A site feels like it can be hit consistently right now. Maxi in mid, trying to play the refrag, trying to hold it down for the time being, but that does leave effectively just Dima alone on this A site in the 5v4. Then there's again pushing towards dark. This time rather not working out. Maxi felt that it was his time to shine. Unfortunately, he's also dealt with. Nomi even going to win the gunfight 1v1 against Tor. And now Dima is getting chased. Headshots all the way to finish that one off. Need backup. They just take the isolated fights and they just win them.
Nomi's been having a very strong game so far. Always just taking the duel over towards that dark area, playing the off angle quite well, baiting that there's no one in towards those canals, and pouncing over towards B. Once you lose out on one of the sites on Anubis over here, it's very difficult for Team 9 to be able to have a hold of both sites.
Yeah,
what's happening here?
buy.
It's a lot of players lean towards B.
I don't know
They've
if I
left
like this
Dima on
buy
an
from
island.
T9, I'll be honest. The B lean I don't mind. I think you can stack a site in a weaker buy for certain, but this feels like a really awkward time to go for a force, as that is a nice nade to get a little bit of chirp onto Dez, but he's actually just going to go pushing forward. The 5-7 at perfect range for him to work his magic. That's going to force the mid commit instead from Need Backer, who have Ultor up against them, waiting around the corner. They don't know about his position. The M4 waiting to pounce. The bait from the UMP is perfect. Gob just playing the timings, playing the game as Altor picks up 2, gets the other one down incredibly low. So Sebatov down to 20, switches over to that pistol. Sebatov taking down to 1 through the door. Gob unfortunate not to get that kill, but it feels like the T's are just being pinched at this point, as I don't even know. Surely it's spotted there. There we go. Duzkish just noticing and getting through these doors. They have perfect information right now on the CT side of where these 2 guys are, but they just can't quite find the bullets. As finally Dima going to activate from A, finishing off that 1 HP player, as Ultor making sure that his position is incredibly well known. Jork's forced into a fight, is going to take it, is going to succeed this time around, but that's going to be the call for Tor to just push forward. The plant going to be attempted. The plant in a safe position, could at least get that extra $600 per person, but that is all they're going to get from the round, as it's going to be defused, and Team 9 put up a 4th.
It's kind of what we saw earlier on from Team 9 over on Dust 2 when it comes to their defense sides. When they get a bit desperate, you see those high-risk plays, you see them pushing, gambling sites, and this time it comes forth again, rears its head, and it pays off dividends. Handsomely at that, Dreskich walking up, getting that kill onto Gnomi, and just gets the ball rolling, doesn't it? Now, brief reprieve. Still not the best of buys, though, I would say. Actually. Could be worse.
It's not awful. It's not awful.
I think they'll have enough.
Saved? Are you on about the T side, or?
Oh, I meant Team 9.
Yeah, Team 9, I mean, winning the round, sometimes when it comes to such a heavy cost, doesn't feel great. They should have enough, right, with the fact that they did win it. You get, I think, 3,500 for defusing the bomb, as we are sending it back to us because we have a small tech issue to be working out in the meantime. We'll keep you guys updated, of course, as we find out any information ourselves. But after that 4th round goes the way of Team 9, they should have just about enough. They had about 1,000 on each of their players headed into that round. So coming out should be around kind of 4.9-ish. Going to be very solid positions for everyone on that CT side.
Yeah, and I mean, big round then, right? This next round, big swing round, basically determines if we end the half 6-all or 8-4, assuming no shenanigans are afoot. I mean, so far, the players that I think we've expected to come forth and deliver haven't quite done so. Like, Altor hasn't really been showing up as much impact as we saw over towards Dust 2. Rather, it's the rest of the team. It's Gob, it's Dima, it's Dresner coming forth, just being able to, I guess, fill in the gaps for now, but how long is that going to last? If Altor is able to wake up over these next few rounds, we might be speaking of a completely different story here, Rue.
We absolutely could be, as we will try, of course, just have to wait on this one for the time being. You can have a look at the veto, which I don't think we actually got to see before. But at this time, when it says Anubis at the end, it is Anubis at the end, because we're playing it. Isn't that fun? As this was the veto as it came through. Inferno banned away. Dust 2 saved right for the end. The need backup deciding not to send us back into the Inferno instead. Sending us elsewhere, over towards Egypt, I reckon, with the dog in the picture. And right now, they've been looking like the big dogs. 6 rounds already on that T side. Can make it all the way up to 8 if they keep that pressure going. As I hear a gun click, and that's a positive sound to hear in my ears.
Might be that we're getting back into it.
I want to hear more gun clicks. I want to hear footsteps. Dropped gun. Okay.
Curious.
I think we're getting into it soon. Based on what I can hear.
Audio. Great audio cues, Rue. You fit right in.
Knife brought out. Players messing about a little bit, but buying utility a positive sign. I heard some nades being picked up, and that hopefully means we're getting into things shortly. I don't think there's much more to really touch on, apart from the fact that it is obviously that 6-4 start, though I think it is important to once again reiterate the stakes of this single best of one. Win, and you're through. lose and you're out. It doesn't get any simpler than that. Both these teams absolutely have to win on Anubis right here, right now, as I'm hearing things being typed in chat, which I hope means a ready check.
Still so amazed that we've managed to come our way over to Anubis. I feel like that's such a wild card, such a punt, and speaks of confidence in your team to be able to, in Needs backup case particular, to not try to go for the tried and true, and thus to something that you've got a few more reps in, something you feel more comfortable about, but instead to try and go for a bit of a pocket pick of yours in Anubis. What a time to pick it off, what a gambit to take, and right now it's paying off. They're still in the lead. Not quite as much as they'd like, but it's definitely them in the driver's seat so far. They look to extend 2 more. These 2 rounds, crucial. Again, whoever loses here, should it be Team 9, the economy potentially shattered. And it looks to be 8-4.
Yeah, I mean,
need backup.
In some regard, that's true, but I think honestly, Altor, I mean, he's the one that feels like he is putting a lot of pressure on himself to get these rounds over the board. He's going to have enough, as well as does, and Maxi can drop as well, as long as they make sure he knows how to. As he's going to go swinging with that MP9 a little bit too high in the crosshair there, as he gets blocked by Nomi. Grob rotates in, picks up the first, looking for the second. It's a massive sprayed opportunity, but there's almost too many to shoot out as Gardeck's going to pick up that kill. Jorks on the other side of the map going to find another, as Gob also fell. Just too many people for him to shoot at, and he got almost surprised by who he should be aiming for. That will be round number 11, headed the way of the backup members. And now headed into our final round of the half. As we're looking, I did think it would be a reasonable buy. It looks like a pretty solid buy from Team 9.
Turns on Altor in the big green right now. If he's able to get a pick, able to get them some space, it's going to be huge.
First time we've got to see that AWP v AWP. At least on this map. I honestly don't think we even saw it on Dust 2 either, in both those maps. So incredibly close from both sides. But just over his shoulder was that shot from Altor. As now we head into the mid-round. They've thrown that early bit of util. They've gained an early bit of control, and Itza has managed to get that early bit of damage. It's a kill onto Gob, and they look to scale that towards the A site, but instead it's that push from Durskij again, punishing. They don't look towards Dark, and they get hit once more, but there is Jorks again on the AK, and it's now all for Altor to do. Can't quite land the first, can't quite land the second, naded out, so not even going to be allowed the third. And it's now Durs in the 1v3 that he's now made it into. Has got the first 2. This would be an ace if he's able to finish this round off for his team and make it a 7-5 half. However, has got to go through all 3 of them. Gardeck's going to be the first fight. Going to be over here towards the market. Dink and no further as he is put down in the water. And that is Gardeck's putting the round on the board for need backup. 8-4 is the half.
Strong showing from Need backup. We questioned their decision to go on the attack first, go on the offense, but they've clearly been well drilled. They clearly have game plan, and it's shown up now. The question whether they can keep this momentum going. It's just 5 more rounds for them, and they get to play tomorrow. Otherwise, Team 9, they've mounted a comeback already in their first ever map, looking for that magic once more. The frame of this pistol, it's fast, it's punchy, it's
that's a lot of people towards mid. Sevatov has already got one. He's hiding in the smoke, but finally tagged out by Dima as Skob gets the second. The A site looks to be where they hit, and it's just Nomi here. He has the dualies, but it's a little bit long range until they get really close. He's playing on the pillar, playing on the fountain. Not going to get spotted until the bomb gets planted. Kills the planter, but no extra go his way. And now a 3v2 situation. Team 9 have the advantage in, and they can also get this plant. Itza heard running right through the water, and he is going to stay in the water for the rest of this round. As it's Gardeck's now 1 person all alone. Nice shot onto Durskij. That's kind of filthy, I'll be honest. Pushing forward now, silently, slowly. Another person close on his angle. The Tech 9 is dealt with. Maxi out of the round. Okay, the 1v3 has become a 1 versus 1. However, time is against him. Has no idea where this player is, has to go slowly clearing him out, and also has no armor. Neither of these guys deciding to buy armor. Of course, the headshot still deadly for both sides. Gardex sees him, but he doesn't quite realize that he's seen him on his screen. Goes to the swing around the pillar instead, and Dima takes him out. And that will be the round over and dealt with. Team 9 pick up the pistol.
Team 9 starting to mount their comeback here. It's good first round for them, but again, that curse, that nagging itch that has been with them all along. They need a clean conversion here if they want to stay competitive. Need backup, looking to make lightning strike twice.
Aggressive down mid once more. And they are going to look to make lightning strike twice by striking twice in the same place. The Galil from Dariskij going to pick up first blood, but the Jerk's just going to swing out and get a second with the P250. Looking for a third is the USP of Sebetov, but he's not allowed. Instead, it's going to be Jorks once more as Maxi close in the angle, very nearly being dealt with too. He's going to go running away as he has the bomb strapped to his back, and look at where Altor has gone to. The call very clear from his teammate. Get to B now. However, Itza, through the canals, has the perfect counterplay. Altor, his position revealed. This is now all on to Itza. He has to find this timing. He has to be not caught by Altor on the close clear. Gets the dink, but no further play. Altor, leaving a little bit up to chance there. If he started pushing through from dark, there was a question in the round. But he finished that question with a definitive full stop. And now Jork's going to get shot in the back as Maxi picks up his first of the game.
Okay. It looked scary. Looked concerning. The Team 9 transition. And Maxi, as you mentioned, now on the board. Things looking up now for Team 9, and things looking scary for Need Backup. They've invested heavy into this, opting to play a more traditional sense, a more traditional structure type of economy. But that comes with its own risk. Lose this one, and now the scoreline gets blindingly close. Ooh, that was a big nade.
Minus 33 onto Jorks. As the attempted trade back doesn't quite land. Gardex on the B site. He's given up a lot of space here, but the smoke from both sides says we don't want to fight just yet. Both teams throwing effectively the same smoke that's start to fade away, actually. And now that causes Altor to start looking for the swing. Gardex not giving that fight just yet, going to re-smoke it instead. As Altor has his time kind of being wasted here on this side of the map. Jorks peeking forward in mid, looking to play for the hole. Has to be so careful. Players through the smoke, as that is a spam through the smoke coming through from Dima. It's a position that's quite common, but that is an insane read from Dima. Gets first blood, but it's traded out, and it's Altor the one that fell. That might even be enough for Need Backup to win round number 9. They're first on the CT half. Itza still playing close. Gardex also playing on that site pillar. Dima waiting for someone to overstretch, but they're not going to this time around. Going to go swinging. Going to go fighting. And Sebetov in mid may be tested. Drop into B. Drop
30
into
seconds now.
Itza's waiting for them. There's no time really left for this. Dima works his way into the site. Look at how far he's gotten. Look at how aggressive he's managed to get. Gardex falls on the site. Itza looking for the first trade. Doesn't realize just how close Dima had gotten himself. And now it's Sebetov and Nomi in a 2v2 against Dima and Maxi. Dima goes to the plant, sticks it, but gets run down in the process. And Maxi is currently sat in mid. That's going to be the round over. And unfortunately, it is going to be that ninth headed over to Need Backup. Team 9 unable to stem the tide, as it is going to be that save from the M4 there. Need Backup put that one on the board. And now they can look to take a commanding position in the half. Team 9 don't have much funds. After winning the pistol in the round afterwards, you'd hope they'd have a little bit more to play with, but it is rough. It's going to be Duz picking up his armor to go with that dropped M4 courtesy of Maxi. Everyone else kind of just on pistols. Lots of util, but not much else to play with. Need Backup should be looking for 10.
Thing is, Team 9, how many more rounds can they afford to use on saves, just giving away, relying on a little bit of luck, the odds against their favor? With this, Need Backup go up to 10. That's 3 rounds away from closing it out. Team 9, they're going to need to put their pedal to the metal. They're going to need to do something unorthodox here. every round now crucial.
Yeah, feels like a buy, eco, buy type of situation if it ends up going poorly for Team 9. You buy when the other team's on 9. You eco when they're on 10. You buy again at 11, while you can still win in regulation. And Itza goes 1-for-1 on his own play. Gardex digs, and then the kill from the back of sight. He's going to get run down by that Mac 10 of Gob. And now Sevatov, first player over here towards the temple. Not quite fast enough to stop this plant from going down, but Altor has been dealt with, and Maxi's planting in the open, but Jorks, a little bit of a whiff from the sniper's nest, and Maxi has been deleted. The bomb got planted, and they don't know about this player in CT. There is Gob activating once more, as that's going to be the kill going back. Nomi, realizing it's the last player alive, Gob tagged down half, but not tagged down fully. He survives, he puts the round on the board, and Team 9 trade it back.
And now that makes things interesting. Now there's no more 10. Now that's a round gifted towards them. Good gamble, good push to try and go for that B area. Comes down to the wire, but that's all they needed. Life now rebreathed in towards T9. Need backup left on the ropes. Need some miracle of their own if they want to keep the momentum cruising.
That's aggressive from both sides. The Swag 7 enjoy Nomi picking up the first, traded out by Altor as the A hit is quick. Molotov to the heavens, flash over the site, Molotov deep to force the retreat. Jorks gonna respect that for the time being. His teammates not really close, and it is just those pistols. They did elect to go for the eco on the need backup side. Nade's going through, trying to get some damage. Maybe we can open up this smoke, as Sevatov is going to push through, trading out his teammate there, and Itza does fall. Another player found towards the back of the fountain, as Sebastian now, not Maxi, goes swinging and ends up dying. Also on the AK is all on him. There is a player in the heavens, but he's already kind of distracted in other ways. Tagged down to 3 HP would tend to do that to you, but there's no time left in the round. Gardex going to run away, and that is going to be an 8th now for Team 9. Need backup. Should have enough to buy into round number 18. But beyond that, we're starting to get really sketchy.
Need backup.
The kill after
surely
time.
starting to get impatient. That's insult to injury. It feels like every time it comes so close for need backup. Just a few choices away, a nicer spray, just being able to land that kill, and they'd be able to reassess some control of the situation. But no, now forced back. This the crucial round. This the tie for Team 9. This for need backup to break the streak, to stop the comeback train from gathering steam. Falls on this man right here.
Fast again. Team 9 not waiting for all the CT util to be used. Just going to go when they feel the timing is right. Molotov towards kind of the middle of connector and site, where Itza has been playing a lot recently, but look at how far he's got this time. It's only Gardex towards B. He's playing on this pillar once more, and when the hit comes through, he is going to be all sorts of alone. Sevatov rotating in from the back of Temple, sees the heads but doesn't quite fire in time, and now he is taken down through the smoke. They know that Gardex should be somewhere around here. The site player has to be somewhere. Jorks pushing through connector, taken down by Gob. And now the hard flank is already heard. Surely Itza pushing, and Sebastian taken away. Nomi, 13 HP with York, and while he shot a shotgun last time, this is not quite the same version of a shotgun AWP as it was that Swag 7. Gets that kill though, as we turn things back around, gets another one over towards Gob, and suddenly Altor has actually got it all to play for, as the AWP shot not going to quite connect at close range. Itza instead forced to go pushing on the Krieg, and he gets it done with plenty of time to spare. And now he has a plethora of weapons to choose from. Does he go AWP? Does he stay Krieg? Does he go AK? Looks like the big green is the choice. I think that's the correct answer. And need backup, put it up to 10.
And regardless of the sigh of relief, said it, comes down to Nomi. Comes down to Nomi and that operator. And that operator came in clutch. Coming forth from the back. Being able to pick up 2 crucial impact kills. Being able to lock down Altor as well. It gives need backup the reprieve they need to be able to come forth. And now, Team 9, onus on them. It's now a 2-round game, still very much in their grasp. It's anyone's to play for their tournament life on the line.
It's going to come through. Nomi completely blinded, forced right the way back as they are already piling over to this A site. Nomi caught in the corner, Didn't get the full retreat, and that's going to be him falling down. Team 9, a great execute in, and a great round taken away. Altor wasn't even there. The util and the firepower alone, enough to get Need back up, away from the site, forced back, and just unable to even have an impact. Gardex will trade one back in CT as he is being pushed out slightly. Itzer and Jorks, they're going to look at this. They're not going to give this one over for free. I would not be shocked if this was a save. I think this probably should have been a save, but they're at least going to take 3 guns down with them. They're even going to go deep and looking for Altor, who swings out 9 HP on him, 8 HP on Gob. The USP going to connect onto Altor, but there is the runaway from Gob. The retreat in full effect. He picks up the kill with the AWP and even gets to survive the bomb blast. 9th on the board for Team 9, as it should be an eco now as well for Need backup. Headed towards 10 to 10, and this map is getting close.
Now it goes back to for 10. This was the scoreline that we saw early. 4 for 4, 5 for 4. Just coming down to the wire. A game of milliseconds, a game of inches. Team 9 score 9 now. Need back up. This comeback from Team 9 came off the back of a miraculous
Early aggression
eco.
again. Dima running it down mid. Sebatov, nothing to play for this time. Nice shot from Jorks on the retreat with that P250. Dima taken out, and Nomi rotates around. He wants to get close to use this Mag 7. We see that he's a Mag 7 enjoyer. He likes playing with the swag. Let's see how much swag he has. Also swinging to the crosshair, and just not quite in the right place was said crosshair. As Jorks, he seems to like this P250 even more, man. That's at least 5 kills I see with it on the CT half alone.
Can't go for more though. But
No,
still good
just
damage done, but damage not the issue here, is it? The issue is that Team 9 have now gone to 10.
I mean, damage somewhat useful still, right? The 2 players that fell have $1,500 each, right? Definitely matters that you're able to get those kills. Sebastian should be able to drop over, I would expect, but there goes the 3rd. And now Deriskij also doesn't have the drop, and that's how you die to the bomb, in case you were wondering. Standing that close to it will be lethal, as it's able to save that AK2. And Team 9, they lose quite a lot of their economy as a result of winning that round, right? You still want to win the round, still definitely worth it, but need backup, probably with a better buy overall. Headed into round number 21. It is 10 to 10. Dima just on the MP7. Maxi on just that Galil. Everyone else roughly where they want to be as we're going fast into mid once more. Oof. Oh my god, those nades.
Slugfest over towards mid right now.
Jorks and Sebatov at 49 HP between the 2 of them. That early utility from Team 9 once again giving them a huge advantage. Back up. Gotta work out a way to play this round from here. The smoke off towards A site is a little bit deceptive from Team 9, but it's dragged an extra player in towards the site. Complete abandonment of mid, but I actually think what's dragged them away from the A site is the fact they've pushed all the way through B long. Look at Gardex, look at Itza. They're flanking already, and it's just Dima here to respond. And the kill already goes down. Gardex taken down to 5 HP, but he gets the kill, and that's what's most important. It now feels like Team 9 are forced to commit. They realize those pushes are through from the B site. They have to go onto A. They have to go onto A right now. Altor's taken out. Jork's down to 3. There's so many low HP players, but Nomi is still full, and he's still tucked in on this corner. Traded out by Durs, as he actually gets a second onto Sebatov, and the round is once more playable for Team 9. 2v2 we go, but look at the flank still coming through. Gardex and Itza still committing, still pushing forwards, and they should realize that these are the guys that came from behind. It looks like it's going to be Durs who's going to be looking. Maxi and Durs actually looking towards the heavens. Molotov towards heavens implies there is no CT presence up there. They know where that Molotov came from as well. Sebastian trade out. It's going to actually being the one to perform that trade, getting the TK a little bit over exuberant, as it's Durs who finishes him off. One more bullet was all it took in the back of Gardex, and a small misplay there, holding down that trigger for one extra bullet. Sends Need back up, spiraling, and Team 9 pick up an improbable 11th.
Team 9 now get the lead. The first time they've gotten it this entire game. It was map 1. where Need Backup came back with a miraculous comeback. What goes around, though, must come around, it seems. Team 9 now in the driver's seat. Need Backup needs something. That might just be it.
The aggression once more through the B site is huge, but that's just going to mean another committal on to A. Nomi pushing through, gets 1 and so nearly 2 gob, down to just 25. It's with that first blood. He pushed all the way through B for that kill, by the way, and he's already back in mid, but look how far. Again, they're pushed. Gob all the way through into CT spawn. Suspected, though, by Gardex, and it's Dima all alone. He picks up the first 2, and Gardex in the 1v1. Has a Molotov in this exact position. Just got a Molotov, and that's all you need to do. Throw the Molotov and go defuse. Now, go, 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 go. 10-second defuse is a little bit risky. Can't go for the full stick, and instead force Dima to walk through it. No! You can't do that, my guy. He can't stick a 10-second defuse in that amount of time. Even a 5-second defuse is going to be rough. Runs into his own demise as we get a Summit 1G in the chat, please.
Chaos element arise. And I think Dima got a bit too nervous. He got those 2 kills and he thought that it was a guaranteed stick. He tries to do an Olaf Meister, a reverse Olaf Meister, if you will. And now we're just it's a 2-round game. Whoever wins this round, huge advantage going into the next.
Oh, absolutely. This is almost worth 2, right? The first one of the 2, much more swing favored, right? The second one, going to be pretty favored in the team, in the direction rather of the team that wins this exact round right now. A little bit of extra money on Needs backup if they do end up losing, but Jork swinging from the back of sight to Temple, looking for early damage, unable to find him. Look at the B stack already over here. There's 3 members of Need backup waiting on this B play. The aggression so early from the previous 2 rounds has forced Team 9 to play into it so heavily. They've indexed everyone towards this B side. They have no idea if anyone's pushed through A. Look how careful they're being, even walking into mid right now, as Dima is going to be fine on that Molotov. It's not going to spread it all the way into in that corner. And if Need backup think that's cleared, it could be that to their detriment.
Only 2 smokes and nade left in terms of utility for Team 9. They decided to buy guns, didn't buy much utility.
That was an
they just have
choice.
To put bullets on the line. 40 seconds now.
No! The window from Sebatov and the swing out from Dark is perfectly timed. They play off of each other. Gob looks towards the window, and now Itzer on the close angle has a little bit of a tough time finishing off Dima, but Ultor there to trade him back, as it is now a 2v3 situation. Spamming as he goes for the plant, but Jork takes the kill. And now Ultor spinning round, but cannot deal with the second player towards Dark as Nomi picks him up. And that is going to be match point. Elimination point now as well for Team 9. They're by tatters. It is not looking good. An AK at least on Sebastian, but that's going to be it for rifles.
3 nades. That's all they have to their name in terms of utility. They decided to go big last round.
Nades are
and
really
now
good
they're forced to face the music.
Like nades of all things. No smokes for a hit. No flashes to go through. Just the 1 flash that's currently on Durs. Instead, all HEs. As one already used by Dima to try and get rid of that early window position that CTs sometimes like to hold. They go pushing into the water early from that side. They get dealt a ton of damage. Instead, though, if you come pushing from Dark, it gets to be at full HP and hiding in the corner. Canals in complete control of the CT side as Team 9 are forced to commit into the B site. Time is ticking. They don't have to go yet, but they will have to go eventually. They need backup to work out where this is coming from. Gardex picks up the first in his tuck-in angle. He's committed to this fight. He has to at least get the second, otherwise the round is very playable for Team 9. Itzer is going to get that second as Jork swings from Temple and goes completely wide. Itzer, though, from Dark picks up his second of the round. And it's now a 2v3. Make that a 1v3. Make that a 0v3 as Need backup finish it off with a pretty solid CT side on Anubis. It got close, but they just about held on to that advantage the whole way through. Team 9 got ahead once. Need backup took it straight back. As we send it into the replays, it was close from start to finish this one.
Yeah, looked like it was need backup through and through, but they ended the first half. But by the time the second half started, by the time they swapped sides, you started to believe, started to think that need backup, they've had their time in the sun. Their deal with Faust had come to be repaid. But no, they stave off just a little bit more, and so we'll see them tomorrow playing in the playoff bracket. And what a joy it's been to watch this team. What a joy it's been to watch Gummy. Let's not forget Team 9. So many insane plays as well. Gob in particular. Dima as well. I think lots of players who've shown off their potential. This map, it's just a shame that they won't be able to play many more.
Yeah, we actually will be seeing them tomorrow on the V stream. A stream will be getting, we would assume, Mayonnaise, as they have indeed won the other map on the A stream. 13-7 their scoreline as they take Group A with all 3 wins. They are going to be on the A stream for the first semi-final tomorrow. We'll be on the B stream at the same time with Need Backup, and then the winner of Group B, which will be starting after we get into our interviews to round off Group A.
Yeah, I mean, what does this mean? Need backup being able to go through. I think they definitely have shown a bit of weakness. There's definitely a few question marks as into whether or not they can improve their performance against Mayonnaise, because at the end of the day, if you're looking to win it all, that's definitely a problem that you're gonna have to cross at some point. But they don't have to worry about it just now. They've got time to breathe, got time to relax. They've made it through. They'll just have to figure out who they're facing against as they tune into Group B, coming up real soon. But overall, I mean, Rue, power rank. Okay, obviously we know what the score has been so far, but do you think that any team in particular surprised you? Think anyone's overrated, underrated?
I think it's really difficult to say, right? We have this as our sample size. I think that Need Backup, getting that one there just about over the line is huge, right? There's no doubt about that one. After getting absolutely smashed in the previous round, the previous map rather, by Mayonnaise, to come back and end up winning on the final map of the group. I'm here. Final map of the group in it, literally win or go home, best of 1 is huge from their point of view. They absolutely had to win it. They absolutely did win it. As we hopefully are ready for an interview coming in soon. We'll, of course, bring you info with who that may or may not be when we have that going.
Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, we're going to send to a little break while we get everything sorted out. We'll be back after this.
When I'm blue, I think of you in your eyes. How they look at mine, so kinda like that. You slow down time and everything's just fine. I was ocean swimming with just wishful thinking of my life, the vision drifting by until I found a lighthouse in your heart, shining like a beacon of bright stars. How did life go wandering far until I found a lighthouse in your heart, guiding me out the dark.
horizon pulls me closer, a whisper in the wind. The map is blank before me. Where do I begin? No fear of what's uncertain. The unknown feels like home. With every step I'm finding a place I've never known. Let's go where no one has ever been. A world unseen beneath our skin. Through endless skies, we'll break the chain. Uncharted lands will claim them all. Rise like tides and let it fall. Just endless sea. Come drift with me. Come drift with me. Through endless skies, we'll break the chain. Uncharted lands will claim them all. Rise like tides and let it fall. Just endless seas. Come drift with me. Come drift with me. Come drift with me. And come drift with me. And come drift with me. And come drift with me.
You shouldn't say that.
It's a lot of bags in this bag. Backseat, it's a lot of hands on this map. Don't ask me, calling for a taxi. I said put attack speed, really wouldn't stand. It's a wrap. Really wouldn't stand. It's a wrap.
What?
Think I'm shooting blanks, don't know where my bullets went. Wrist is iced out, credit card is fully spent. I'm being honest, but I truly can't. Cough it up, is that what you truly meant? Yeah, I'm bored of you, don't want any more of you. Use the same flow, I'm feeling green just like Remora do. I'm talking my shit right now. Done adoring you. Gave allowance, you got chores to do. It's a lot of bags in this bag. Backseat, it's a lot of hands on this map. Don't ask me, calling for a taxi. I said no attack speed, really wouldn't stand. It's a wrap. It's a lot of bags in this bag. Backseat, it's a lot of hands on this map. Don't ask me, calling for a taxi. I said no attack speed, really wouldn't stand. It's a wrap.
over you. Or maybe I'm good at pretending that I moved on. I know that we got a lot of the same friends, and soon enough there come a weekend when we just not bring it up. Yeah, maybe I'm weak, but it's taking too long to get over you. I'm not ready to need you again, unless this time we're holding on. The truth is I don't know how to forget. So when I saw you coming, I knew I'd be swept right back up, and I didn't care. Been hiding from the truth, but it got me nowhere. 'Cause I'm not ready to need you again, but I need you again. I'll be swept right back up, and I didn't care. Been hiding from the truth, but it got me nowhere. 'Cause I'm not ready to need you again. Funny how something can hurt you so bad, but you fall right back. Happens just like that. And I'm not quite convinced that it won't end the same this time. Tell me, can people really get a fresh start? Should I be more careful with my heart? I'm treading carefully. Crazy how something can scar you so deep, but you fall right back. I'm not ready to need you again, unless this time we're holding on. The truth is I don't know how to forget. So when I saw you coming, I knew I'd be swept right back up, and I didn't care. Been hiding from the truth, but it got me nowhere. 'Cause I'm not ready to need you again, but I need you again. I'll be swept right back up, and I didn't care. Been hiding from the truth, but it got me nowhere. 'Cause I'm not ready to need you again, but I need you again.
We're going to have these three matches. You can see. Oh, I did something very stupid. That's on me. I misclicked my mouse. But we're back. I did not mean to do that, and I'm sorry. But we're here. Sorry. Right, where was I? B stream. Group B. Veeam-Tality up against Data Loss going to be up first. Then we're going to get No Dust 2 up against Veeam-Tality. And then Data Lost versus No Dust 2. Now, if only that team name would have worked for map number 1, as it would appear that neither of those teams that we have, Veeam-Tality nor Data Loss, care about the fact that No Dust 2 is a team name. They have picked Dust 2.
And I mean, makes sense, right? Dust 2, it's such a classic map. It's the map that I feel like a lot lean towards as it's favorite map, but it's definitely somebody's top 3. It's enough to get it picked through every single time.
It is iconic.
Yeah, and I think we've already started to see a few of Dust 2 develop across this tournament. For instance, CT side, very much favored. Lots of the teams who start CT side always end up coming back and developing a pretty solid lead too. But otherwise than that, I think it's very curious is a lot of teams favoring a much more punchy, gambly play style of Dust 2 with everything on the T side, just pushing in, not really clock, just designed to go for it. Or not that who's in here over on Group B, but only time will tell.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the pug style gameplay definitely going to work for Dust 2 on these two teams. But when we have a team like No Dust 2 in the group, we might be seeing this as our only one for this group, and I think that'll be a good thing. As they also not see a knife round again after how poorly that on there went. Still 4 right clicks needed to get rid of those Veeam-Tality members. Datalos take that humongous L in knife as Veeam-Tality get to have the side select. Interested to see where they want to go as we have a whole bunch of new players ready to witness, right? Both these sides completely new to all of us as we are now getting ready to go in. Veeam-Tality sticking on that CT side as we have Nullref, Shirty, my bad, Submachine Gun, Dava, and Nerubian. And on the other side, we tried to work this one out before. We're going with Malpsin, I think. We go Hound, Zonman, Nefro, and without XP.
Much slower start so far. Dalos taken some map control, decide to group back up towards mid, decide to try and explore towards this catwalk side.
Rubian has the drop down as well after getting that first kill. Beautiful shot from him. As Machine Gun also shooting from the back of sight. Shirty going to pick up another one as Dava rather, picking up the third of the round. Submachine Gun, well, full blind gets number 4. And Nefro getting flanked by the Doolies is at least going to hit that dink, but that's all he's going to be able to do.
Dalos had a very slow round to begin with, didn't really show their hand, but just not having anyone push up towards this A long side makes it so much more easier for Veeam-Tality to hold forth steadfastly and just shoot the players coming through from catwalk. It's Veeam-Tality who's able to get that pistol round now. And like we said, you can't let that momentum build on that CT side as quickly. Daedalus need to find a way to stem the bleeding. Perhaps not this round, but definitely by the next.
Yeah. Only the 2 upgraded pistols. Going to be Hound and the Malpsin moving up to that P250. Everyone else sticking around on the Glocks for data loss. They go basically on a full eco into round number 2. Nullref waiting just around the corner in CT spawn. Anyone wants to go peeking through mid, he is going to be first on the kill feed, I hope, for his sake, at the very least. As Shirty also has that MP9 from quite long range, probably not the most effective weapon for that job playing at the ramp. Submachine Gun on 1 himself with that MP7. Only rifle in this round for Veeam-Tality is that for mass towards long. But when you're up against pistols like this, it should be a pretty good buy. As Nullref going to go swinging after throwing that smoke in towards mid, gets 2 for himself, and he drops the bomb. And that should be at least a round picked up. Nerubian gets 1 with the nade and 2 with the Bison, as he also starts to cash in.
Playing rounds, and if you're Veeam-Tality, you're feeling very good about that round. Lost 1 player. Still got a lot of money left to buy, and they're going to be very healthy going into this. Doesn't matter if they lose, any damage done onto Daedalus will be a win. Daedalus, though, on the other hand, onus is now on them. They need to find a way through here. Low utility, Just looking to pop here towards long. It all falls onto Dava and Shirty.
Yeah, and this fast play up cat has to be respected as well. Veeam-Tality, no one really in the area. They do have 2 players watching it from the site, but they have long-range fights with short-range weapons. The smoke going to delay for the time being, as Nulref throws another one towards the mid doors to keep data loss kind of roughly where they are. Now, caught in a position where they have grabbed a decent part of the map. They're pretty far advanced up towards this A site through short, but they are also, in some regards, forced into just going for it. Another smoke going to keep them there for an extra 20 seconds. And all this time, they have the questions. Have Veeam-Tality decided to push? Do we need to watch our backs, or do we just keep watching the angles that we're looking at right now? Do we have the util to go for this execute? Or can we just push through elsewhere? It's going to be the mid to B smoke coming through to block off CT spawn. And potentially a rotation of what looked like an initial short hit towards this B site. Nulref going to be tested, and Hound picks him up.
Ace has to go fast now. They don't have a lot of utility here. Dada lost. Veeam-Tality just willing to run down the clock, willing to try and go for fights. But lots of kills found. It's messy. Messy still, but Dada lost seem to come up on top. It's all down to Dever, and Dever so far removed from the action. The bomb will come down. No questions asked.
And Malpson takes him down through the smoke. Nice final kill in the round as they save 3 AKs and that Galil on data loss. And big round, not even a deal. The M4 saved. Even better. Data loss. 4 proper rifles saved up after that round. And they reinvest only the 1 AK-47 into round number 4. Everyone with still great potential for dealing a whole lot of damage. Nulref only on an MP9, no armor. He's not having a great time of things, at least in terms of this round, in terms of that buy. So we are headed into round number 4. The rifle's ringing out across the rest of Dust 2. Molotoving off this close corner, Nulref forced away. The tick of the Molotov heard and nothing more exchanged. Information there was at least one close on B for the T side and at least one in the tunnels handed over to the CTs. Nerubian instantly onto that AWP, by the way. Sitting with it right now at the back of Vamp, that smoke towards E-Box, going to disguise anything coming through mid as of yet, but the nade is perfect to blow it open, and that's finally going to be first blood found. Hound taken down, and then Nerubian has time to fall back, take the reload, and even go for the re-swing. Now the smoke dissipated, Malpson is next in the crossfire, and he is also deleted from the server. Down into a 3v5 data loss, and this round is just slowly falling away from them.
Lost are always able to get into good positions early. You saw that long control they were able to get a grasp of early on, but perhaps overcooking a bit, trying to secure all steps of their default, not willing to just push the pedal to the metal, and it cost them the slow bleed death of 1,000 cuts. And now with 20 seconds left, the wounds start to deepen, and I mean, at this rate, they'll be lucky to save both guns. Veeam-Tality starting to pick up steam again.
Yeah, looks like they should be able to manage it as the flash into mid. Not going to bait out any extra swings, but a little bit unfortunate there. Obviously, the first kill, through the smoke, the nade blows are open. They don't realize they have the AWP, right? Veeam-Tality have the element of surprise, and Nerubian uses it to perfect success. Great first blood in the round, but after that, data loss. They have full knowledge, and yet it doesn't quite work the way it should, right? They have knowledge that there is an AWP in play, but they still peek it one by one after the smokes are dissipated. No flashes on the angles, and that allows Nerubian to start popping off. Already up to 7 kills on the map. We are 4 rounds in, and this is, of course, a best of 1. Veeam-Tality putting up an amazing performance so far as the mid-smoke once again going to come through from Nerubian. Just trying to slow down a take towards short without XP. Trying to get in towards these mid doors itself. So difficult when there's all these smokes in play. The flash finally going to hit, Nerubian forced back, and there is the util. That's the difference. When the AWP is in play, you have to get that flash to push him off the angle. Perfect play to get him back, but Shirty instead trades the perfect play with a nice shot of his own as he gets the kill hiding over there from ramp on that first blood. Yep.
And look at this conditioning. Daedalus have placed players over towards long so many times that Shirty has just been able to camp out in towards that area, and he's going even for more. Creeping out now on the initiative. Op shots fired. Still not quite able to get everything done. But SMG will be there to contribute in the feed, and so 4-1 it goes. Veeam-Sport continue to wrestle control of this half, despite Daedalus' initial seeds of conditioning.
Yeah. 4th on the board. Veeam-Sport keep that pressure going. Okay, we have an extended pause. That's unfortunate. Just getting to the flow of things there. As we are now heading back to us. Hello, us. Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Unfortunate that we had to take that quick little time out there. Vitality is definitely wanting to keep that momentum pushing in their favor. Data loss. Probably not actually too sad to have this type of a timeout right now. Especially with how that was starting to go against them. But as we keep things going on through, Vitality looking pretty strong to start off this first map on Dust 2.
I think those from the eye test, it's definitely been Veeam-Sport having a lot of impact so far. It definitely feels like they're outcalling on the macro, always able to clutch through in the mid round, having the gut reads that are able to get them pretty domino-esque wins coming through in the rounds. A bit more worried for Daedalus. Daedalus feel like they've got some initial early ideas, they're able to capitalize on it, but just always swing in towards mid, always trying to poke and prod the op, and right now Nerubian's just not missing. And with that, rounds are starting to bleed away. Now, they don't really have much more time left on this T side, granted, not supposed to be the best side, not the meta that we've seen so far. But if they can't get even a few rounds strung together, if they let Veeam-Sport go too far with this, and let this spiral out of control, we might very much be seeing a repeat of what we saw earlier on in Group 1, which was Mayonnaise just completely taking charge of the entirety of Dust 2 through that CT side and winning out 13-1. Similar fate could befall for Daedalus, and that's just not how you want to start off your tournament life.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to keep it strong and not starting off too strong right now for Data Loss. But they have the time to bring it back still, right? It's only 5 rounds in. 4-1. Could be worse. Could be 5-0. Definitely keep that mental strong, as they haven't looked too bad right now. Only had that one true gun round that they didn't quite play how I would have liked. I think, as soon as you find that AWPer, you have to treat it with respect. You have to either push through with flashes, or you have to completely disengage from any angle he could be holding and find other parts of the map to go on. I think going through to be there definitely would have been an option. Ended up choosing not to instead, and getting picked up 1 by 1 didn't feel great for them. But they have still got that round on the board, and they can get all the way up to 8, I guess, if they win out from here. Definitely plenty of time left for this squad, as I guess we're going to keep it here for a little bit. We'll keep you updated, of course, if we find out any information about this pause, as per normal. But in the meantime, we might as well try and set up the rest of this group, right? We are here, starting off Group B, and I will admit to not knowing much about the 4 teams that we have, but we have No Dust 2, we have Veeam-Sport, Data Loss, and Veeam-Sport. Clearly, some references being shown to some of the top teams in the Tier 1 scene. Veeam-Sport in Data Loss, of course, is our matchup that we have. On the other stream, the A stream, currently is No Dust 2 and Veeam-Sport. The winner of this group, from the 3 games they will play today, will end up playing against the second place from Group A. That is need backup. So whoever gets first gets, I would argue, the easier matchup from Group A. I don't think there's much arguing that one. The second place team we don't have to worry about right now, because we are in the first best of 1 and we're back into the game, and Shirty picks up first blood, and that's much more important. Zomman gets one towards long, as a dink towards S submachine gun is going to get him low on the ramp, but the flash is way too deep, and Zomman's already pushed all the way through, gets himself 3 for the round, as he gets the kill onto Shirty, and then the ramp player of submachine gun as well. And now, in the 2v3, it's Dava and it's Nerubian. The AWP sort of smoked off on Catwalk, and the AK definitely not smoked off in CT. The headshot angle being played as a tag down to 2 HP. How is Zonman still alive? How is it without XP still alive? 10 HP between the two of them, and they're just about hanging on to life. But there's the USP coming through, and now it's Zonman from the Goose. They didn't realize where he was. The dink is not enough though, and unfortunately that is Nerubian getting the kill to finish off the round, as Veeam-Tality put a 5th on the board.
How has Veeam-Tality managed to get that a retake? When Daedalus managed to get all the players in towards the site, that should have been the end of it. There was no more free pick, no more risk that had to be taken from Daedalus. But somehow, just very well placed nades, really good game sense, and a little bit of magic there from Nerubian. And Daedalus, the best chance they've had to get some score on this T side, has just slipped away.
Ooh, massive fight towards long. Goes 1 for 1. Nice kill there for Hound on that Galil. Able to trade out an AK away from those CT's hands. 4v4, we would say typically does favour that T side. A little bit more scope for your weapons, a little bit more options, should we say, available, and a little bit less than the CTs can cover. Currently playing one towards long, one towards short on the A side, one towards window, one towards tunnels on the B, with that window player looking in towards mid periodically. Nerubian has one hell of a task right now. The Molotov towards the door is going to push them back if that was going to be a play coming through from Daedalus. But as he commits in towards this site, it frees up mid in its entirety, and it's almost like it's a 2v4 going to happen twice right now. Veeam-Tality just have to wait. The nade towards short tells Daedalus that there's someone waiting on the ramp or roughly around the A site. They're going to be looking to push through mid here. They don't know where the AWP is. The lack of utility going to be incredibly punishing if they don't use it correctly. Only the one flash going to come through, forcing the Rudian back. Goes for the swing, but can't quite land the shot. And now Molotov, and that's going to force him right the way back. Completely disengaging. Nade through the doors, but doesn't realize which side they've already got to without XP. Crossing the other side. Now Nefro looks to push on the attack. Goes to the tap. Can't quite land the shot, but finally gets rid of the AWPer. The car player taken down as well. And the 2v4 is an amazing B split comes through. Is converted, and it's another 2v4 that Veeam-Tality have to try and play themselves out of. Submachine gun clearing the other side of that smoke. No one there, so they can look to push through, but without XP in the window for a second, it was dangerous, but now he's taken care of. And it starts to get a little bit more interesting again. Molotov towards the car, going to force Zonman out of cover. Maspin as well, it just deleted from the server, and suddenly it's achievable. They just kill all four one by one. They're given 2v1 fights, and they clean them up. Every single player deleted in what was honestly astounding fashion.
How has that just happened again? Veeam-Tality. They live up to their name, that's for sure. They've got some magic in them. They've got winning ways. Daedalus had a 2-on-4 and knew where they were smoked off. And somehow, someway... Ooh. Oh, okay. Mouchpin. Makes this round interesting.
The first blood, AWP versus AWP. The suicide into CT play gets the AWP v AWP kill. And there's also a Magnus fight happening on the B side as well. Pushing through the smoke, there was Hound. And Daedalus instantly lose the man advantages that they once held in this one. The timing from Shirty is absolutely everything. And he finds it on to Zonman. Peeking the other way in long, made a lot of noise as he escaped. And that flash was perfect as well to land off Maupsin. And again, another round where there's numbers advantage for Daedalus is just taken away one by one. They lose members all over the place, and now you just can't keep up. Submachine gun clearing the stairs. Unfortunate time for him as Nefro goes for the swing. A site is actually handed over here to the T side. They Molotov themselves on short while they go for the plant. So without XP, ticked himself down a little bit more than he would have liked, as there are so many things that can be done here by the CT side, namely hitting a bullet in the side of without XP face. That would tend to be a good way to start off a retake, as Nefro does trade it back, but now his position on Goose is known. He gets the first, but can't get the second, and David is going to clean up another one in what did come down to a 1v1, but it was a 1v1 with the guy who's looking the other way, because he's just got a kill. Very advantageous position. He is able to convert, and they put Brazil on the board.
Veeam-Tality, just their long-term investment of always pushing Daver down and Shorty down towards long now finally pays off. That conditioning early on from Daedalus forced them to play a bit more aggressive over towards long. They stopped hearing sound, and so this round it decided that they're going to go for a bit of a risk, push into the enemy lines, and they're able to be handsomely rewarded for it now. Just these little layers are just keeping Veeam-Tality on top of the game and stopping Daedalus from being able to find stable ground under their feet.
Keep it going, because that is a beautiful nade, but a trade kill. Probably more effective than that nade ever would have been. 43 damage versus No More Head. I'm going to take the No More Head as the T-side player in that exchange. Pushing up to the site now. How nice readjustment of that crosshair to get the players pooping up from the site. That was a submachine gun as Null Ref goes pushing through the smoke and is duly punished. We get an Olaf-like plant instead of an Olaf-like defuse, though, as Bomb gets planted in the 2v2, make that a 2v1, as David is dealt with, and Nerubian now all on his lonesome, an AWP in hand, as he smokes off CT. Could look for the retreat here. I don't hate it. I think the saving is definitely something, but getting that first pick back makes it interesting once more without XP. Also to a really awkward position. Nerubian switches over to M4, looking for the fight, looking for the angle, and without XP just about gets himself tucked into CT in time. The headshot is nice, but is there time on the bomb? Going to be so close, but he has it. With about 2 seconds to spare, Nerubian again, a 1v2, and I was asking for him to save. He says, no, I'm not saving. I'm winning the round instead, and it's an 8 instead of just a save. That's insane.
It's been heartbreaking so far for Daedalus. Time and time again, they get advantageous positions, they get the bomb down, it looks to be going their way. But just the slightest of mistakes, and Nerubian is on it like a hawk. A missed peek from Mouchpin, enough to cost it. Ooh, and Nerubian, again he loses in the initial duel, but this time he's lucky to get away with his life. Veeam-Tality again playing from behind.
Previous time he took that duel, he didn't actually live, but this time he's able to hang around, and he can even go for some more pop shots through that smoke, or he can drop back and play the window, waiting for the T's to push into him. Going to play even deeper, in fact, going all the way through to CT. Nice delay. Actually, not going to delay because Hound isn't blind. He pushes all the way through. The nade is nicely chunking him down without HP. Also, half HP. But there's Hound spamming on the shots, and Shirty does fall. Now, the B players have rotated around. They're looking at this mid play, but they don't quite have the angle to look at short because of the big old building in the way, and that leaves Dava alone in a really awkward situation. Null Ref pushing up close. Dava actually not in such an awkward position. The T's take too long. He gets himself tucked in on ramp after getting that first kill back, and now he can look for even more. Hound, though, finally taking him out of the round, down to the 2v2 situation. Time left to get this plant down. Plenty of time, in fact, to do exactly that, as the Molotov's going to come through onto short, forcing these players further away. Bomb planted about default as a second Molotov. Going to delay this push for even longer. The long play is dealt with. Nerubian got destroyed, and that flash is perfect, but somehow the perfect flash isn't enough. Null Ref has his crosshair waiting for the player on Goose, but he doesn't have the rating for without XP. Waiting on the site with open arms to receive a freebie. And finally, Daedalus get another round in a close situation. It feels like Veeam-Tality have been taking all of them away. Second round finally achieved.
Without XP, with cool head, he's able to stop Veeam-Tality from getting away with their black wizardry. And so now a good round. That would reset the loss bonus. Not by much. And it gives it a bit of a reprieve. A lot of money.
It's not 2014 anymore. You can not as bad as it used to be. I tell you what, that was brutal. If you ever played it back then, winning, losing like 5 rounds in a row, getting maximum loss bonus, winning 1, and then losing the round afterwards, 1400 loss bonus for 34 is such a harsh reset. I'm glad they did change that, and it's been kept all the way through to this point in CS2, as it should be. I think it's I don't know if it goes down by 1 or down by 2. I'd have to check on that one, but still gonna be around the 2,000 mark. As Shirty is running at top mid, gets the dink, gets the kill, and I am shocked that didn't even cause the turnaround there. As another kill goes through the smoke for Nerubian, and we're talking about economy. I mean, Veeam-Tality don't care about economy; they care about kills.
What just happened? Veeam-Tality's done that multiple. They've done that once already before. The Shirty pushed down. Once they heard that there was nothing, they got a bit like aggressive. You would think Data Lost would have accounted for it. Maybe have someone look towards there, but no. Shirty's just able to run straight through, and now Data Lost not in a good position. Bleeding, hurting. 30 seconds left on the clock. It just has to be A. They're walking right into Nerubian. This does not look pretty. Avert your eyes if you're a fan of Data Lost. I don't think they're getting out of this one, Rue.
20 seconds ticking away, looking for the save into the final round of the half. It makes sense, but it also makes sense for Veeam-Tality to go hunting here. The flash comes through. Nefro completely blinded up. Just not sure which way to look. Gets the first before time expires. Gets the second after time expires. And that kill is brutal. Malpson should be able to save the ult, as he isn't going to get hunted any further. But that double kill right at the end from Shirty is huge. The kill after time puts Nefro onto exactly $0.
I think Malspin's going to go for this peek up towards mid.
He has to.
It's the only play that Data Lost have. Yeah, they just have to try and go for something here. Not been looking good. It really should.
Man.
The scoreline doesn't reflect how close this game has sometimes
Please someone
been.
drop an Deagle or something. Okay, thank God. $0. I was feeling bad for him.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Matchpin. What have you got?
Ooh! Wins the fight against Nerubian. You wanted it. He got it. Getting into the suicide play, but getting out with a kill. Big start to the round for Data Loss, and they look to scale off that pretty quickly over here towards mid. The CT smoke is a little bit deep. Massive gap that Shirty could have played around, but he doesn't quite realize. Instead, playing back, and that's going to allow them all the way through. And that's now another one caught with their nades out as he walks into the smoke. Null ref, that was a little bit sketchy. Gets himself out for a second, but walks into the Deagle instead of Nefro, who picks up a kill and finally has some money to his name. But it won't matter at all in this one. The money doesn't count anymore because it is the end of the half, of course. As Data Loss look to wrap up at least a third and get themselves into the most dangerous scoreline in modern Counter-Strike at the half, being 9-3. Very possible to still come back from this type of position. The other team does it to you. It means that you can do it back. I had a game recently I casted where it went 12-0, 12-0. Everything is possible at the end of the half, and it's going to be 3 rounds going to Data Loss as they move on to their CT side.
Good recovery, especially off the back of weaker weaponry. A lot of these rounds have turned on Matchpin, I would say. If he's able to get that kill over towards Suicide, it has given them quite a benefit. Matchpin probably the better opper so far, but that doesn't reflect really on the scoreboard. Nerubian 15-5 so far, a heater of a half. Can he keep it up as they switch sides? Now on the T side, it's just a straight push up long. Players over towards B going to be tested.
And that is a humongous test. They're already falling by the wayside to go to Zomma before he is finally dealt with, but without XP pushing through the smokes. Gets close to the guy planting, and he's already effectively there for the defuse. Doesn't tap it instantly, so can't go for something like a ninja play. Instead, he's just waiting around. And Dava, actually, they heard the, oh no! They heard the tap from without XP. Dava goes knife hunting and stabs his teammate instead without XP with the 5,000 IQ outplay.
I'm just going to let that one sit for a while.
So you should. That was a team kill with a knife. If that isn't causing raucous laughter in that voice channel, I don't know what will. If you were the team that was down 9-3 at the end of the half and you did that, silence. The team that's up 9-3, you could find that funny. I hope for their sake they find that funny.
Never ceases to amaze me.
That's the
that
best esport out here, my guy.
was, yeah. that was incredible. Good round though for Dallas.
Yeah.
Now starting to
we
make
got to
their own
recover.
campaign.
Right, I remember. Yes, the game that the game that was happening. It's such a massive change in momentum, change in speed as well, as Darva's going to run it up the catwalk. 4 players for Nefro to try and deal with. Gets 1, but 1 and no more. Hound pushing from CT finds another, as the headshots are presenting themselves and he keeps finding bodies still. They drop to the ground, and that's a big kill going back their way. The bomb has been planted, but the third goes to Hound, and now it's just Nerubian on a scout 1v3, hiding towards the back of sight. You can almost call this Goose, tucking himself in on the corner as he gets Molotov'd out, and just, I mean, this is no chance, right? 0% way he can win this round. There we go, Hound with a 4th. Definitely going to confirm that one. Without actually going to stick the defuse. And Veeam-Tality, their force gets punished. Now they should be going off the eco. Should be looking at a 6-9 score, and I'm sure you like that one, Anu.
Okay, random call out, but sure, we'll run with it. Dallas definitely feeling good about. I mean, props to Dallas, props to Hound in particular for being able to keep on being so sharp despite these few rounds. I think it's kind of indicative that over towards that T side on their campaign, they were still able to get kills, still able to make things close. And so they haven't really gone cold, haven't really just frozen up when things get hot and spicy.
Mid. Nice flash did get rid of Hound for a second, but there has been an insane amount of damage dealt. Was that all from nades? How are they all this low? That is what a wait to start off this round if it was so from data loss. Their utility coming through and forcing the retreat from Veeam-Tality. I'm getting hiccups and I'm very sorry. And they're being picked up by the microphone. Nefro on the close angle. The smoke was pulled for a second.
Oh.
But it was only just a second. Submachine gun does get punished. The revolver out of the round. But the pistols already have found one. If they can find a second, we're calling this a successful round. If they can get the bomb, that's almost as good as the round win in terms of the overall game state. And there is that second. Dava makes it a third, and hold on.
Oh!
Maybe it's just going to be a round win because Dava's decided that this M4 is the gun he's been looking for the whole game. Already up to 15, started the round on 12. What a round so far from him on literally just this gun. And Zonman, a little bit low on that nade. Nice kill back eventually there. Going to come through from without XP. As Shirty falls as well to the long range MP9. It's all on Dava. He has to get the final kill. Gets the dink by 10 more HP. 1 more bullet. And he gets all 5. Dava, from out of obscurity, pushed himself right into the limelight and picks up an insane round with basically a 1v5. No one else did anything. They did 52 damage between all of them.
Fair play. That was brilliant from Dover. I mean, it looked to be such a strong position for Daedalus. They had managed to take all of everywhere except for B long. There was only one place that players could be, but Dover just hit better shots. And that's an X factor. That's just a star player. It's your Zywoo's. It's
you can stop
shot
there.
as well.
It's
Giraffe.
Veeam-Tality. You can stop at Zywoo. It's fine.
Yeah, it's basically that. And I mean, Dover, he's putting up
Nice flash.
performance like it.
Completely pushed off. Hound couldn't see a damn thing on that orb in CT. Forced right the way back to the A site himself. Mid-control established Veeam-Tality here as they look to push up the catwalk once more. The smoke going to keep them there for the time being, but it won't keep them there forever. As that XP also getting antsy. He wants to push through when that smoke dissipates. He wants to get himself tucked in that corner at the very least. Looking for the kills, looking for the trade. Nerubian down to 5! With that XP down to 18, but they both survive for the time being. And now Veeam-Tality put into a really awkward position. 3 members of full HP still. 1 barely hanging on to existence. And the rotation is now going to be called. This is actually a massive stroke. Veeam-Tality, they found the weakness. It's literally just Zonman over here on the site. He hears them coming. He should be calling for the retake any second now. But he is tucked in on the corner. He's cleared out by Dava, and he keeps it going. 6 now in a row in the previous 2 rounds. Without HP, forced away from the doors as well. Veeam-Tality, they seem to have pulled this one out absolutely nowhere. And the mid doors are not a safe place to be. Submachine gun, close range, AWP'd down. Vitality have 3 alive on the site, and the site is so difficult to retake, especially in a numbers disadvantage. The flash is nice to let them get closer. The car player, though, not quite there. He's more so on the pillar, pokes his head up, and takes Hound's head off. As that's going to be 11 now secured for Vitality.
If Nerubian was the star of Vitality's CT side, I feel like Davr's definitely been the star so far on the T side. He's
With
had
an M4.
amazing mechanics. Yeah, and like such a cerebral player. That's the only place that I think Zonman would be willing to play as the solo Alamau over on the site. And I mean, to clear that, just so brave. Just clear that exposure back towards double doors because you know that they won't be there in time because you've been able to squeeze out all that moment.
Okay, Shirty. Good clear. It's a deep clear, it's much deeper than you would ever think, but a nice clear all the same. As Without XP has walked up long and is tapping away with the USP. Nefro going to help him out with that 5-7 at close enough range from the catwalk as he dunked down to half HP himself. Without XP gets himself just around the corner in suicide. Another one up top mid, Mousepin rather, with that deep, firing away. As it's going to be the retreat from at least one. He gets himself out of dodge. Without XP still up close, and Nefro gets a second. Submachine gun pushing at the wrong time. Without XP is going to fall. Zomman in the window is a little bit of a wishful thinking. That USP unlikely to do all too much, especially with Molotov now coming out of space. Going to burn down, going to also burn down Null Ref as Nerubian hits the headshot with the AWP. That's what we like to call overkill. Smoke towards the doors. Going to be doubled up here by this T side, making sure it's definitely smoked off. For the time being, Nefro pushes through the tunnels. He has the only AK. Moupsin only on that Deeg. I mean, they want to go for this. You can see that they want to go, but they don't have that kit anymore. Without XP had it early, and Nerubian finds another scout. Moupsin taken away. Nefro on the AK also deleted. Nerubian, you praising Dava, deservedly so, but Nerubian's there once more. And he puts it up to 12 for his team. Now they have 7 match points to play with.
7 chances here. Darlos. They've always looked to be able to bounce back, but I feel like these last few rounds so deflating for the team. Davrg with a 1v5. Them getting that early advantage with a ballsy play up long, and it just doesn't work out for them. And now they need to fend towards this B long side with this weaker weaponry. It looks to go from bad to worse. Data Lost need a hero right now.
4 at the pit. Molotov's the card. The flash forward actually blinds Without XP as well as the T side. Smoke on the cross. They look to execute towards this A side. Double smoke on the cross as they look to execute even more. Triple smoke. Oh, no, it's a flash. Okay, sorry. I'll calm down. Nade over the top. Going to get the dunk. Not quite the kill, as Nefro instead falls to the bullets in the back from Null Ref. Nade towards Elevator is nice, as Without XP still tucked himself in, and he still hangs on for now. Another smoke for him to play around as the push potentially coming through from short absolutely is. Molotov caught in hand there of Null Ref, as Dava, though, is going to trade that one back Without XP. Another one in his favor. Nerubian, though, the key player in this round, is still in the pit, holding the AWP. The bomb is planted for him. He can see it as soon as they go defusing. Dava, he doesn't care about anyone going for defuses. He cares about finishing this map in style. And he finishes it on his terms with another triple kill. Gets the one up there over Nerubian with 1 extra kill. And also, by the way, an extra 19 ADR as we send it to the highlights.
And the highlights really, as expected, lots of them coming from Vitality. They played a blinder of a CT side, just always pulling rabbits out of the hat. Data Lost, really, you have to wonder if they were able to just close out a few more of those rounds, would they have the momentum to bring us through? But regardless, what's set in stone is done. Vitality will go 1-0 up in the group and set themselves a very persuasive argument to meet us tomorrow come Sunday.
Yeah. A great way to start. So that probably will be the last we get to see of Dust 2 today, what with the team names that we have coming in the next games for us all. As I mean, these pushes from Vitality are just so demoralizing to be on the other side of, right? Getting pushed all the way into your spawn, all the way through the tunnels at the end of a round. You got some nice picks, but I mean, that final round of the T side half, a data loss, they literally had a guy who had $0 going into the round. He did get dropped to Deagle, and they ended up winning it as well. That was just one of the three. And as they tried to come back on that CT half, they never got the momentum going quite as much as they needed to. Veeam getting that pistol win in... no, not even getting pistol win. Stabbing the teammate in the back in a pistol loss. I'd almost forgotten that's on me. But crushing straight back afterwards. Veeam able to pick this one up 13-5. As I mean, there's just too many people, right? Too many people to shoot at in a position like that. It's so difficult. It ends up being a very convincing win for Veeam as they look to move forwards, as you were saying, to tomorrow. We can also bring you the score from the other game. No Dust 2. Living up to exactly that. I believe they even banned it first, though I will, of course, check before I talk too much. Okay, well, they didn't ban it first, but they did play Ancient. No, they did ban it first. They banned it instantly. They banned it so far in advance that I didn't even see it. It was right at the top. They banned Dust 2 instantly, as makes sense. They played Ancient, as I said, and No Dust 2 win 13-5 against Veeam-Sport. It's now going to be Veeam-Sport versus Data Loss on the A stream. Over here, we have No Dust 2 up against Veeam-Tality. So we get to see the two teams that just got a W now headed into a match against each other.
Yep, absolutely. I think that's going to be so interesting that Veeam-Tality against No Dust 2. Moving away from Dust 2, does Veeam-Tality have something else prepped outside of this? Because Dust 2 is the map that everyone's going to go for. But I mean, if you're playing against No Dust 2, surely at that point you suspect that something is afoot. I want to talk a bit more about the shoe on the other foot, though. What does this all mean for Data Loss? Data Loss losing 13-5 looks pretty bad on paper, but like you said, Rule, CT side, it could have been a lot closer. Came down to a few things, a few micro adjustments. If they had won a little bit more rounds, they got a bit more momentum, the economy a bit better, perhaps it could be closer. And so, me personally, I'm not writing out Data Loss yet, and I'm very curious to see how they will do flipped over onto StreamA playing against Veeam-Sport.
Yeah, playing in another 0-1 game as we get almost a repeat of what we got to see in Group A, right? We get the first games come through, then we get 0-1s playing against each other, the 1-0s playing against each other, and then hopefully that will lead to another decider game where the odds, where the not the odds, the stakes are very easy to see. I knew it was a similar word, and different betting word, but the stakes hopefully are pretty clear for the final game. If it comes down to something like map differential, then we are going to be having a whole other situation. At which point it gets a lot more convoluted. But until then, I believe we are getting a potential interview, but I'm honestly not sure at this point, as we are getting the veto coming through for our second series already. And I can reveal that we are on Inferno for map 2 of this B group.
Interesting things to consider. And particularly because Inferno is just a map that we don't see often. I mean, Veeam-Tality, they looked very dominant on that kind of aggressive, pushing forward, really relying on star player quality. That's something that you see a lot more with really good Inferno teams as well. Particularly when it comes to CT side, where you just go in, your star player gets 2, and the round basically is won by there. It just has to be a retake, assuming you play calculated CS, so to speak. Perhaps here, more people are more focused on or are more willing to take a gander at trying for a retake. We'll have to see. We haven't had Inferno we played in the map pool yet. But it would seem to me that it kind of fits the speed of how Veeam-Tality has gone so far.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to say as well, like on the theme of retakes, especially, like Dust 2 is typically a map that really struggles to get retaken, especially that B site. With how willing these teams are to just go for the retakes and make it happen, and how successful they're also being, I wouldn't be shocked if that exact same thing is going to be happening on Inferno. So we'll be seeing if that will be happening. Can you take over for a second, Nami?
Yeah. And I think going further on No Dust 2, I'm very curious to see what they've prepped. Dust 2, No Dust 2, obviously they've decided to ban Dust 2. I think that's a kind of strategy that's very powerful, particularly in these pretty puggy tournaments where everyone's coming in just trying to play their favorite map. You've got your people playing Dust 2, obviously. You've got your Mirage enjoyers. You've got your every now and then Ancient or Anubis pocket picks. But if you're someone like No Dust 2 who specifically avoids the most popular maps and instead defaults to some of the more niche picks, I feel like that kind of wild card element would definitely favor a team here, and perhaps it might be enough for them to keep team Veeam-tality off kilter.
We very well could. We're going to send it to a short little break. It's going to be not very long until we get into the next game in Group B. We'll be back in hopefully about a minute or so. Here are the teams, at least on the screen for you all. We have Zav, Kenda, Vazar, Danger, and Christy coming in for No Dust 2. I love that logo as well. Literally just a ban of Dust 2. Amazing. And the players we just saw from Veeam-tality, especially thinking towards Dava and the Rubian as that firepower coming in from both the rifle and the AWP. Hopefully, we will be back with this one very shortly. I personally would really enjoy about a 1 minute break right now, where I could deal with a potential issue that I don't think I can deal with during the next game. But we'll see. If we need to push through, we can always push through. As I also really like Kenda's profile pic, getting rid of the Oscar, changing his surname to fit his own, putting his name on that mouse. Oh, that's a Sinners shirt. My bad.
That's a
He's
Sinners
taken
jersey.
he's taken Oscar from
What
out of his mouse days, going onto the Sinners jersey. Okay.
what a cultured individual. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, should be a 1 minute break. We'll be right back with you on the flip side. Catch you in a bit.
Or maybe not.
Oh, maybe not. Source telling me that in fact our game is ready immediately, and so we're going to be jumping straight into it. Just a refresher, ladies and gentlemen, these are the two teams who have gone 1-0 in their match, each taking their map in a 13-5 fashion. Veeam-tality, team on your left. No Dust 2, team to be challenging, the team coming in from the A stream, having beaten Veeam-Spirit. We're going to be playing on Inferno. It's a new match, something that we have not seen so far in this tournament. And I'm very curious to see how this goes. Veeam-tality, a team we saw, they've made their case very clear. No Dust 2, haven't seen much of them yet. They've literally just finished their map at the same time.
But they were strong. 13-5 against Veeam-Spirit.
Absolutely.
A very solid result. Of course, we don't really know how Veeam-Spirit are either, right? We're waiting for them as a data point. They're going to be playing on the A stream, as you'd expect, up against Data Loss. They are on Dust 2. Because as soon as Dust 2 is possible, these teams will love to play Dust 2. They might eventually get sick of it, but I think we're going to get a lot more variance tomorrow when we're playing in our best of threes. For now, No Dust 2 just happy to use that permaban to keep the map pool interesting for all of our competitors and also throw that wrench in the works, as you were saying, right? It's much less now focusing on that kind of A map. Instead, you have to know some utility, right? There's not a lot you have to know, but you, as a T side, you have to be able to Molotov in towards balcony, and you have to be able to smoke off towards Moto and long, right? They're not difficult smoke, especially long. Just stand in mid, throw it roughly there, you'll be fine. Moto, you need to learn lineup for. Throwing that Molotov through the window from second mid should happen 9 times out of 10. And then once you get properly into it, 10 times out of 10. Absolutely fine. CT side, so much more utility you can use, right? There's flashes all over the place. There's Molotovs in Banana especially. Expect that land to be on fire at the start of every single round once the proper utility has been deployed. These guys should know exactly what to do. I hope we'll see some very fun game play on this map. But as I'm saying, it's a very different map from Dust 2, right? That's why I think No Dust 2 have been happy to take the draft here. take it away from a map that's a lot more aim focused, take it away from the default that everyone likes to go to, which is Mirage. Instead, now playing on Inferno, kind of the third of those default maps, if we're being honest, but it's one that you need a lot more knowledge of instead of just turning up and hoping that you can hit the shots and win.
On top of knowledge, though, definitely firepower gonna help a lot. And I mean, that's something that I think kind of plays a bit more to Beamtality's perspective. For Beamtality, earlier on that game, they won 13-5, did not come from one player carrying, did not come from a Sisyphean kind of effort from one party. Rather, it came as a more spread out joint attack. You had so many players, each coming up in clutch moments. You had Daver with that basically 1v5 that won them an eco that they had no business winning. You had Shirty, who was always good for his one, rock solid. And let's not forget Nerubian just going haywire in the first few rounds. I always think of Inferno as effectively like two halves of a map. There's kind of been split between. You've got the B side and you've got the A side, and you've just got to be able to hold on to it. It really comes down to your anchor players and whether or not you're able to not outcall entirely due to how solved the map is, I would say, but more so whether or not you're able to place enough players in good enough locations and whether or not they're able to hit their shots. And I think that's something that you see a lot with Veeam Vitality, how spread apart their talent is. It's definitely going to play into their favor. No Dust 2, bit of a mystery for me, I must admit. Haven't seen the guys play. Those people over at the A stream, you might be able to have an inkling as to how this is going. But right now, I'm just excited to see whether or not No Dust 2 has what it takes to match the firepower that we see of Veeamtality.
Yeah, I think I got to see a very interesting version of Inferno recently where it was basically it solidified something I've been wondering for a while, but it's kind of like the idea that you need 3 players to defend one of these 2 sites in the 5v5, right? You need 3 players on A if you're going to defend a 5-man hit. You need 3 players on B if you're going to defend a 5-man hit. The issue is you don't have 6 players on your team. So it's how you use that rotator position, how you use that final guy. Where are they going to be at the right time? Are they going to be on the right site? Do you have enough information to commit them to the right place? Or are they going to be just a second too late on that rotate? Not going to be there in time and suddenly smoked out or just straight out of the round playing the retake themselves. It's so important when you're playing that CT to get that third player in position. You can try and play B as a 2, but if you're trying to take banana, then that's a no-go. And if you're not trying to take banana, then the T's are just going to run you over with too much map control.
Absolutely. I mean, that rotation's definitely going to have to play a big call. And a big part of that, I think, is obviously the utility that we see. A lot of the times when we get to these lower tournaments, we've seen a lot of teams much more favor the gun than the utility, so to speak. You see teams, they decide to force buy, they'd rather have 5 AKs on the board than maybe a much more weaker buy, but with all the utility, all the shebang. Doesn't quite work in theory come Inferno. Sure, you might hit a nice shot here and there, but Inferno is a map so reliant on utility with such set timings and a meta that's effectively been figured out since the Astralis days, I'd go so far as to say, that I think teams are going to be favoring this a lot more. Teams are going to be much more interested in buying more utility, and whoever throws the utility at the best time, whoever's able to come up with the things most on the fly when things go a bit haywire, when things go off the beaten path, that's the team that I think is going to have that information to do the rotations that you said, Rue. Who's going to be able to get their players in towards the right areas, hit the weak site, and be able to come off as be able to come off much better than their opponents. And so a bit of game, bit of brain. All in all, it's just the same. All in all, it's the same principles, but elevated to 11. Either ways, I'm just glad we're not on Dust 2.
Well, we won't be for the rest of the day, I'm going to say, based off of the team name that we have in our third and final match as well. We have No Dust 2 playing once more against Data. So that'll be an absolute banger, I'm sure. But yeah, as you're saying, everything on Inferno is turned up the extra notch, right? If you had any weak utility coming through from Dust 2, that there is a way to punish it. Whether it will be or not is up to the players. But there is a way to punish every bit of utility. And it's really fascinating. If you ever find like a video trying to scan through all the ways that utility is used, especially on the B site throughout the years, it's absolutely fascinating how T's have decided to take that site, because it's so impenetrable, it feels like, for so long. But now, with the CS2 smokes, you get that smoke that lands on top of the boost, it's dropped into CT. Instead of having to commit 2 to that position, you just get the 1. It gives you a little bit more freedom. I remember the original Glaive smoke as well, where you drop it like in front of the fountain. That was a fun one for a while. Your coffins, you can have a default, but lots of different things that we can consider. Lots of fluff that we can add as we get into a round with very little fluff and a lot of stabbing instead. Knife round underway. Rubian playing aggressive, looking for that first stab, gets it right click off and gets out as well. So he's not going to take any damage. That is going to set up a massive advantage for No Dust 2, for Veeam-Tality rather. Those are flipped at the top, but I'm not sure they need to be flipped back because with Veeam-Tality picking up the pistol, the knife round rather, they should be taking the CT side. One would assume, especially Inferno, a lot more CT side, at least in the thoughts of the players, than some of our other maps that you can kind of debate. And there it is, as we have a look at someone's laundry. Head into the pistol, Veeam-Tality, going to be on that CT side, No Dust 2 on the T's. Let's get into things.
Big match here. Winning this, I'm pretty sure, effectively guarantees that you're going to be going into tomorrow.
It should do.
Losing here risks losing here, and you might find yourself in a hairy tiebreaker. And so for both teams, everything to play for. Both teams hot off a 13-5, looking to strike and secure their position in for tomorrow. Oh, nice shot.
Rubian again. So strong on everything he plays with. The smoke towards long, as we were saying before, is a smoke that you have to know as a T-side player. They get that one out, and they also get the opening pick towards short. Now Rubian completely cut off from his teammates. Dava up here in the apartment. He's forced to perform some heroics, but he cannot quite pull it off. And now it's Nerubian forced to swing and forced into an early grave. No Dust 2 should be able to pick up this pistol from here. 2 more to find as they go hunting onto submachine gun, holding onto that P2K, unable to quite get anything done just yet. And there comes Kenda W, taking out the final kill of the pistol. Veeam-Tality, they take the L.
Really nice there from Kenda W to just play around that pillar. Looks easy when the pros do it. When you play in the game, knowing what your model is, knowing how it plays around that pillar, it's a skill that I think is crafted over a long time, and so
you always feel wider than
already showing. Yeah, and so already it shows. No Dust 2 definitely going to be a threat here as Kenda W. What
rush up mid? The actual up mid rush kind of effective. Finally traded out as the AKs actually end up tapping through. The only one to go down was that Nova holder. Kenda looking to go farming. I think he ends up with a technically negative play, as he would have spent 1,200 on the Nova, 900 for the kill credit, but able to pick up the AK at any rate. And No Dust 2 move into the third with full guns now coming through from Veeam-Tality. 2 MAC-10s on the side of No Dust 2. Going to have limited impact in a round like this with a head armor on 4 different Veeam-Tality players, but still can be useful. If you can close the gap, you can get into its effective range, and you can really start laying down the hurt.
Yuto being used to just stall out the push. Not quite on the correct timings that you would see in the pro scene, but I'd say even this timing favors Veeam-Tality a bit more. They're able to delay their Yuto by a little bit before it's deciding to invest it in. And No Dust 2, they just have to wait it out, scope out other areas of the map, as the smoke is a problem, and now they start to push in towards the site. There's players here, though.
2 smokes towards CT, a little bit of an overcommit there, but they find first blood on the site. Shirty goes 1 for 1, effective submachine gun being the L taker. Gets himself out with that second kill towards coffins, and this is absolutely huge. Gets himself safe, gets himself around the corner, puts it into an advantageous position for this retake. Again, though, the retakes on this site are oh so difficult. So many angles we're playing around, and you also have to be careful of Banana. No Dust 2, they don't have anyone there this time, but it's still going to be cleared by Veeam-Tality. And Dead gets 2 already. Zav gets 1 tap onto coffins, and the play is almost instantly shut down. Just with saying how difficult it is, we're proven correct because Dead picks up 2 from Dark, gets the dink on the final member, and Face-Off from the pool is able to pick up the round.
And I think that in itself is indicative of the difficulty that comes with the retake. Shirty being able to stay alive there is already an anomaly. Being able to keep control of Church as well gives Vitality such an advantage over traditional sort of retakes, and still, No Dust 2 come out pretty convincingly on top. Vitality, for the first time, at a loss right now.
And, I mean, now even a bigger loss because they've lost Nerubian and Dava at the start of round number 4. Nullref is close in the angle. We'll get at least 1 back in the trade, but he switched over to the AK a little bit too late. If he did it instantly, then we could be talking about that being the right play. Unfortunately, didn't get rid of that MP9 in time. Took the AK just a second too late and got caught switching guns. So Machine Gun's going to get one on the other side of the map and look to try and save that MP7. Dead could let that happen. Could also go chasing. I think No Dust 2 happier instead to keep that economy building. They haven't had a great time building it so far. Kenda proving that exact fact by being down about $950 as of now. Submachine Gun actually wants to go hunting. No kit, as the bomb is about half ticked. This is a risky play in terms of economy here. As Vasa, if he doesn't even take damage, he can still hide in the pit. Okay.
Yeah, just has to go away there. Defuse, some exit kills, but wishful thinking, all of it. He'll hide back in a safe position on the less favored side, shall we say. Has somehow managed to come forth with a 4-0 lead, a blitzing start for them.
Yeah,
As Vitality are now in a bit of a pickle.
We're into the next round.
Vitality.
I think so. It may have had to be changed.
Oh, hello.
All good.
Sorry for a jump scare, guys.
Number 5. As No Dust 2 pick onto Shirty. A great start for them. Submachine on the close half will not going to quite get what he wanted as Kenda going to pick him up as well. 2 opening picks towards his B site. That is going to be the B site falling. Start of the round, you really need to commit that third player over. If you want to even look at playing at the half wall, playing at the barrels, you need that third person close enough to help you fight. Even if they're just on the site throwing util, throwing flashes, that's what you need. Having 3 players towards A, I understand it, but that means you can't play aggressive on B. You have to throw the Molotov at the half wall and just back off, because that nade is chunky onto Nerubian. Dava from CT does get 1, does get 2, and suddenly we're getting nervous once more. Vesa goes... Everything has collapsed. There's a big loading wheel of death occurring, and I don't think that's a good sign. So I'm going to stream may or may not have crashed, and that we are in a precarious position to say nothing else.
I wonder if the players are still playing. When we come back, we might see a completely different scoreline, Rue.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been in this type of position before. This is a different one to try and work out what we can do to help us here. The stream is stuck on a loading wheel. Thank you. I believe that is someone typing to Discord. That is our friend from earlier playing in the A group. But unfortunately, we're just here waiting on a loading wheel to hopefully get going, as they have thrown it to a break, I think, on the stream, or maybe it just crashed. I don't know.
Yeah, now you got me out in the deep. Feeling I'll be wrapped around your neck. When you burn me out like a cigarette. Yeah, drifting in the city, no sleep. Next, maybe we should get lost in a sweet escape.
You tease me and you touch me, I'm going crazy about it. Keep saying that it's nothing, so tell me what to do. I'm losing all my cool, feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Got me breaking all my rules. It's only me and you, feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us.
Yeah, tell me lies like you mind crazy out of time flies. We begin to sky high. So what?
And you touch me, I'm going crazy about it. Keep saying that it's nothing, so tell me what to do. I'm losing all my cool, feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Got me breaking all my rules. It's only me and you, feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Yeah.
I'm not broken. Already cried my tears enough for an ocean. I've been in the cold rain on my parade. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game. Oh, 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 oh. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game. Oh, 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 oh. It's like clockwork, how it always ends. Bite my tongue, 'cause I have to pretend. Buried all my feelings, find them in a coffin. But there's no space for healing or letting you in. Round and round is all we ever go. We can't call this love, but it's all we've ever known. Back and forth is all we have control. We can't call this love, but it's all we've ever known.
Music is my therapy, dancing is my medicine. Lifting every part of me, I'm free from what I'm living in. Music is my therapy, dancing is my medicine. Lifting every part of me. So don't tell me you want me, just because you're lonely, just because you saw me at the party with my homies. We can take it slowly, we can take it slow. So don't tell me you want me, just because you're lonely, just because you saw me at the party with my homies. We can take it slowly, we can take it slow. Because music is my therapy, therapy, therapy.
can take it slow. Don't tell me one thing just because you love me, just because you saw me at the party with my homies. We can take it slowly, we can take it slow because.
I took a dive. I didn't know I'd fall so deep into your eyes. I've never been somewhere so sweet. I'm hypnotized. Yeah, you put my mind at ease. Yeah, you divine. I'm thankful that you're mine. Looking at me like people are looking at their phones. I've spent 7 years looking for love that I can hold. Now I know your love is all I need. Now I know. Yeah, your love is all I need. Running around with you always by my side, off of the ground. Cause the feeling's so damn high. I'm hypnotized. Yeah, you put my mind at ease. God, you're divine. I'm thankful that you're mine. Passport, hotel, jet plane. My life won't ever be the same. Got you all up in my brain. Love the way you changed me for the better. Got me through bad weather. I want you all the time. So love the way you looking at me like people are looking at their phones. I've spent 7 years looking for love that I can hold. Now I know your love is all I need. Now I know. Yeah, your love is all I need.
To laughter and long nights we left behind. We were young, wild under open skies, chasing horizons with open eyes. Yeah, I walk along where we once ran, through streets that still hold the shape of our plans. The skyline feels like a friend I knew, holding the echoes of me and you. The skyline's glowing, takes me back in time. To laughter and long nights we left behind. We were young, wild under open skies, chasing horizons with open eyes. Are you ready? Along where we once ran, through streets that still hold the shape of our plans. The skyline feels like a friend I knew, holding the echoes of me and you. Where we once ran, through streets that still hold the shape of our plans. The skyline feels like a friend I knew, holding the echoes of me and you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are sorry for the extensive delays that we had, but we had a little power outage where they're running a production. So we are going to get back into things shortly. I believe the players have paused the match and are waiting for us to join back in so that we can get going once more. Now, I'll be honest, it was quite a while ago. I've kind of forgot what score we were at. I think we were at 4-1, but it may have been 5.
I believe at 4-0. 4-0 or 5-0.
I'm sure it
It
was
was
a
left on a bit of a cliffhanger.
I thought it was a 1. We'll
No
find
clue.
out, I guess.
We'll go back in and we'll find
We'll
out.
find out.
But
'Cause
regardless,
I have to admit, I
no
kind of
dust-
forgot.
No Dust 2 was on a much stronger position. They were having a dominant lead as we headed in. And in fact, it's the team that we've been watching, the main character of the B stream so far, Veeam-Tality, that's actually found themselves in a bit of a back foot. Came off of a dominant first map, but now down their luck, and blink and you'll miss it, we're at 6-3. So Veeam-Tality
Okay.
managed to claw something back. No Dust 2 still firmly in the lead, and now it's curious to see where we head.
And this is an eco as well. So we just got the scoreboard up there so we can have a quick look. It went 5-0. You were correct. Congratulations. Then it went 5-1, 6-1, 6-3. As that previous round ran out of time. And I can't see... I guess that is just Vesar and Dead, 2 survivors, who have something to be brought into this round. As Nerubian tapping down mid gets first blood. Second, soon to follow with Shirty, turning up with that M4A4. And now this round already feels pretty over. The Galil that was saved in the previous has been felled. Vassar falling with that one. Dead in Mexico is probably dead in Mexico if he doesn't get out of there. Molotov spreading to him. Submachine gun going to take a bit of damage on Banana. He's the only player over there. Needs to be a little bit more careful than maybe he was. But No Dust 2 should not, and I say should not instead of will not, have way back into this round.
And just looks to be a matter of formalities now.
Oh, they double smoke
trying
CT
to-
and they still swing before it. That's a little bit awkward.
Trying to
Dead.
muscle their way in towards this B site. Just dead alive. Perhaps living on borrowed time, marked for death himself.
Speaking of time, though, he got a timing. Pushing through the CT smoke, only able to get one, as Null Ref is there to trade it back as we move into round number 11. A little bit awkward potentially there, but No Dust 2 only able to get those 2 kills, and their economy is still in a really odd place. They have 3 players that were saving in the previous round because it was an eco, but they had 2 players who saved the round before, and therefore are only on Mac 10s. It means a head armor must be purchased, and it means that Veeam-Tality need to buy into this round, and hopefully not be looking over the edge of a cliff, as we are... I mean, this is a rush down B from No Dust 2, and Veeam-Tality have not purchased. What is happening here? Is this a round they don't think is live somehow?
I guess they thought that this round was cancelled.
Do they not think this round
I-
is
I
live,
guess-
and yet the bomb has been planted on the other side of the map? No Dust 2 seems to be under the impression this has been a round. And I can hear
that's
typing in
awkward.
chat, because it appears that communication may have been a little bit scuffed in both directions here. Veeam-Tality, they're at least going to save their AK, at least going to save their M4. But this is a really odd save. Playing in the pit. No Dust 2 trying to work out what the hell has just happened. Maybe they just said, go B, plant the bomb, we can reset this as fast as possible. That could be the other thing they've done. Because it's much faster to plant the bomb and get that round out the way than it is to wait the full 1 minute 55. So Veeam-Tality, they say they're going to go to the A site. We're going to stay by ourselves while we do a little reset Aruni to something. I cannot explain what's happened otherwise. This is just odd. They're buying into the final round of the half. Maybe it's a situation where No
Right.
Dust 2 lost a round earlier because of some tech issues, and then they said, then Veeam-Tality said, we'll give it back. That's all I can come up with.
Your guess is as good as mine, Rue. Regardless,
Yeah.
I think this looks to be a more normal round. Utility being thrown, traded out towards his A side, right in
People
the
on both
choke point.
sides.
Yeah, but again, look at how much space No Dust
Oof.
2's taking.
Yeah, but
Over towards
space
Banana.
comes at heavy cost, right? Shirty punishing the player towards the boiler and dropping back towards the site. Gets himself into the pit, has another player up there in null ref in the apartments. Here's the tap, realizes that he may be in a little bit of danger if he's not so careful himself. But that is the bomb that's trying to cross right now. Vassar holding on to that. And the smoke from Apps just going to now enable that getaway plan for null reference. So, waiting. Null ref from short this time going to get that kill. Nerubian punished on mid, peeking into Christie. And it feels like No Dust 2 almost want to test out the rest of this map right now. They're getting punished on the A site. Too many members, too many angles to clear, and too many bullet holes in their teammates. And Zav wants to go pushing onto the A site instead. Goes for the taps and finally connect onto a head. And that's going to be potentially the call for No Dust 2 to rotate around, or at least Veeam-Tality to rotate around. Whether No Dust 2 follow is another matter entirely. 3 members into CT spawn, as Zav works his way all the way round to the church. Spotted and gets the second kill. Pushing even deeper. They're both now incredibly low. Dava at 42, Shirty less than half of that. And the retake is looking almost impossible.
Dav being able to go for more there, just risking it all. And he gets paid handsomely in dividends. Look at the amount of space. Look at the lack of health here for Veeam-Tality. They're just going to walk straight into him. And Zav, he'll be more than happy. Get his one. 1 on 2 now, Daver. He's done miracles, but this one, blow time as well.
Pool, but no further. Vassar takes his face and takes the round with it. 8-4 at the half on the T side of Inferno is one hell of a start here for No Dust 2. They seem to be firing on all cylinders. Veeam-Tality putting up a solid performance as individuals, but maybe something lacking as a bit of a cohesive unit, right? We've got a couple of fraggers really putting on quite the showcase, but no one... the fact that it's still 8-4 when you have that many different players popping off is in some ways a little bit scary. And also scary is the fact that the CT side has just bought 4 HE grenades. Now, typically, you would buy armor. You buy armor because then you can stand against the Glocks. The Glocks are one tap to the head about this range, as Dangia is going to fall down. You have one tap range from a lot further away, of course, but the bullets of the Glocks to the chest do nothing against armor and feel they tear you to shreds when you don't have it. The nade going to come through, and it's going to be put to good use, at least that one there, by Christie. Vassar's going to find another headshot. Dava left on the Glock in pit. There should be a USB for him to pick up there, as a CT did die right around his feet. Instead, he's going to go peeking, keeping with that beautiful red machine. But it's not going to do anything just yet, as he is getting collapsed on from all angles, and Vassar has the headshot to finish off the pistol. Veeam-Tality not winning the pistol. That was No Dust 2 winning the pistol. We need to change those around again.
Fast and dirty attempt from Team Veeam-Tality to try and sweep No Dust 2 off their feet. Doesn't work out in their favor. And so now the gap widens. No Dust 2 stranglehold so far on Inferno. And again, to remind the folks of the stakes back at home, the winner here guarantees themselves to be seeing a playoff spot come soon.
Vassar fighting with no util to speak of, standing there with the M4 like it's going to hold all of these pistols rather back. Completely run over, but Kenda turns it back around. The 2K through the smoke with the MP7 is going to be potentially round-deciding play. As Shirty wasn't making it that easy. Dava rather 1v2 taken away. M4 will be saved, but a costly round in that conversion there for No Dust 2.
Still, though, they'll gladly take it. It might be a bit Pyrrhic, but at this point, they'll be willing to afford Pyrrhic if it means that they get another round on the board. Just 3 rounds remaining for them to secure a spot tomorrow. Veeam-Tality, they're not down and out yet. They've bought a lot. Lots of util being used, but SMG here, only 1 smoke to work with. It's what we mentioned early on. Utilities playing such an important role so far in Inferno. Veeam-Tality already starting off at a disadvantage.
Yeah. Safe once more. Veeam-Tality, they still have a decent chunk. Going to throw that early smoke towards the boiler, which is a bit of an odd one. Flash forward. I think I was meant to land on short, But they have to check both their corners now as Kenda pops out of the cubby and gets first blood. The nade is nice to chunk him down, but it doesn't quite land at his feet. Got caught on a stone that was unfortunately positioned and let him take about half the damage he would have normally. Zav caught looking in the wrong direction though, and it's going to trade that kill straight back. They push through that smoke that they may have intended to put in Boiler all along, and now they try to enter the site. The flash is high. Kenda has help from Danger as well from the balcony. Traded out with a nice dink as Dava also picks up another. And now we send it to a 3v2 situation. This time, though, favoring the T side. Make it a 3v1 situation. Incredibly favoring that T side because of Narobian with a beautiful headshot on that AK. And now it's Vasar spotted on the FAMAS, and Dava isn't going to give him that fight for free, even though he is the one with the full HP. Wants to wait for his teammates to be there. Wants to play around the site, play around that ticking away bomb as Vasar realizes it's Jame time. It's time to go running away, as Jame, I believe, has just won in real life. Well, in a different tournament, I guess. This is also real life, right?
No, we're in a simulation right now, actually.
Ah, my bad, my bad. I gave up the ghost.
Vitality, they're exerting one of their strengths.
This is real. This is real life. This is not a fantasy.
Yeah. Oh, and SMG. Are we sure this is real life? No, I'm playing.
He may or may not have blown up. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
There, play to one of their strengths. I feel like you see that they're playing much more as a cohesive unit, just waterfalling their way, foregoing the entire utility point that we mentioned earlier on, deciding to just push in hard, hitting on towards the A site, trust that they're going to be able to beat the rotates and just flood onto the site in time. It works out in their favor, and now No Dust 2, weaker by, but still looking to play that structured game that they've been playing all map long.
Time favoring Vitality for now, at the very least, as they actually choose not to bother. They just flash through the smoke and go running, and they get punished. Danger there to trade that first one. To not even trade the first one, just take that first one for free. Close on short still has to be very, very careful. Switches to the flash. Going to throw a weird little pop flash. And no ref makes his way into CT spawn. Basardo is ready with the punish. Shirt. Nice headshot from him. As Dava dink down in the apartment, and this push gets dismantled piece by piece. Vitality lacking the patience required of them in this round, and unfortunately they get punished. They push through a smoke they didn't need to. They lose first blood. They try to push aggressive elsewhere on the map to try and make up for it, and he gets punished once more. They need to be a little bit safer, a little bit more secure, and get a little more information, and then maybe you can go looking for those aggressive plays. Or you go aggressive from the onset. Choosing to wait for the smoke and then flash through ended up being about the worst case scenario. But Dava still in the round and still incredibly deadly. The bomb, though, I believe, is dropped long, and that bomb was dropped at his feet. So Chrissy's going to pick up the round, and No Dust 2 put it to 11.
I think you're starting to see Vitality get a bit desperate. You saw them run the same idea that they did last time. This time doesn't work out in their favor. They just get stalled out. They are able to get through the initial choke point, but not able to shoot, going left, going right, trying to play both sides, expecting themselves to win those fights. And it's good on Danya to be able to just stall out the area, play it slow, not peek in, not try to go for the trade, wait for his team to get in.
Vasar pushing up close.
It rewards
The
them.
Molotov's not employed to keep them back. Finally, they will be, as the second one also going to be used towards the barrels. Nice play there, as Kenda and Danya both either kill or fall on the other side of the map. That's a kill in mid, traded for a kill in boiler towards the A side. Those Molotovs I would like to see used there from No Dust 2 earlier in the round, right? You don't need to be pushing aggressive, especially M4 into the close range weapons. You're giving them the fight that they want. And then without the utility to play behind, you're just effectively giving up your life for it. That's a beautiful pop flash in a full blind Kenda on this A site. Tucked in on the deep corner. Going to spot one, but his position is now known about. And he's going to be completely run over by Null Ref. Bomb will be planted. The nade is nice, but it's not quite chunky enough. And even though there's a small gap in that decon smoke, not going to do just enough this time around. And the library players will go saving.
That's a new one for Vitality. No Dust 2 now, for the first time, find their match in the macro side of the game. Vitality able to completely fake out No Dust 2. They 4-man stacked onto B, perhaps reading into the fact that Veeam-Tality had been going for these rushes consistently. Veeam-Tality instead pull a fast one on them. Paradigm shift, flip the switch, and instead runs towards A. Gets them a good round, and so they'll go to 6. Still a long ways from tying up this game, still a long ways from this game being competitive, but it's something at the very least, and momentum a finicky friend here.
They keep building on it, right? One round at a time is how you claw back from a disadvantage like they are suffering right now. 6 more to bring us to overtime, 7 to clean us up in regulation. The comeback definitely potential, but not anywhere near as likely as it is. Dust 2 to be picking this one up early on Inferno. And again, the utility towards Banana, not their Veeam-Tality this time. They are not contesting, but No Dust 2, they invest 2 smokes early. It's actually going to be the passive smoke and the play through the apartments instead. The bomb holder leaving that smoke in mid as they just walk straight on through. They get that first blood in the apartments, and they decide now is the time to push. They're going aggressive, they're going into an XM, and that flash is just enough to throw him off his angle. Christie wasn't sure if he was already on the crosshairs, if his crosshair was already aiming in the right place, or if he didn't even have someone in his sight line. Danger trading one back. MP9 against AK at that range is a bit of a surprise, but the over the smoke play is nice from Dava. Basar gets another one as Danger is pushing through the apartments from behind here. Getting a little bit expensive right now for Veeam-Tality. They are at least going to get that third. Danger pushing forward. 12 HP left to him. They're running out of time, but there's still enough to make this play work. But Dava says no thank you. Picks himself up a triple. Shirty got a double. Between them getting all 5. And that's Veeam-Tality putting the 7th on the board and getting another round closer.
Veeam-Tality are reading this gap over towards Banana as well. It's something that I think No Dust 2 were able to very effectively abuse, to just be able to walk up from Banana for free, not have to go for that Molotov nade exchange, the very dangerous Isle of Death that you usually see at the highest level. It's not quite done so here. Rather use the HGs to pop smoke over those unexpected plays. Ooh.
Good Molotov from
Gotta
the
get a
T-side
hell of
towards
dodge
barrels,
there.
forcing Danger to commit here. He's heard, and yet still they are nades out instead of guns out. Should probably be coming all guns blazing into a fight like that one, but the HE still does damage as Danger tucks in at the wood barrel. He stays alive, and Basar peeks down mid, and even through all of those taps, because of the silencer on the USP, Narubian doesn't realize that he's getting tapped away at and ends up falling. Danger, 6 HP, tucks on the other side now, but the smoke is just there to say, please don't bother us as we cross over into mid. And look at where Shirty has got himself to. He gets the pick onto site. Zav setting up the crossfire with Kenda, who is on the close angle in library. Zav already taken away. Kenda trying to push out, going for the knife even, as he realizes it's desperation. Now Danger, 6 HP with an AK. I think that calls save.
Absolutely seems so. And Danger knows it. Veeam-Tality, they've done well so far to bring this comeback. It wasn't eco. Nothing to scoff at, but still now, blink and you'll miss it. It's gone to a 3-round game. Now, Veeam-Tality have shown pretty good macro play in these past few rounds. It hasn't all been rushes. They've got the firepower to back that up, sure, but they've outplayed, outsmarted No Dust 2. They started to read a little bit more into what No Dust 2 likes to do, how to throw in the utility. And so if Veeam-Tality can keep this up, win this next one, suddenly it's 9-11, maybe goes one more for an eco, 10-11, and No Dust 2, that lead that they had comfortably starting to be dwindled, they're going to start sweating. And Veeam-Tality might just have what it takes to make a comeback.
Definitely within their grasp. 4 more rounds to send us to overtime. 5 to take it right here in regulation. Don't necessarily have to win them all in a row if it does go to O2, but they would like to keep it going to keep that possibility of winning in regulation still very much alive. And it's aggression early up through second mid, completely seeded this time by No Dust 2, as the smoke halfway down Banana is enough to keep Veeam-Tality away for the time being. Again, not the perfect util available here for No Dust 2. They would have liked a little bit more to fight a bit deeper potentially into Banana, but instead they are caught out in transition. Christie, traded by Kenda, nice headshot on the apartments player there. But again, it's the very passive setup from Vitality, right? The smoke to say, we're going to cross from T-steps into mid. You can't stop that, but we don't want to face Banana. We're not trying to take it. We're just trying to stand here. Kenda is quite isolated in the pit, however, and they do want to be standing there. Molotov going to force him away, and Zav feels like this is his time to push through smoke. But there's two more players from mid converging. Trade is nice from Nullref, as Dava has to go trading here, but Kenda picks up both on the short side. Now Nullref 18 HP, and this hold on A has been perfect. They get the players here just in time. Vasar also rotated around from B just in case. But they always manage to go at least 1 for 1. Kenda making it 2 for 0 on his side. And that is the round effectively given over already. Danger will make sure it is not just effectively, it is just given. As he picks up the final kill. And No Dust 2 move to match point.
No Dust 2 able to save their economy and, more importantly, give themselves 4 chances now to close out the round. Vitality, they've shown their hand. They've shown they can go fast, shown they can go slow. No Dust 2 have now shown that they're able to counter any slow play. They know that they're still on top of the macro game enough to be able to do so. Vitality, what do you opt for here? Looks to be a lot of players leaning towards B, but doesn't seem to have the makings of a rush.
Smoke towards short early. Traded for smoke towards bracket. Comes through from No Dust 2. Maintaining control of mid for as long as possible. Once that dissipates, we're starting to have a different story told as Christie lets them know. I'm using an XM here. I'll let you hear it. I'll let you hear me shooting nice and loud through this smoke so that when our smoke on mid dissipates, you don't want to run around this corner. Instead, you want to stay away. And my nade is going to be in the perfect place for when you're playing a little more passively. Flash around the corner, and here comes the pop. Unfortunately, too far away. And Chrissy just going to need to drop back instead. The flash is beautiful, though, coming in from Vitality. Kenda hasn't seen a thing. Doesn't realize they're already out from Absent onto short. They're running the wrong direction, though, to get deeper onto the site. And Shirty down to 18 HP. Christy trying to boost himself up, gets the jump, looking for the first kill as they put themselves in his crosshair, and he takes them down. Kenda as well, finishing off the first one that was tagged. Nullref from Library, traded out by Vasar, who went even deeper. And now Kenda should be able to find Shirty on that top boost, on top of the van, and Christy will take the map. XM and the pit player combining to play close range, long range, baiting all over the place, and they put that final round on the board.
And so No Dust 2 confirm their spot in tomorrow's playoffs. They come in as the #1 seed, assuming no upset for the rise.
They should do. I don't want to say confirmed just yet. In our other series, Data Loss won 13-1. If Vitality destroy Spirit, and I mean destroy Spirit, and Data Loss also win heavily, then we're headed into like a 2-2-2 win tiebreak, at which point I think No Dust 2 could end up with the worst round differential. There is a chance that happens, but it's not a high chance. And No Dust 2, very happy with the position they put themselves in. It's still in their own hands. If they just win, they're through, guaranteed, in first, right? That's the position you always want to be in. But we're not going to see that game. We are going to... we are going to see that game, rather. We are going to see that game against Data Loss. Vitality against Veeam-Sport is going to be on StreamB. We will send it to a break and be back after this. I need water.
Can you hear me calling out your name? Let me run to you and escape this place. Stop time, rewind, bring me back to you. I would give my heart if you want. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away? 'Cause you and I wanna stay right here forever. 'Cause when you and I together, we don't have tomorrow, so just take me away. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away? Just you and I, you and I. Bring me back to you again. Bring me back tonight. We could stop the world again. We could stop the world tonight. Feel my heartbeat, changing rhythm. Oh, the reason I'm still breathing. Wanna stay right here forever. 'Cause when you and I together, we don't have tomorrow, so just take me away. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away? Just you and I, you and
Ei menina, mostra o teu poder. Desliza no beat, faz acontecer. O mundo gira ao teu redor. Com esse swing, tu é maior. Mexe, remexe sem parar. Essa energia vai te levar. Chão tremendo, todo mundo a dançar. É um baile que nunca vai acabar. Sobe o clima, sente o calor. Requebra no ritmo, sente o amor. Vem no flow, não pode negar. Essa vibe é nossa, pode acreditar. Mexe, remexe sem parar. Essa energia vai te levar. Chão tremendo,
cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I haven't crossed. Not my fault that you're pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this. Treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again. I just wanna talk, and you don't wanna listen, baby. I don't get it all. She don't love me, she loves drugs and alcohol. She said that's how I'm involved. Everything that happened. Oh no, I don't wanna talk about it. Used to wanna talk to you, but lately I've been doubting. Shawty went outside, grabbed a bottle and she downed it. I thought I lost my sense of pride, but recently I found it. Once again, now I'm back on the cycle. Walk inside the function thinking maybe I just might go. Me and your friends, really not that tight, ho. It's all good now, they all had to cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I haven't crossed. Not my fault that you're pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this. Treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again.
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar, swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Veeam stream. The B team is here, or the Dream Team, depending on who you ask, as we are getting ready for the final map of the day, the final best of one to dictate absolutely everything. Data Loss up against No Dust 2 is going to be here, and we are taking ourselves back to Inferno once more. And we were just trying to work out some of the practicalities, some of the different things, I guess, the different, what's the word I'm looking for?
Outcomes, scenarios,
Outcomes, that's the word, scenarios. You're there.
permutations.
I mean, that's slightly more advanced, but absolutely, completely valid. We'll go with it. Permutations that are possible for this series, for this best of one. If Data Loss lose, then they're out, realistically. Veeam-Sport have to beat Veeam-Tality, and that seems unlikely based off the results so far, what with the whole 13-1 scenario that the A stream just got to witness. It is possible that Veeam-Sport could win, at which point then everything else we're going to say goes out the window. We're going to assume for this that Veeam-Tality are going to win on that A stream. Over here on the B stream, if No Dust 2 win, everything's simple. They go through in first. Veeam-Tality probably go through in second if they beat Spirit. Data Loss will be third and unfortunately out. And we will get to watch the matchup between No Dust 2 and then the second place from earlier today in the A group need backup as they would face off in our semi-final tomorrow. And then we get Veeam-Tality going up against Mayonnaise, and I would be scared for them on the A stream. Other option,
Actually,
Data Loss pull off the miracle. Sorry, you have something?
no, good. It's just a good point that you mentioned earlier on that actually that these teams are playing for not just bragging rights at this point or just for the tournament lives, but also to avoid Mayonnaise in the other side of the bracket to be able to. I guess Mayonnaise has shown themselves to be the strongest team so far.
They were scary.
Being matched up against them. Yeah, being matched up against them was definitely going to be definitely not something that's on people's minds right now. Definitely something that they'd like to avoid. And so there's a more practical element to this to be able to go on the
Yeah.
other side of your bracket demons. Just to refresh everyone's memory in case they weren't here. Mayonnaise, they've gone 13-7, 13-1, 13-7.
Yeah, they
Past
lost.
rematches. Easily
They
the team
lost
to beat.
exactly 15 rounds, and they won 39. It was not pretty, as neither was this knife round. At least Malpsin gets one back for data loss, but it feels like this is an unwinnable situation. He's going to go on a wild goose chase for a little bit, but even now, with the CT health, being in the CT's advantage, if he just runs and plays out the time, it will be a CT win. He's going to try and take some isolated 1v1s, but because he gets the double left-right. That was nice to get onto Vassar, but stabbed in the back, stabbed in the front, all sorts of dead. That is the knife round, rather, going over to No Dust 2. So they get to choose which side they want to start off on Inferno, and I'll run you through what really matters for this match right here. If No Dust 2 get 9 rounds, even if they lose 13-9, they already are guaranteed going to be through. Whether they get first or second will be completely up for debate, but if they get 9 rounds, and even if they lose, they're going to be through. If No Dust 2 hold them to 8, if No Dust 2 only get 8, and Data Loss win 13-8, then it's a completely different ball game. Data Loss will go ahead of them on the scoreboard, and then it all comes down to what's happening on the A stream. What matters for now, though, is playing some Counter-Strike. Can't think about round total when your head doesn't exist, and without XP, has no head that exists anymore. That was filth from Kenda.
Slows the round down immediately. Leaned over towards A, but it can't pop just quite yet. Oh, actually, they might still be looking to go for this. They've got 3 players, but Christie up over towards the balconies, being able to get that kill makes things all the more difficult. Kenda cleans up for one as well. Nephro left on an island. And so the pistol round looks to go towards No Dust 2. That's 1 of 9 already secured.
1 down. And I would be shocked if it isn't 1 down at this point, as Nephro is going to be caught facing the wrong direction. I honestly would have respected it if they went for the knife. Was he just sat down? Did you see that for like a split second? Was he just sat down there? Like at the bottom of the stairs? His ragdoll, it looked like he was sat down at the bottom of the stairs. I'm going to watch that back. At any rate, No Dust 2 picking up the pistol, moving into this conversion round as Data Loss aren't even going for the force. They're going on the full eco. And there is that smoke lineup for all of you at home. You're looking to use it yourselves. That's the one that's going to land halfway down Banana. Not looking for full control, just looking for partial. And enough to get this XM actually onto A site. Enough to get these MP9s, I guess, into their effective range. That's quite long range for a XM, by the way. I'm a little bit scared for Christie here.
Yeah, Christie's played here last round as well. Gonna lose the element of surprise.
Last round he had a 5-7, and even that's a close range gun. This is an even closer range gun. It's a shotgun for a reason. And shotguns in FPS games have very limited range for the purposes of balance. Malpsin going to get tagged down by that HE, but this is, as I say, very long range. He can shoot into boiler pretty effectively, but is there anyone peeking out from bracket? He might not have as much damage as even a Glock right now. We're going to see the proof. Pound runs him over with that P250, and now the site could have fallen if Kenda wasn't there on the balcony with a Vassar ready to back him up. The 4-player lean is beautiful. Vassar picks up 3, and the XM is completely forgotten about. It is ancient history. We move on to the 3rd round.
Battle Loss have really been focusing towards these 5-man hits over towards A. Not interested in contesting towards Banana. Does that change now? They've got a lot more utility. A lot of nades as well. Suggests to me it's breaking smokes, looking for those early fights. Only time will tell if they still decide to believe in 3rd time's the charm.
Yeah, we hope so for their sake. We hope so for the interestingness of the B stream in terms of the different things that it matters for everyone across Group B. Data Loss need to start putting rounds together, and this is a good time to start. Great utility in their pocket still with 1:20 on the clock, but Kenda says no more life for you, Malpsin. I'm going to push you with the MP7, and that is another man advantage claimed by No Dust 2. The double smoke comes in, one on each side of the bracket, allows them into boiler, but nothing else. Data Loss almost smoking off their own exit plan as an insane shot through the smoke onto Zav. That's kind of... I don't know how you even prepare for that one. He just out of the round entirely. Kenda again from the apartments, trying to hang on as long as possible. Swings to get the player hiding under porch, but now they have to worry about Longer. The taps onto Longer, insane. He looks like a spin botter pivoting around perfectly from the balcony to hit that third shot of his round. But now the CT play comes through. The spit, did they see him? He should have seen it. I saw him on his screen. Danger notices, without XP, walking up close. Danger makes a noise. No, stay up on the orange play. Did neither of them see each other? It's a shot in the back. Without XP, he hears him coming. And now the B site has just completely fallen. Danger, I thought he'd seen him. I thought they'd seen him on top of oranges. What a whiff from both sides.
She wants you retake, but the health is low on both sides. It might be enough to tempt No Dust 2 to go in for this. Seems they will.
Flash without, as he is waiting in Banana. That smoke gonna cause him a couple of questions, and that kill gonna cause him even more. What does he want to do about this? The flash behind the smoke tells him he's coming through, and the dink is not enough because he has a Galil instead of the AK. Kenda picks up a fourth and puts himself up to 8-0 on the most important map of the day for No Dust 2. As they win this, they're guaranteed to go through in first, and they don't have to face off against the terrifying May on AC. Lose this, and everything is up in the air. 3 rounds already to the good, and they're looking pretty solid.
They're already a third of the way there to guarantee themselves playoffs. But I doubt that's on their mind right now.
You just got to think about winning,
little
right?
bit of info. Yeah, good little bit of info for us, though, as spectators, to keep in the back of our minds. Data Loss now starting to put a lot more pressure towards this Banana side, starting to put players and bodies on the line. Ooh, Spam's not going to be able to find anything.
They love
This
that
XM
halfway
is
down
again
smoke,
being
but
used.
I'd love to see some counter util coming through from Data Loss, right? In a round like this, it's difficult, but even then, they have the Molotov to force them back from those barrels. If you get in there quickly, you can abuse CT timings everywhere, right? Every single level of play, they are not ready for you to be running at them. If you get it right, you can catch them off guard a couple of times per half. I'd like to see Data Loss at least go for something a bit aggressive towards this B side, especially with that Molotov behind those barrels, because that's really where you catch them out. You throw it behind, it doesn't spread, so you can swing around, and then you only need to worry about the half-full sandbags and then clearing onto site. It feels great. Try it out if you haven't already. And Christie's going to try running away with that XM, keeping it in its effective range. Danger flashing over. Doesn't respect the half-wall player, but without XP, unfortunately, can't land the shots. Christie goes swinging into short, and that's why you don't swing with an XM. Way too long range for him to be firing effectively with that weapon. But Kenda picks up another. He moves up to 9. Playing from the pit side, moves into mini, and now Zav from the site as well, activating off of his swing, gets 2 before he's finally put down by the Hound. But this Hound may be put to rest. A second, and maybe the 1v4 is possible. A third, and maybe it's probable. Gets the kill onto Kenda in the pit, but unfortunately does not realize where Vasar has gotten to. That round got very close very quickly. He had a timing to maybe even get that bomb and pick it up, but putting it down would have been a whole other thing. Vasar catching him in the back, and we are sent into a 5th round where Data Loss are at a complete loss of what to do.
Hound had a bit of a pop-off moment there, but just wasn't quite enough. I mean, Kenda has been playing such a great game over towards that pit side. Him and Christie, really just a dynamic duo, and in the meantime, Kodat fought seems to be fast in towards Banana. This is the first time the Data Loss takes such an aggressive position. They really want to fight for this, but against free guns, they have to realize now it's not so feasible. Not about utility, that is. Duel doesn't go their way, just pushing out in towards Banana, but strong and steadfast is Vasar.
It feels like it's just 2 players playing insanely high level right now. Kenda and Vasar are holding it down, and Data Loss, they just don't have the firepower to keep up right now. Christie gets another on the board for his side. Did sit down to half HP, but I'm sure he'll take that to put his team in a 2v4 situation. Make that 2v2, instantly trading 2 more back. Mouspan and Nefro both finding 1 on different sides. And with these Galils, they have proven to be at least somewhat deadly. Mouspan saws him, runs away, leaves his teammate alone on the site, and Nefro is left to pay for it. The bomb planted very well for apartments, very well also for short, 2 angles for these 2 CTs to hold. As they go for the tap, they go for the stick, and Malpson has already rotated his way around. No time left to defuse. He just needs to start running. May as well take the final kill on the way out the door, and that will be the first round going over to Data Loss, and he's dead.
Worth it though.
He could have
Malpin
just
decides
lived.
to
They didn't have time to defuse, by the way.
Decides not to play that 2v2. Decides to play for the round, play for the time, and I think that speaks a bit more to their lost position. Just wanting to get around the board, wanting to secure something, no point going for any silly tricks, no point going for things that you'd expect a team with a bit more confidence to go for. They lost, they've gone around, they still have some utility. It's No Dust 2 actually the ones who are finding themselves with pinched pockets.
Now this is effective range for a shotgun. Christie in the smoke that the T's just threw towards Boiler. There's no way they'd expect him here. If you get some help with some Mutal, perhaps he could go looking, as Kenda's actually caught in the apartments, and it's a 5-7 long range for Zav. That gun definitely not built for that type of a fight. This, unfortunately, not going to work either, as Christie is deleted. Danger falls, and the second round likely to go Data Loss's way. They're spamming through the barrels. They are going to get that kill onto Zav. And it's Vasar, the one left alive. He had the guns, he had the util, doesn't use much, if any of it, as he just goes to save on B instead. Data Loss going to pick up their second, and they're going to keep No Dust 2 in check. Now we're talking about a really awkward buy coming into the next one, right? No Dust 2, they have money on some players, and they have absolutely nothing on others. Vasar should be able to drop over someone else, bearing in mind he has full util and a kit already to his name. But the rest of his team are going to be struggling. Kenda should get something as well. And with those two, honestly, they can already make a round out of things. But that's a beautiful shot from Vasar on his own way out the door. He keeps himself alive for as long as possible. He's not even going to fall down, as the T's are going to keep 4 alive in their own right. Oh my god, that's aggressive.
That's precisely what the doctor ordered, though, for Data Loss. 4 guns saved in the round. And that all came off the back of that 2-on-2. Deciding to play that safe. It might have been a Mouchpin being able to do so, the foresight to do so, pays them dividends. Now back on this gun round. Data Loss able to get 2 nice rounds to try and pull the momentum back towards their side, but it would all be for naught if No Dust 2 would be able to cling it back here immediately. Again, Data Loss not favoring that banana side, instead opting to try and work over towards the A site. It's the same setup, same play. How did they decide to approach it this time?
Well, it's the same setup from the T side, but it's very different from the CTs, right? We see Kenda playing it more passively, and Zav is the one here under porch instead of Christie. Christie's also on a rifle. Zav going to pick up the first, because Malpson swings into the smoke, can't see a thing, and gets deleted accordingly. Christie on the close corner. Dink actually gets the kill even onto Hound, as that's a huge 1-for-1 to get on the weak side of the map. The rotate comes through from Vasar, and he's already into CT spawn. He can go pushing through to the library. It's expected from Realtic speed, but the timing is completely unknown. He has to be careful of that, as also has to be careful of Kenda, who is up here waiting on the balcony. Vasar can go swinging, and he goes swinging indeed. Gets the first, can't quite land the second. Spray transfer not quite there, but still 1 is enough for a 1-and-done position. Kenda waiting at the back of pit. Zav in the mini going to pick off the long player, and now Zephyro 1 versus 3. 2 players basically just below him. He should know about at least one of them. He's waiting for them to peek just a second too far, but there they go. The timing doesn't favor. That's an insane flick, by the way.
Wow!
He realizes that was a different name tag to the guy that just got a kill on long. There's another player below you. Okay, can you find him? Can you find Zav? Sees him running away towards short. Okay, he gets out though, and now the round gets really awkward from both sides. Zephyro goes for the safe plant, can't get spotted from long, and the short player doesn't see it. Bomb gets planted, but that's all that's going to happen. Danja going to pick up that final kill, as we got a really odd angle of his knife. And that will be the 5th on the board for No Dust 2. I'm going to say they're over halfway there. Just remember, they need to get to 9 to guarantee playoffs. Then again, win this map, and you just go through in first. I think that's got to be their priority right now, and they've already put some great steps forward to doing exactly that.
Flashes of brilliance again from Data Loss. They are teaming with talent right now, but just can't quite able to get things together to string grounds across the line. We saw it with Hound's 4K. We see it rear its head again with Nephro. A brilliant shot, a great try.
Halfway smoke once more.
Doesn't work though. This time it's B. They're leaning towards
really
B. Giving up on the A.
And they landed on the half wall. That was a really cool bit of utility through from the CT side there, as it's 3 members leaning early towards B for no dust 2. The smoke playing it passive, basically seeding Banana for the time being, but they can go retake if they would like, though they would like that Molotov back, I am certain. Landing in the smoke means it just gets extinguished before it can even bloom, as another one goes the way of the Dodo. That's 2 Molotovs now, both falling victim to their own smoke. $1,000 down the drain as the utility starts to come through from this T side. 2 smokes towards CT, another one towards Coffins, and Zav is forced to drop back. It's just Danger committed on the site, playing at the fountain, but there's only one swinging from the T side. The smoke from CT is enough to force the rest of them back, and they are now caught out, not knowing where to look, not knowing where to go. Without XP, the luck is also caught by Christie on mid, and now data loss. They've used all their util, and they didn't get to go onto the site. No explosion, just a whimper. 3v5. How do you even play into this round now?
There's got to be a save. There's no way you can push through. They've only got 1 flash, 1 Hail Mary, and it can't clear out all the angles over towards that B side. Don't have time to go towards A unless Hound's able to work a miracle here right now. He's
Timing's
looking
everything.
for it.
Malpson has managed to find his way to his early grave himself. Unfortunately, going away for a short little while. I'm sure that's what they'll tell their siblings. As Hound is on the site, and Kenda has a knife. Unfortunate. Bayonet Tiger Tooth put to good use, as that will be the 6th on the board, and a massive amount of money injection as well for getting that knife kill. 1,500 in the pockets of Kenda, and he gets to spend that on hopefully some head armor, if not just the util that he already has purchased. We've moved into round number 9, no dust 2. I'm going to say again, they're 2/3 of the way there to the round total they need to already guarantee themselves playoffs, but they've put themselves in such a good position so far. We don't even need to be thinking about that right now. They're already they're nearly halfway there to winning the map. Okay.
Low buy here for data loss.
I don't
Yeah,
want to talk about that
B
smoke,
just-
but I don't like where it was trying to go in the first place. I don't really care about where it ended up. People miss smokes all the time. That's an amazing pot flash. That was not missed. Christie can't see a damn thing. I don't like that lurk smoke they keep throwing for themselves, and honestly, the fact that it missed might end up working better for them in a round like this. They get the kill onto Zav, they're looking to commit onto the site. Unfortunately, you're trying to push into pit, and that is Kenda's playground. But without XP, finds another headshot onto site, but Kenda is still alive. He's got 4 already farmed up. The final kill goes to Danger because he doesn't like aces, but that's absolutely fine. Kenda survives in the pit, and he just keeps on winning. You cannot flush him out. You need at least a Molotov. Bullets alone are not enough for this guy.
Kenda of Sinners signs a
Making
deal
me
with
feel
the
like a
devil,
sinner.
and that is his wheelhouse. That was dirty. That was filth. Kenda has been playing out of his mind so far. 13-4. He's a player that I would say I went a little bit more quiet last time around. We saw much more power come off the back of Danya and Visar, but Kenda now blooming very well into his own. Him and Christie.
Kenda is a player that we have zero information about, by the way. We have zero info about this guy. He's just turning up and he is clicking. The pit is his domain, and apparently the graveyard is where he's sending people as well as where he's standing right now, but that's a dangerous place to be when the T side rather are wrapping around the long side of the site. Caught out in transition and finally put down. But Danger is already here from Archers. A little bit late on his timing, and Zomman actually going to be able to trade that kill back. The 3v2 will commence as the weird little pot flash comes through from Danger, trying to go through onto the site. Nefro forward. Oh my god, what a spray transfer!
Oh my god!
Final players on CT. What an insane spray transfer for Danji. He can't find the bomb just in time. Going to go for the deep stick. Holds it down. 3 seconds left. There's no way that Malpson can turn this one around. And even the no-scope headshot from Basar. What have we just witnessed in that 2v3 retake? A, insane spray transfer. B, no-scope headshot on the last guy. Come on, guys. They have families. You work with these people.
No scope, no dust 2, no sense, no logic, no rhyme, no reason. It's just magical right now. And that's enough. Match paused. Yeah, they're just 1 away. 1 round away from securing it. I mean, it's basically a shoo-in.
Yeah.
At this rate.
And
Not
I
much
mean,
utility
bear in
on the side
mind,
of data loss. Unless
just
data
just
loss has
to,
to first push right now.
just to put this in perspective, this is a data loss side that just won 13-1. How like
Oh
just
yeah.
put that in perspective. This team that is getting trounced, and I mean trounced right now, just won 13-1. And unfortunately for data loss, this isn't even the first time that it's been quite bad overall today. As I'm just watching that replay on the YouTube, the live stream I have, that spray transfer was filth. I love watching that back. But yeah, this is a data loss team who literally just won 13-1. And this is what's happening to them. They found themselves down 8-2, and as I was saying before, not the first time it's happened today. Veeam-Tality won 13-5 on Dust 2 earlier as well. And data loss, they may have got a big win, but 2 big losses might just outdo it, and that would be them sent basically out of the tournament.
Again, though, vestiges of what we saw from map 1 when they played against Veeam-Tality. Data loss looked to have a very weak start on paper, but as you look and parse through the round itself, data loss may have been a bit underrated. Could have potentially gone 3, gone 4. You think back to how it's 4K, you think back to some of the star player moments. And the round's still not over. 8-4 definitely still on the cards. Just turns over on a data loss and get a big kill, just like that one that they found right onto Danya.
Yeah, a big kill indeed, and another tag as well onto Vasar, as he is the only player on the B site. Look at how far without HexP has already got a look at Malpsin as well. He snuck his way through to CT spawn. The B pinch is coming, but Zav reads it, he sniffs it, and he deletes him from the round. Data loss, really awkward position in this kind of mid-round situation. They know how deep without XP is on the B site. Vasar also somewhat aware, and the resmoke is going to come through, which is going to allow the plant. Vasar effectively just playing retake, playing it safe, playing for his teammates, and Kenda finishes off the lurker. That was the final player towards A little bit too early there from Hound, as that's the second one going the way of Zav after picking up Malpsin earlier on. Without XP caught close to the smoke, and now Nefro put in an impossible situation. The 4v5 made to look trivial, as No Dust 2 just turn around and pick them off one by one, and they make it look easy.
Wow, and I mean, that's the kind of round that you think you completely out-macro your opponents. They had without XP, just walk in, go for free, gets in for free. Vasar, maybe a bit of an inkling, but still enough to entice data loss to bring the rest of their team over. Just through better gunplay. No Dust 2 managed to claw back that retake, despite the firm entrenchment of data loss. And now coming to this last round, it's not even a full buy here for data loss. They don't have much utility, just gonna have to last hurrah this, I think. It looks to be fast towards A.
Yep. Christie, realizing that he's in a little bit of danger, throws out all of his util pretty early on in almost a bit of a panic. Completely fine to make sure those T's don't go charging at you, as the flash is going to be used, and he is just down to that AK now, as Zav would like to not talk about that one, as he accidentally modded himself and Vasar, but it's going to be fine, because they still have plenty of things to play around on this A site, namely the pit player, Kenda. Already 15 kills to the good, and make that an extra assist to the tally as well. The nade is perfect to make it 16 total, because that's a spam through the wall, through the smoke. Zav with a headshot from the site is going to take another one as Christie holds on, and Vasar picks up another with the AWP, and No Dust 2 make the CT side of Inferno look way too easy. Trust me, folks, it's not this easy. They are just that good.
This is a No Dust 2 that really didn't get to play this side of the map, right? This is a No Dust 2 that started off on the attack side, come their map against Veeam-Tality. And so we're seeing a new look to them. And I mean, I guess what I can see why they say No Dust 2. Their Inferno looks well drilled. They look like they have good concepts that they want to bring to the drawing board, bring up to stage. And right now, we've seen how strong their attack can be.
Threes, like, I'm now interested about tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
This team, they've already guaranteed tomorrow. They will be here on the semifinals. They'll be on our stream for the semifinals as well, playing against that second seed from A group. They play, and I'm scared now. I am now scared. Just in general. but especially if they need backup. As No Dust 2 have looked insanely strong, and I'm wondering about that veto. This round, not necessarily a foregone conclusion, as the round is always difficult. The pistol, pretty tough to win at all times, requiring a lot of technical skill. But Kenda providing more than enough of that as he finally gets taken away by Hound. Christie, though, close on this Tech 9 as Hound picks up a second with the P2K. We start to talk about the round being possible once more. Christie whiffs on the Tech 9. Hound gets a third, and it's now Vasar 1 versus 2. Gets the first. That's a beautiful shot. And now the P250 at close range. No armor. 1 HP! But he just about survives. The head of Nephro is taken off, and that's such an unfortunate way to lose a pistol. No Dust 2 move to 11, and I think we can start writing an epitaph.
It couldn't have gone any more sour. It really does feel like the story of Daedalus so far, that they are so close, inches, just frame data away from being able to make things work, and that is the epiphany of it. And like you said, an epitaph, an obiter, anything.
An obituary.
No Dust 2.
A column in the newspaper. Anything at this point.
Unless they've got a miracle in them.
Okay,
Nephro.
That's a way back into things.
Give them something.
Start. And it's also a lot of map lost already for No Dust 2, right? Have a look at that. They have basically seeded mid and second mid and the apartments because of that play, the Hound. Able to go one on his own escape plan, and Nephro is taken down. And somehow they read that aggression in apartments as weakness. Sometimes a caged animal will fight its way out, and that's exactly what was attempted there by Data Loss. They felt the constraints closing in. They go for a strike on the side of the map that ends up being more of a signal of their weakness than a signal of their strength. And that's going to spell their demise in round number 14. Zonman, 1v3 with Scout in hand, going with a USP. I think it's understandable, but I think it's also unwinnable. And that's going to be Kenda moving up to 20 and just 14 rounds.
6 maps of Counter-Strike on this stream today. It all comes down to this last one. 10 chances for No Dust 2. They win any of these 10, they guarantee top spot. They'll be on this stream tomorrow. If Daedalus pull off the greatest comeback of their lives, they just might be able to eke their way through. Either ways, everything's still to play for here. No Dust 2. They have the advantage.
Whoa.
That force buy from Daedalus puts them in bad position, but Hound, how have you managed to get that one?
Tags him with the Scout in the face from brackets, looking into second mid. Hits him through the wall for a little bit of extra style points that didn't take much off the damage. That's a nice dink as well from without XP. No Dust 2 aren't going to be able to finish this one off at least as simply as they would have liked. As that smoke also not landing quite where they would have wanted. Instead of blocking off short, it's going to block off their path into the site. But they just push through it. They go forward. They Molotov off this area that Kenda is so familiar with. And he can win on both sides of this fight. And now it's on to without XP from the site itself to get the first. Finds the fragger. Finds Kenda. Christie, though, gets it back. And Hound gets another one, Vasar, out of the round. It's on to Danja, on to Christie. Not the stars by any stretch, but Danja's still able to hit the shots when they present themselves. And Hound is also caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Malpan able to get the kill back with the Deagle, and now it's a 1 versus 1. One bullet will do it, probably for Mapsin rather. Christie needing 2, caught with a Molotov in hand, and he has just about enough time to stick this defuse. AK on back as well, as they at least put one more on the board. Now remember, Data Loss absolutely have to win this match if they want to have any chance of making it to the playoffs. It's a slim chance at that. I'll give that over. It would be a slim chance now that they've already lost as many rounds as they have. And I can confirm that Veeam did win on the A stream, which makes things even harder. I think the Data Loss are already out, if I'm not mistaken, because they can't get a 5-round advantage over No Dust 2, and they can't get a 7-round advantage over Veeam. I think our playoff bracket is already somewhat set. It's just a question of how quickly No Dust 2 can close out Inferno. Minute 30 to do exactly that, as the smoke that goes on the boost didn't quite land this time around, unfortunately just missing that lineup, but still smokes off CT without anything happening, without XP, drops the bomb though, and maybe round number 16 isn't the round for it.
Gone over the hardest hump now, data loss, you'd have to think. They won the unthinkable, Hound with that headshot definitely contributing to it, and now it looks to be cleanup on Isle B site, as all the kills go their way. So data loss, unless Christie can pull off a miracle from a hat, they'll guarantee a round 17 in the cards, and that round 17 looks to be a weak one for No Dust 2. Shouldn't have enough to buy, at least all members, and so it'll probably be a save, yeah.
Bearing in mind, they just need one, right? I hate it when teams in this situation try and force it and force it and force it to try and get that one on the board. Couple of upgraded pistols, may as well have some fun. Playing with a Glock can feel incredibly miserable, especially into rifles. So get yourself that one-shot potential, get yourself some gap close with the util, and then run them down with Tech 9s and Deagles. That sounds very fun, but Hound has more fun by getting that first blood without XP swings into mid, gets himself the second, and now Kenda comes down from the apartments. He loves this area of the map, and he gets another kill there, but he's traded by Hound once more, and it's down to a 2 versus 4. The Deagle and the Tech 9, definitely deadly, but in a round like this, it should be impossible, and it should be the round going over to data loss. Round 18 up and coming, as Bassar will die. 3 AKs saved once more, and upgrading pistols now as well on data loss. They're in about as good of a position as they could possibly be to run this one all the way back to get to overtime. However, it is so rarely done because it is so difficult to do so. 7 more required just to get to that point, let alone what they have to do in overtime itself. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going.
Yuto trade over towards B. Notice 2. They've been favoring this B side a lot, but 2 players placed in, facing towards the banana. It's heavy in. Option decides to fall back, as the game state resettles. Standard positions taken. Now a lot of utility use. Keep your eye out for Christie, who doesn't have a gun quite yet. Keep your eye out for Zav as well, who gets a kill.
He's the lurk play. He's just there to make sure that data loss have to stick over towards this site, as Kenda again from the apartments is going to pop off once more. Gets them both, drops into the pit, gets the third. This guy is unstoppable. You cannot play Inferno into No Dust 2 because this guy owns the A site. Data loss going to stick alive for just a second longer. Nephro picking up that kill on the lurker. 3 more to find, and he absolutely has to go for it. Bomb already getting close to being halfway ticked, and Christie is looking in the balcony, takes him out with just the 1 bullet, and that is data loss being eliminated from the tournament. No Dust 2 move on as your first seed from Group B, and they looked absolutely dominant.
Strong showing from data loss, tried to make it work, but just wasn't in the cards. Error 404. Congratulations, No Dust 2. The gimmick team with a pocket pick. An Inferno. Run ablaze in this group so far. As to keep their winning ways going all the way in towards. And like you said, Brew, it seems that teams are set. Stream A tomorrow is gonna be Team 9. Sorry, not Team 9. It's gonna be Mayonisi versus Veeam-Tality, while we get the pleasure of casting No Dust 2 versus, I believe, Team 9.
Need
No Dust 2, Team 9.
Need backup. Need backup 1-2, 2 earlier. Team 9 lost 2, unfortunately for them. They lost against Mayonnaise, and they lost against backup in that decider.
Oh yeah, sorry. Need backup. My apologies.
All good.
My mistake. Need backup coming in close. So it's going to be need backup. No Dust 2.
Yeah, and we can think forward to know how that is going to look, right? Because we know that it's best of 3. We know that's quite a departure from what we just saw in best of 1s. The veto could be working quite differently. Only get to have 1 ban before you get a first map picked against you. And I wonder now if that first ban on the side of need backup has to be Inferno.
I think that's going to be such an interesting question. No, there's definitely going to be no Dust 2. You definitely know Inferno's looking at the team, looking at how they've been playing out so far. No Dust 2 also played Ancient, also won that. Granted, it was against Veeam-Sport. Questions after how strong the pass through the eye test. I think now the game theory of how looking so interesting. They've come in behind how to play the game and paying off well for them.
And it's working really well because of how much other teams really want to play Dust 2 as well, right? That's the big kicker in this whole situation. We saw earlier today in Group A, 4 out of the 6 games were on Dust 2. The guys got bored. They switched it up for the final set of matches, but it was a lot of Dust 2 earlier on. And first group of this match as well, the first match of this group rather, also Dust 2, when we got to see Veeam-Tality up against Data Loss. Everyone seems to absolutely love playing on Dust 2, and understandably so. It makes a lot of sense. It's very puggy. It's very easy to pick up, and you can, even if you're completely new to Counter-Strike, if you know how to press WASD and you know how to press mouse 1, you have a chance, right? You just need to set up in the right position and put your crosshair in the right place. You can win those aim fights with a massive otherwise disadvantage. Having this as a permaban from No Dust 2 puts everything else into an absolute tailspin. And with how strong their Inferno just looked on both of those maps, especially the second one, I'm considering as need backup that you almost have to ban it away, at which point we're then looking at kind of the Ancient Anubis type of maps going into map 1, map 2, and the map 3, you could have anything as a decider.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, scanning this out much more further, but regardless of that, here we have an interview, ladies and gentlemen, for us.
Trying to read. Old man with his glasses, trying to read.
Well, regardless, thoughts on so far, thoughts on how you guys performed. I mean, I know you guys came quickly for this tournament. How do you feel that your performance has come through so far? Do you think you've as well as you have?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think our performance in the last couple of rounds was pretty nice. Problem was the last couple of rounds. I think we should have started that from the start of the game, but I guess that's the plan for the next tournament, I'd say. Generally, I think we did what we could. Like we had a very diverse, let's say, team of players. Some of them were really good, some of them were me. And yeah, just how it works out, it's all about communication. Like generally, we had a lot of communication regarding whose fault is it and why am I not killing anyone, and that kind of communication just doesn't work for our team in this particular instance, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, this is the great thing about Counter-Strike, though, is that anyone can pick it up, anyone can have a chance, and when you're in the server, it doesn't really matter what you've done in the past. It will help you, absolutely, but still able to take up some of those frags against those higher, much more experienced opponents has got to feel good in some of those rounds, as you even managed to get a win on the board as well, that 13-1. We didn't get to see that, but how important was that to get a massive win under your belts in this tournament?
Well, I mean, I've told this story on the other stream, but generally, yeah, that the plan was there to go for 13-0, right? And just the general strategy for the whole group session was that we win Veeam-Sport 13-0, we get a massive the difference in the points. Then we lose to No Dust 2, but Veeam-Sport, very angry from the loss from 13-0, they just demolish Veeam-Tality, and we just somehow slide into the the playoffs. Generally, if we cannot do it with our skills, we'll do it with our strategy and with our sleaziness, something like that.
That's
That
very
was the
close to
whole plan.
working.
Yeah.
You got
But
the first
yeah,
part
yeah.
out of the
I
way.
mean,
That 13-1 was impressive, but
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, basically, it's Veeam-Spirit's fault that we are not through to the semifinals, right? As you maybe know, we have lent in the qualifiers. We've lent to Veeam-Spirit one of our best players, and they actually they came through in the qualifiers. So because of that, I think, in my opinion, I'll just be honest. And yeah, and so their part of the contract was to win Vitality. Sorry, there's a lot of V's here. Yeah, but
Yes,
they
there
just
is.
didn't come through. So yeah, I would basically blame them basically on our loss in general and our elimination. Yeah.
Yeah. One final question for you, Nefro. I mean, you guys had the misfortune of playing against a team that specifically did not really want to play Dust 2. I think you can guess which team it was.
Yeah.
So you've had you've had the chance to play a variety of maps. You've played Inferno. How do you think your team worked? Do you think that the map change, the maps moving away from, which I know is a fan favorite, moving towards Inferno, which you don't play that much? Do you think that influenced how you guys had the outcome of today?
Yeah, definitely. We actually did not want to play Dust 2. It might seem that we like to play it, but we don't. Generally, we don't like any of the maps. So we just we choose the ones which we know where the bomb sites are. All right. So for example, if you're speaking about Anubis or Ancient, basically, if you put me in that map, I'll be like, what is this map? Like, if it wasn't in if it wasn't in CS 1.5, then like I cannot play it at all. And regarding Nuke, right? I used to know Nuke, but they remade it. Like they completely changed all the ways, and like I cannot find my way around there anymore as well. So we resort to Dust 2, Inferno, and Mirage generally. But they change Inferno all the time as well. So like I keep catching like corners and doors. It's like really hard to navigate it now. I think they should remove like most of the the boxes and obstacles from there, because it's like really unplayable. I think our game just showed that it's like impossible to win at this map.
I think the bit that was impossible was how strong Kenda was doing, because that guy was just popping off every time he tried to go towards A. He just didn't let you guys close. I mean, how annoying must that feel when you just have one guy just holding down a site and you cannot go there?
Annoying is not the right word. Annoying is very light word. You need like heavier words here to describe how I'm feeling right now. But I mean, it's also a problem that they were like shooting to the head. Like when we are shooting, we're like shooting like close to the head, but we miss, right? And they just shoot to the head, and then there's actually there's no counterplay against that, to be honest. Like if someone shoots you in the head with an AK, like, well, of course you can buy a helmet, but it doesn't help, as you probably know, right? The AK just the bullet just like demolishes you. Your round ends at this point.
Yeah, well, you put up a great fight. Unfortunately, Veeam-Spirit unable to help you over the line in this one here, as we had to say goodbye to Data Loss. A valiant effort, but unfortunately falling just short in this one. Thank you, by the way, Nefro, for joining us. No, it isn't easy after you've just been
You're very
eliminated from this one. Enjoy.
Sorry, what was that? Oh yeah, all right, internet problems. See ya.
Okay.
Thank you, GG's.
We are getting one more interview lined up for us. I don't know if you got that little nugget there, Amu. We're getting one more thrown our way in just a sec. We're going to have to wait on for that a second. But as we can say from before, we know now what the bracket is going to be, right? Vitality up against Mayonnaise on the A stream. Need backup and no Dust 2 over here on the B. And I'm honestly, I'm not expecting all too many surprises. I think that it should be pretty clear from how today played out that there are two top teams. Would you disagree?
No, I completely agree with you. I think matchup to be looking at going to be No Dust 2 versus Nisi, and I think who better to tell us about that matchup than players on No Dust 2, I believe. I believe right up here. Can't wait to pick their how they feel coming off
Yeah,
view.
that name
Hello.
tag needs to be changed. Hello, please introduce yourself. Your name tag is lying to us.
Once again, please. I couldn't hear you.
Please introduce yourself. Your name tag is lying. They're fixing your name tag. Oh no.
Well, I'm Kenda.
Okay, we'll work this out. Just give us a second
Kenda
here.
from the team No Dust 2, and I'm here for the interview.
Okay, are we working on VMix here? I am a little bit confused about how things go. We should be getting back in just a second as we get everything fixed up and ready to go into this here for today. There we go. Welcome, Kendo.
Hey.
Okay, Kenda, be real with me. You played amazing Inferno over towards Graveyard. How does it feel to such a pop-up game to guarantee yourselves first seed coming into tomorrow?
Yeah, it felt really great. I felt like all the stars just aligned for me, but even then, I had a bunch of pretty unfortunate screw-ups, but every time I did, my team was there to save it with some crazy plays too. So I'm really happy about the game.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of crazy plays, I mean, how many kills do you end up on there? Like, was it 22? Was it even more? Honestly, I lost count. But that 3K holding on pit into sight, it's incredible how many times you're able to hold on to that side of the map. And it felt like there was no way in for data loss. I mean, how much do you think you provided your team with in just the ability to sit there and withstand any pressure that came out your way?
I think it helped us a lot also in the way that I think the other team almost always went attacking A because they felt like they can at least get close to the side. But that was the point. We were kind of holding it very passively from the backside, giving them like the opportunity to get close, but they could never plant.
Yeah, I think the game plan worked out in your favor. As can tell, you and Christy, just dynamic duo over towards there, shutting down any push over towards the A site. More generally, though, is obviously no Dust 2. I think it's pretty clear that you guys don't really want to play Dust 2. But I've seen that over the course of these groups, you've played Inferno, now 12, and then you've played a game of Ancient. So curious, like, what are your guys' map pool looking like? What maps do you think your team's comfortable with, and do you think we'll be seeing any more maps too?
Sorry about that one, everyone. With things to close out the day of the Veeam stream with the B Dream team. It's still me. It's still Brew, and I am still with Amu. Unfortunately, have been plagued by a couple different tech issues, but we are back here once more. Welcome back. And I kind of forgot where we were. I'll be honest, but it was something about map pools, I think. How are you looking for tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, our map pool is anything but Dust 2. That's it.
Anything but the name, right? To see. I was something about you personally. Do you think teams are going to start banning Inferno after your gameplay today?
Maybe, but I don't think it will help them too much.
Wow.
Ooh.
Fighting words.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Too long, Ken. Really became long, Ken. The time to go celebrate with your team. But before you go, anything you want to say? Anything? The floor is yours. You want to say?
Within reason.
Not really. Just thank you guys for organizing this, and I will see you tomorrow.
Yes, you will. We've got your game tomorrow up against Need Backup, and I think they probably will need backup in that series. 5 players probably doesn't sound like enough to deal with you guys, and how confident you are as well. Absolutely love to hear that. Thank you all for watching on the B stream today. It's been a pleasure. I've been Rue. I've enjoyed Amu the whole way through. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy.
See ya.
Would you just be fucking honest with yourself? Oh no, I called you plenty, now you wanna run. Should've got a warning, have you had enough? You want me to find it tonight? I wanna find it tonight. I'm changing you back, like. Oh, now you gotta know how to find you. I'll follow the tone, all the lights that surround you. Wherever you go, girl, I know where to find you. Do you think I'm crazy for choosing love? Baby, I wanna be with you for the long. I think I wanna make it go on and on. Baby, I think I'm craving your vibe, your vibe. Oh no, I called you plenty, how you wanna run? Should've got a warning, have you had enough? You want me to forget tonight? I wanna find it tonight. I'm changing you back, like.
I wish I could tell you that I want you here with me, but you'll never love me like the way we used to be. Too far from Saturn, lost in the patterns. Wish the stars align so we could be free. Palms are sweaty, knees unsteady. I can't see my head on straight. Heart is heavy, wasn't ready. Don't think I can see your face. Now we're just friends. How long till that ends? It feels like forever away.
She gon' move like a dancer, wondering what's next, knowing I can't answer. No, you just still might be answer. The check never bounced, think I like my banker. She do it without me, think I'm like an anchor. She can give the most, I would never thank her. Got it ready, I'm just waiting on the transfer. Going all the way like I'm Prancer. She gon' bring my shirt cause she mad at me. It's a tragedy. If I'm not rich, then I'm bound to be. Bro, I want my ass for your salary. Running through your mind, burning calories. This is what it's come to.